I've been driving trucks through the Appalachians for what feels like forever, going on 12 years now. Give or take a few months lost to the haze of endless highways. It's a life that suits me, or at least it used to. The solitude of those winding roads, flanked by dense forests that seem to swallow the light, has always been my escape from the noise of the world. No boss breathing down my neck, just me, my rig, and the hum of the engine cutting through the night. I haul everything from lumber to machine parts, crisscrossing states like West Virginia and Kentucky, where the mountains rise up like ancient guardians, indifferent to the fools who dare traverse them. But there's something about these hills that gets under your skin after a while. The locals talk about it in diners, over cups of black coffee that taste like regret. Stories of folks vanishing into the woods, strange lights in the valleys, and sounds that don't belong to any animal you'd recognize. I always nodded along, chalking it up to superstition or boredom. That is, until that one night at the rest stop by Lake Harlan. God, I wish I could forget it, but it clings to me like the damp fog that rolls off those waters. It was a Tuesday in late fall, the kind of evening where the air turns crisp and bites at your fingers. I've been on the road since dawn, pushing through from Pittsburgh down toward Knoxville, my eyes heavy from staring at the yellow lines snaking through the darkness. The CB radio had been quiet for hours, no chatter from other drivers, which wasn't unusual in these parts. The signal gets spotty when the mountains crowd in. I needed a break, just a couple hours to shut my eyes before the next leg. I remembered spotting the sign for the rest area off Route 219, a faded blue marker half obscured by overhanging branches. Lake Harlan Rest Stop. I'd passed it before, but never stopped. It was one of those forgotten spots, not even marked on most maps anymore. The lot was gravel, potholed and overgrown with weeds pushing through the cracks, like the earth was trying to reclaim it. Only space for a few vehicles, and that night it was empty. Just my 18-wheeler rumbling to a halt under a single flickering sodium lamp that buzzed like an angry hornet. The lake itself stretched out beyond the lot, a black mirror under the moonless sky, its surface still as glass. On the far shore, maybe 50 yards away, sat this old lake house, more of a shack, really. Weathered wood planks sagging under the weight of time, roof patched with mismatched shingles, and windows like empty eyes staring back at me. Vines crept up its sides, strangling the foundation, and a rickety dock jutted out into the water, half submerged. I figured it was abandoned. Places like that, the Appalachians, remnants of families who packed up and left when the cold dried up or the floods came. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, mixed with that faint, metallic tang of lake water, stagnant, like it held too many secrets. I killed the engine, the sudden silence pressing in, broken only by the soft ticking of the metal cooling. I climbed into the sleeper cab, unrolled my blanket, and tried to settle in. My mind raced with the usual thoughts, bills waiting at home, the ex-wife's latest letter, but exhaustion pulled me towards sleep. That's when I first heard it. A whisper, so faint I thought it was the wind rustling the leaves. I sat up, ear straining. It came again, murmuring, like voices far off, carried across the water. Names, maybe, or words I couldn't make out. The cab was dark, save for the glow of my dashboard clock reading 1:17 a.m. I cracked the window, letting in the chill, and listened. Nothing, just the lap of water against the shore, gentle and rhythmic. I told myself it was fatigue playing tricks, happens all the time out here. Truckers see things in the shadows, hear engines that aren't there. I lay back down, closing my eyes, but the whispering persisted, edging closer like it was seeping through the glass. It wasn't loud, but insistent, weaving in and out of the night sounds. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, shone it out toward the lake. The beam cut through the fog that had started to rise, thick and milky, curling up from the water like smoke from a dying fire. The lake house stood unchanged, dark and silent. No lights, no movement. I shook my head, muttering to myself about getting too old for this job, and tried to sleep again. Maybe an hour passed, or it felt like it. Time stretches in the dark. Then came a knocking. Soft at first, 3 taps on the driver's side door. My heart jumped, eyes snapping open. I froze, listening. Tap, tap, tap. Deliberate, like someone rapping knuckles on metal. I sat up slowly, peering through the window. The lot was still empty, no cars, no people. Just the fog thickening, obscuring the edges of the lake. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small in the cab. No answer. I unlocked the door, stepped down onto the gravel, boots crunching. The air was colder now, wrapping around me like wet cloth. I circled the truck, flashlight sweeping the ground, tire tracks from my own rig, a few scattered leaves, but no footprints. Nothing. I glanced at the lake house again. For a split second, I thought I saw a flicker, a warm glow in one of the windows like a candle being lit. Then it was gone, plunged back into darkness. My skin prickled. Probably a reflection, I reasoned, from the lamppost or maybe distant headlights on the highway. But the road was miles away, and the silence was absolute. I climbed back in, locked the doors, and sat there, staring at the house. The whispering started up again, clearer this time, fragments of words. "Stay cold, down here." I don't know why I didn't leave right then. Maybe pride or stubbornness. Truckers don't spook easy. I turned the key in the ignition, expecting the engine to roar to life. Nothing. Just a click, then silence. The battery? I checked the gauges, dead, all of them. Lights wouldn't even come on. I popped the hood, flashlight in hand, but everything looked fine. No loose wires, no corrosion. It was like the life had been sucked right out of it. Panic started to creep in, slow at first like the fog. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere with no cell signal. The bars on my phone mocked me with their absence. The whispering grew louder, not in volume, but in clarity. It was coming from the lake. I was sure of it now. Voices overlapping, murmuring stories. The curve on 219, brakes failed, into the water. I paced the cab trying to block it out, but the words burrowed in. Names emerged. Joe Harlan, missing since '92. Martha and her boy, drowned in a flash flood. Truckers like me, who'd stopped here and never moved on. Their accidents, recounted in hushed tones, as if the water itself was confessing. The knocking returned, this time on the passenger side. I whipped around, but again, nothing outside. My breath fogged the glass as I pressed my face to it. Across the lot, the lake house, the lights came on. Not all at once, but flickering like old bulbs struggling to life. In the windows, shapes moved, tall, elongated silhouettes, too thin to be people, gliding from room to room. My stomach twisted. Were they watching me? I grabbed my tire iron from under the seat, gripping it tight, though what good it would do, I didn't know. The fog had thickened to a wall now, isolating the truck in a cocoon of white, the house barely visible through it. The voices swelled, a chorus now. "Join us, it's quiet down here. No more roads." I slammed my fist on the dash, yelling for it to stop, but it only grew. Memories flooded in, old tales from truck stops about Lake Harlan, named after a family that built that house back in the 1800s. They lost everything to the water, crops, livestock, kin. Some said the lake was cursed, fed by underground springs that carried the dead's regrets. I laughed it off once, but now, trapped in that cab, it felt real. Hours dragged by, the cold seeping through the metal, my breath shallow. I huddled under the blanket, eyes fixed on the house, where the shapes lingered, waiting. Dawn came slowly, gray light filtering through the fog, dissolving it inch by inch. The whispering faded to a murmur, then nothing. I turned the key again. Miracle of miracles, the engine caught, rumbling to life like nothing had happened. Battery full, gauges normal. I didn't question it. I just threw the truck into gear and peeled out, gravel spitting behind me. The lake house receded in the mirror, windows dark once more. I drove straight through to Knoxville, didn't stop for anything. That was 3 years ago now. I still haul through the Appalachians, gotta pay the bills, but I avoid Route 219 after dark. And in the quiet moments, when the road's empty and the engine's hum lulls me, I hear them again. Those whispers, faint but persistent, calling my name from the depths. Sometimes I wonder if one day I'll answer, pull over at some forgotten stop, and let the water take me. The mountains keep their secrets, and maybe I'm one of them now. Let's move to the next story. I've been behind the wheel of a big rig for nearly 15 years now, crisscrossing the back roads of Appalachia like veins pumping life through these old mountains. West Virginia's my home turf. Born and raised in a hollow near Charleston, where the cold dust settles in your lungs and the hills whisper secrets you don't want to hear. The job suits me fine. It's just me and the road, no family waiting back home since my folks passed and my sister moved out west. I haul whatever pays, steel from the mills up north, timber down south, and I know every curve, every fog-shrouded pass that can turn deadly with a slick of rain. But there's something about these places that wears on you after a while. The isolation creeps in, makes you question shadows in the rear view or the way the trees seem to lean closer at night. I always figured the stories were just that, stories. Tall tales spun in truck stops over greasy eggs and burnt coffee. Until that rainy evening at the rest stop near Echo Lake. That night changed how I look at the empty spaces between towns. It was early October, the leaves turning that bruised shade of red and gold, clinging to branches like they knew winter was coming to strip them bare. I'd loaded up in Pittsburgh that morning, a heavy haul of machinery parts bound for Roanoke, and the drive down had been brutal. Rain started around noon, a steady drizzle that turned the asphalt into a mirror, reflecting my headlights back at me as dusk fell. My eyes burned from the strain, shoulders knotted from wrestling the wheel against the wind gusts whipping through the valleys. I needed a break, somewhere quiet to stretch my legs and grab a few hours shut-eye before pushing on. The Echo Lake rest stop was perfect for that. Off the main highway, tucked away on a forgotten spur of Route 33. Not many use it anymore. The states let it go to seed, with cracked pavement overgrown by thistles and a single rusted picnic table warped from years of weather. The lake itself is man-made, dammed back in the 50s for some flood control project that never panned out. It's shallow in spots, murky with silt, and ringed by dense woods that swallow any sound. On the far side, across a narrow strip of shore, sits this old lake house, abandoned, or so they say. Roof sagging like an old man's shoulders, paint peeled to bare wood, and a porch that creaks even when there's no wind. I'd stopped there a handful of times before, always during the day, never lingered. But that night, with the rain drumming on my cab like impatient fingers, it was the only option within miles. I pulled in around 8 p.m., the lot empty as expected. My tires crunched over gravel pocked with puddles, and I parked facing the lake, engine idling for a bit to let the warmth linger. The rain had picked up, sheets of it slanting across the water, blurring the line between sky and surface. I cut the motor, the sudden quiet amplifying the patter on the roof. Stepping out, I zipped my jacket against the chill, the air thick with the scent of wet earth. Loamy, almost fertile, but undercut by something sharper, metallic like rusted iron or old pennies. Blood, my mind unhelpfully supplied, but I shook it off. Just the minerals in the soil, stirred up by the downpour. I needed to move, work the kinks out of my legs after hours in the seat. The path to the shore was overgrown, weeds slapping at my jeans as I walked toward the water's edge. The lake lapped gently, waves no bigger than ripples, but persistent like breaths. That's when I saw them, footprints in the mud, bare feet, small, child-sized, maybe pressed deep into the soft ground, leading straight from the waterline up toward the lake house. They weren't washed out by the rain. Fresh, with sharp edges, toes splayed as if whoever made them had been running. Or dragging. No one around, no cars, no lights in the house. Just the prints, vanishing into the grass near the porch. I stared, rain dripping from my cap brim, a prickle running up my spine. Kids playing earlier? But in this weather, this remote? I glanced back at my truck, solid and reassuring under the faint glow of the lot's one working lamp. Probably nothing. I turned away, heading back, but couldn't shake the unease, like eyes boring into my back. Back in the cab, I dried off with a towel from my duffel, brewed a cup of instant coffee from my thermos to chase the chill. The rain hammered steady now, a white noise that should have lulled me. I reclined the seat, listening to the water try to unwind. But that feeling persisted, watched. It's a trucker's instinct, honed from too many nights in sketchy lots, sensing when someone's circling your rig. I sat up, peering through the streaked windshield. The lake house loomed darker against the night, porch shadowed. Then movement. A figure, standing there motionless, just a silhouette in the downpour. Tall enough to be an adult, but hunched, arms hanging loose. It didn't wave, didn't approach, just stood, rain cascading off it like it didn't feel the cold. My heart kicked up a notch. Homeless, maybe? Squatting in the old place? But why stare like that? I flashed my high beams, the light cutting through the rain, illuminating the porch for a split second. The figure was pale, clothes sodden and outdated. Looked like an old dress, floral print faded to gray. Face obscured by wet hair hanging limp. Then the beams reflected off the water, blinding me momentarily, and when I blinked, it was still there, unmoved. I honked the horn, a sharp blast that echoed across the lake, but no reaction. Just standing, watching. I locked the doors, though it felt futile in that big cab with glass all around. The coffee turned bitter in my mouth as I sat there, eyes fixed on the house. Minutes ticked by, 10, 20, the rain unrelenting. I considered calling it in, but my phone showed no bars. Signal spotty out here on a good day, worthless in a storm. Then something shifted outside. I leaned closer to the window, breath fogging the glass. Footprints again in the mud around my truck. The same small, bare ones, circling the tires, fresh as if just made. But how? I've been watching the whole time. No one approached. The lot was open, no cover. My pulse thrummed in my ears, louder than the rain. I wiped the window, straining to see. The figure on the porch, it had inched closer, or had it? No, still there, but the distance felt wrong, like the house itself had edged nearer through the fog rising off the lake. Panic clawed at me, rational thoughts fracturing. I started the engine, wipers slashing across the view, but kept the lights off now, not wanting to illuminate whatever this was. That's when the scratching started. Faint at first, from below the chassis, like nails dragging slow across metal, deliberate, exploratory. Not branches, no wind strong enough, and the sound was too rhythmic, too purposeful. Scratch, pause, scratch. I froze, every muscle taut, imagining hands reaching up from the mud, small fingers probing the undercarriage. The cab felt smaller, air thicker. I stomped my boot on the floor, yelling, hey, but it only paused, then resumed, closer now toward the cab. My mind raced back to stories I'd heard over the years, dismissed as folklore. Echo Lake, named for the way sounds bounce off the hills, but locals whispered about echoes of another kind. Back in the 70s, a family lived in that house. Parents, 2 kids. A flash flood one summer night. The dam upstream giving way after heavy rains. Swept them all into the lake. Bodies never found, or so the tale went, dragged under by the currents, tangled in the weeds. Folks said their spirits wandered, lonely, seeking company on stormy nights. Footprints in the mud, figures in the rain, scratching at doors like they were trying to get in to pull you down with them. I'd laughed it off in diners, but now, alone in that lot, it didn't seem so funny. The scratching intensified, vibrating through the seat, and I swore I heard a whisper beneath it, a child's voice, muffled by the storm. Come play. The night dragged on like that, endless. I didn't sleep, couldn't. Huddled in the cab, tire iron in hand, watching the figure on the porch. It moved incrementally, or maybe my eyes played tricks. Each glance, it seemed to step nearer, crossing the path, edging toward the lot. The footprints multiplied, a tangled web around the truck, filling with rainwater that reflected the dim lamp like tiny mirrors. The scratching came in waves, sometimes fading to nothing, only to return sharper, as if more hands joined in. I thought about running, bolting for the highway, but the rain was a wall, and the woods beyond pitch black, full of roots and drop-offs. Isolation pressed in, the mountains indifferent sentinels. Memories surfaced unbidden, my own losses, the empty house back home, the way loneliness echoes in your chest like those lake waves. Were they calling to that part of me, the drowned family, offering companionship in the depths? I shook my head, muttering prayers I hadn't said since childhood, willing the dawn to come. When it did, gray light seeped through the clouds, the rain tapering to a mist. The figure dissolved like smoke, porch empty once more. The footprints blurred, washed away as if never there. The scratching had stopped hours before, leaving only silence. I started the engine, it caught on the first try, and pulled out, tires spinning in the mud before gripping pavement. I didn't look back, but in the side mirror, the lake house receded, sagging roof like a frown. That was 2 years ago. I still drive those roads, but I avoid Echo Lake, detour miles out of my way on rainy nights. Yet sometimes on empty highways, I catch a glimpse in the rear view. Mud on the trailer, small prints fading fast. Or a scratch on the chassis I can't explain. And in the quiet, when the engine's hum fades, I wonder if they're still out there, wandering, waiting for the next storm to bring someone home. The Appalachians hold their dead close, and maybe they've marked me as one of their own. Story 3. I've been a long-haul trucker for going on 20 years now, most of it spent weaving through the twisted veins of the Appalachian Mountains. Born in a small town outside Beckley, West Virginia, I grew up hearing the hills breathe. The way the wind sighs through the pines, carrying echoes of old mining disasters and forgotten feuds. It's a place where the land remembers, where hollows hide secrets and the roads feel alive under your tires. The job pulled me in after high school. No college for me, just the open highway and the steady pay from hauling coal, lumber, whatever needed moving from one forgotten corner to another. I like the solitude, most days, anyway. No one to answer to but the dispatch radio and the rhythm of the engine. But there's a flip side to that isolation, especially at night when the mountains close in and the world shrinks to your headlights cutting through the dark. You start noticing things, shapes in the fog that look like people, sounds that don't match the wildlife. I've heard plenty of stories in diners along Route 19. Truckers swapping tales of feral folks living off the grid, or worse, the unquiet dead from flash floods and cave-ins. I always nodded along, sipped my coffee, and drove on. Until that autumn night at the rest area by Blackwater Lake. That one stuck with me, burrowed deep like a splinter I can't dig out. It was mid-October, the air sharp with the scent of falling leaves and distant wood smoke. I picked up a load in Charleston that morning, machine parts for a factory up in Ohio, and the drive north had been smooth but long. The sun dipped early behind the ridges, painting the sky in bruised purples before giving way to a starless black. My back ached from the seat, eyes gritty from the glare of oncoming lights. I needed a spot to park, brew some coffee, and catch a few hours before dawn. The rest area off Route 19, just past the turnoff for Blackwater Lake, was my usual go-to. It's nothing fancy, a gravel lot with room for maybe 4 rigs, a couple of weathered picnic tables chained to the ground, and no facilities since the state cut funding years back. But it's peaceful, backed right up to the lake, with the water lapping soft against the shore like a lullaby. The woods press close on 3 sides, thick with oaks and maples shedding their colors, and across a narrow strip of overgrown grass sits this old lake house. It's been there forever, or so it seems, boards grayed by time, windows smeared with grime, chimney leaning like it's tired of standing. Locals say it belonged to a family back in the 40s, before the lake was dammed and expanded. Abandoned now, door padlocked most times, though kids sometimes break in for parties. I'd never given it much thought. It was just part of the scenery. I pulled in around 9 p.m., the lot empty, as usual. My tires crunched over fallen leaves scattered like confetti, and I positioned the truck facing the lake, engine rumbling down to silence. The quiet hit me immediately, not the peaceful kind, but oppressive, like the air had weight. No crickets chirping, no owls calling, just the faint creak of the lake house boards in the breeze, sounding almost like distant cries, muffled and plaintive. I shook it off. Autumn winds play tricks up here, and climbed into the cab's sleeper berth to set up. I had my routine, plug in the electric kettle, scoop some grounds into a mug, wait for the water to boil. The cab was my home away from home. Photos of my niece taped to the dash, a worn blanket from my ma, a CB radio that crackled with life on busier routes. Tonight, it was dead silent, no chatter from other drivers. I poured the hot water, stirred, and settled back with the mug warm in my hands. The steam fogged the window slightly, blurring the view of the lake house under the moon's pale glow. I sipped slow, letting the bitterness ground me, thinking about calling my sister later if I got signal. The unease lingered, though, a prickling at the back of my neck like the quiet was watching. That's when the CB sparked to life. Static at first, a hiss like rain on tin, cutting through the silence. I glanced over, figuring some interference from the hills. Happened sometimes, signals bouncing weird. But no channel was active. The dial sat on 19, the trucker channel, but the light wasn't on. The static swelled, then faded, and beneath it a voice. Faint pleading, help, trapped, water rising. My coffee sloshed as I jerked upright, staring at the radio. It was a man's voice, rough, edged with panic, but distant, like it was coming through a wall. I grabbed the mic, thumbed the button. This is Big Blue on Route 19. Say again? You need assistance? Nothing. Just more static, crackling softer now. I scanned the lot through the windshield. No other trucks, no lights on the highway beyond the trees. The lake house creaked again, boards shifting as if in response. My heart picked up, a steady thump against my ribs. Probably a prank, or a bleed over from some emergency channel. But out here, with no one around? I set the mug down, grabbed my flashlight and phone, no bars of course, and stepped out into the night. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy tang of the lake, moss and mud, with a faint undercurrent of decay, like leaves rotting underwater. I shone the beam across the lot, gravel glistening from an earlier mist, then toward the house. The door was ajar, a black slit in the facade, though I could have sworn it was shut when I arrived. Wind, maybe, but the breeze was light, barely rustling the leaves overhead. I hesitated, boots rooted to the spot. Common sense said stay put, waited out in the cab. But that voice, it tugged at me, stirred something paternal, like hearing a kid in trouble. I'd lost my own boy young, to a fever that swept our town. Maybe that's why. I crossed the grass, weeds brushing my jeans, the flashlight beam bouncing with each step. The creaking grew louder, rhythmic, like footsteps on old floors. Up close, the house looked even more run down. Paint flaking in curls, windows cracked in spiderwebs, porch sagging under invisible weight. I called out, "Anyone in there? You okay?" Silence, save for the lake's gentle slap against the shore. The door creaked wider on its hinges as I approached, inviting. I pushed it open fully, the wood groaning in protest, and stepped inside. Moonlight filtered through the grimy windows, casting long shadows across the dusty rooms. The air was stale, thick with mildew and something sweeter, like old flowers wilted in a vase. Furniture sat arranged as if someone had just stepped out. A sagging couch against one wall, a wooden table with chairs tucked neat, a bookshelf bowed under yellowed paperbacks. No signs of squatters, no trash, no sleeping bags. Just dust motes dancing in my beam and the faint scent of waterlogged wood. I moved deeper, floorboards protesting under my weight, echoing in the empty space. Hello. I heard a call on the radio. Nothing. I checked the kitchen, sink rusted, cabinets bare, then a hallway leading to back rooms. Shadows played tricks, stretching like fingers along the walls. That's when a voice came again, not from the radio this time, but from nowhere, from the air itself, or maybe inside my head. Storm came fast, water everywhere. Can't get out. It was the same man, but joined now by others. A woman sobbing softly, a child whimpering. They recounted fragments of a story. A fierce storm in '68, the lake swelling from torrential rains, bursting its banks. The family trapped inside this very house, water rising through the floors, swallowing them room by room. Names emerged. Elias, the father, Mary and little Tommy. Drowned, all of them. Bodies lost to the depths when the dam held, but the hollow flooded. Panic built slow, a cold coil in my gut. This wasn't right. Hallucinations from exhaustion? But the details felt too real, too specific. I backed toward the door, flashlight sweeping wildly. Then I felt it, dampness under my boots. Water seeping through the cracks in the floor, pooling around my ankles. Impossible. The night was dry, no rain for days, the lake calm outside. But there it was, cold and insistent, rising inch by inch, carrying the chill of the deep. My breath came short, fogging in the air as the temperature plummeted. The voices swelled, overlapping. Stay with us, it's warm below. No more pain. I sloshed through the growing puddle, heart hammering, and burst out onto the porch. The water followed, trickling over the threshold, but outside, the ground was bone dry. I ran back to the truck, shoes squelching, fumbling with the door. Climbed in, slammed it shut, turned the key. Click. Nothing. Battery dead, but the lights had worked fine. I tried again, silence. The cab felt like a tomb. The lake house watching from across the grass. Doors still ajar. Shadows moving faintly in the windows now, as if figures paced inside. The night stretched endless after that. I locked the doors, huddled in the berth with my jacket pulled tight, flashlight clutched like a talisman. The voices faded to whispers, but never fully gone, murmuring through the vents, recounting the flood over and over, the terror of the water claiming them. I thought of my own losses, my boy, gone too soon, my marriage, drowned in grief, the empty roads that led nowhere but back to myself. Was this some kind of reckoning? The mountains pulling up old sorrows? Hours blurred, the cold seeping deeper, my breaths visible in the dim. I watched the house, convinced shapes lingered just beyond the glass, tall, indistinct, waiting. No phone signal, no passing cars, just me and the lake's unblinking eye reflecting the moon. Dawn broke finally, pale light creeping over the ridges, dissolving the shadows. The whispers hushed to nothing. I turned the key one last time. The engine caught, roaring like a beast awakened. I didn't wait, threw it in gear and tore out, gravel flying, the lake house shrinking in the mirror. I drove straight through to Ohio, didn't stop until the mountains were behind me. That was 4 years ago. I still run Route 19, bills don't pay themselves, but I skip that rest area, push on even when my eyes beg for rest. Yet in the quiet stretches when the CB hisses static or the wind creaks like old boards, I hear it again. That faint plea, help? Water rising. And I wonder if one day it'll pull me under, those drowned echoes calling me home to the depths where the forgotten wait. The Appalachians don't let go easy, and maybe they've got a place for me too. Story 4. I've been logging miles on Tennessee's back roads for close to 18 years now, ever since I left the factory job in Knoxville that was sucking the life out of me one shift at a time. Born in a hollow near Chattanooga, I grew up with the mountains as my backyard, dense forests where the trees crowd so tight they block out the sky, and rivers that carve deep scars into the earth. Trucking seemed like freedom at first, just me, my rig, and the endless ribbon of asphalt unspooling under the wheels. I haul mostly dry goods these days, crates of hardware from Memphis to Nashville, or lumber up from the mills in the south. The pay's steady, but the nights get long, especially in these parts where cell service drops off and the radio fades to static. You learn to live with the isolation, or it eats at you. Folks in the diners along the way spin yarns about the woods, feral families hiding out from the law, old native legends of spirits in the streams, or miners who vanished in cave-ins, their ghosts still wandering the hollers. I always listen with half an ear, figuring it was just boredom talking. But there's truth in some of those tales, the kind that creeps up on you slow. Like what happened at the rest stop by Willow Lake. That night haunts me still, a shadow in the corner of my mind that won't fade. It was a humid summer night, the kind where the air hangs heavy and the bugs sing loud enough to drown out your thoughts. I'd been on the road since dawn, dodging deer that darted across the Tulane like suicidal shadows, their eyes glowing in my high beams. My load was light, empty trailer heading back from a drop in Jackson, but the exhaustion weighed heavy, bones aching from the vibrations of the engine. I needed to pull over, grab some shut-eye before I nodded off at the wheel. Willow Lake rest stop was the next one up, off a forgotten stretch of Highway 70, tucked away in a valley where the hills rise steep on either side. It's not much, a patched asphalt lot with space for a handful of vehicles. No lights except what the moon provides, and a chain-link fence half buried in kudzu. The lake itself is small, fed by underground springs from the old mining country nearby. Its waters dark and still, reflecting the stars like a black mirror. Across the narrow end, Maybe 100 yards over the water stands this old lake house, built back in the 30s for some resort that never took off. Now it's just a skeleton of weathered clapboard, windows boarded in places, dock rotting into the shallows. I'd stopped there once or twice before, always during the day, never lingered. But that night, with midnight come and gone, it was the only spot for miles. I eased the truck in, tires humming over the uneven pavement, and parked at the edge facing the lake. Killed the engine, the sudden quiet rushing in like a wave. The cab ticked as it cooled, and I cracked the window to let in the breeze. Warm, carrying the scent of wet soil and pine resin, mixed with that faint, fishy undertone from the water. No other vehicles around, just me in the night. I stretched my legs outside for a minute, boots crunching on gravel littered with cigarette butts and faded candy wrappers. The moon was full, hanging low over the ridges, casting a silvery path across the lake's surface. That's when I first noticed it, lights dancing beneath the water. Faint glows, like lanterns submerged deep, bobbing and swirling in slow currents. Greenish blue, pulsing softly. I squinted, rubbing my eyes. Reflections from the moon, maybe, or some bioluminescent algae stirred up by the heat. I'd heard of that in southern lakes, nothing sinister. Shook my head, climbed back in the cab, and settled into the sleeper berth. Pulled the curtain, dimmed the interior light, and tried to unwind. My mind wandered to home. The empty apartment in Knoxville, the ex who left years back, taking the dog with her. Loneliness settles in deep on nights like this, but sleep usually chases it away. It didn't that night. A chill crept in, slow at first, like the heater had failed even though the cab was sealed tight. I burrowed under my blanket, breath visible in faint puffs, but the cold deepened, seeping into my bones like winter fog. I dozed fitfully, dreams fragmented, images of dark tunnels collapsing, men shouting as dirt filled their lungs. Woke abruptly, heart pounding, unsure why. The clock glowed, 2:43 a.m. Sat up, peering through the windshield streaked with condensation. The lights under the water had brightened, casting an eerie glow that lit the shore in pale hues. And there on the far bank near the lake house, figures. 3 or 4, outlined against the moonlight, standing motionless at the water's edge. They waved, slow, deliberate motions, arms rising and falling like signals for help. No sound carried across the lake, just silent desperation in their movements. My skin crawled. Fishermen? Lost hikers? But at this hour, in the dead of night? No boats on the water, no flashlights. I watched, frozen, as they continued, waves growing more urgent, as if pleading. Common sense said stay put, but curiosity, or stupidity, pulled me out. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, its beam cutting a shaky path through the dark as I stepped down. The air felt thicker now, charged with a low hum vibrating through the ground, barely audible, but felt in my chest like a distant train. I walked to the lake's edge, boots sinking slightly in the soft mud, the water lapping inches from my toes. The figures were clearer now. Men, from the build, clothed in shadows, faces obscured. Their waving didn't stop, arms mechanical, insistent. "Hey, you need help?" I shouted, voice echoing flat across the surface. No response, just the hum growing steadier, resonating in my teeth. The underwater lights pulsed brighter, illuminating the shallows, shapes down there, twisted and reaching, like branches or limbs. I shook it off, adrenaline sharpening my senses. The lake house loomed across the way, its silhouette stark, windows like empty sockets. Something drew me closer. I skirted the shore, following an overgrown path that wound through reeds whispering in the breeze. The hum intensified with each step, a vibration that tugged at my thoughts, muddling them. Up close, the house exhaled decay, peeling paint curling like dead skin, porch steps sagging under moss. The door hung ajar, hinges rusted silent. I shouldn't have gone in, but the waving figures were just beyond, on the other side of the building, and the pull was strong. Flashlight sweeping, I pushed inside. Dust hung thick, motes swirling in the beam. The rooms were sparse. A kitchen with a rusted stove, Living area with a threadbare rug, furniture draped in sheets yellow by time. But the walls covered in faded photos, black and white snapshots pinned haphazardly. Faces staring out. Men in overalls, hard hats tilted, smiles frozen from another era. Miners, from the look, coal dust on their cheeks, tools in hand. I leaned closer, the hum louder now, buzzing in my ears. Tales flooded back, ones I'd heard in truck stops along the Cumberland Plateau. A cave-in nearby, back in '52 at the Willow Mine. Dozens trapped when a seam collapsed, flooding the shafts with groundwater. Bodies never recovered, lost to the underground rivers that fed into the lake. Families waited weeks, but nothing. Some said the lights were their lanterns, still searching for a way out. I dismissed it then, but here, in the dim glow, filtering through the windows from the water, it felt real. Outside, the figures had moved, closer to the dock, waving still, but now their outlines shimmered, distorted by the intensifying lights below. I stepped onto the porch, boards creaking underfoot, and shone my light across the lake. The glow brightened, revealing more shapes in the depths. Elongated forms, reaching upward, fingers splayed as if grasping for the surface. The hum swelled, a low drone that pulled at my mind, whispering fragments, names please, echoes of help us up, or buried deep. Panic rose slow, a cold wave washing over me. Were they hallucinations? Exhaustion mixing with the humid night air? Or something more, the land regurgitating its dead? I backed away, heart slamming, and ran the path back to the truck, reeds slapping my legs. The cab welcomed me like a sanctuary. I locked the doors, breath ragged, watching the shore. The figures didn't approach, but their waving continued through the hours, silhouettes etched against the glowing water. The hum persisted, vibrating the steering wheel, tugging at memories I'd buried. My own father, lost to a mining accident when I was a kid, body crushed, but recovered. Unlike these. Guilt surfaced, sharp and unbidden. Why him? Why not me in his place? The night dragged, endless, the chill deepening until my fingers numbed. Sunrise came gradual, pink fingers creeping over the hills, dimming the underwater lights to nothing. The figures faded with the glow, dissolving into mist rising off the lake. The hum quieted to silence. I turned the key. The engine caught on the first try, as if nothing had happened. I pulled out slow, tires crunching, glancing back in the mirror. The lake house stood empty, windows blank. Drove straight through to Knoxville. Didn't stop until the city lights surrounded me. That was 5 years back. I still run those back roads. Got no choice, it's all I know. But I steer clear of Willow Lake after dark, add hours to my route if needed. Yet on moonlit nights, when the highway's empty and deer eyes gleam, I catch flickers in the rear view. Faint glows on the horizon, drawing me back. And in the quiet, that hum returns, soft but insistent, pulling at thoughts I can't escape. The mountains bury their own, and maybe they've buried part of me too. Waiting for the day I join the lights below. Story 5. I've been trucking through the Appalachians for what feels like a lifetime, 22 years, to be exact, ever since I dropped out of community college and traded textbooks for CDL. Grew up in a trailer park outside Asheville, North Carolina, where the mountains were both playground and prison, their ridges hemming us in like watchful giants. The roads here are unforgiving. Narrow twists that hug cliff sides, fog that rolls in thick as soup, and stretches where you don't see another soul for hours. I haul furniture mostly from factories in the valleys to warehouses up north, the kind of loads that rattle your bones on potholed highways. It's a solitary life, one that suits me after the divorce. No kids, no ties, just the hum of the diesel and the occasional crackle of the CB radio swapping weather warnings with strangers. But solitude has its edges, sharp ones that cut when the night deepens. You hear things out here, branches snapping like footsteps, winds moaning through the trees like lost voices. Locals in greasy spoons talk of feral folks squatting in the woods, descendants of moonshiners gone wild, or older legends of wanderers who never made it home. I always shrug it off, focused on the next mile. Until that pre-dawn hour at the rest stop by Cedar Lake. That one clings to me, a cold hand on the shoulder I can't shake. It was early spring, the kind where frost still bites the air, but the first green buds promised something warmer. I'd been pushing hard from Charlotte, a heavy load of oak tables that shifted with every turn, my eyes burning from the glare of high beams reflecting off wet pavement. Deer had been thick that night, ghostly shapes leaping from the underbrush, forcing me to swerve more than once. Dawn was close, maybe an hour away, but fatigue pulled at me like gravity, making my lids heavy. I needed to stop, stretch, maybe nap until the light chased the shadows. The Cedar Lake rest area was the next pull-off, a forgotten blip off Highway 64, nestled in a hollow where the lake spreads out like a dark stain on the land. It's not on most maps anymore. The state let it decay after funding dried up, leaving just a gravel loop, a rusted sign half buried in vines, and no amenities beyond a trash bin overflowing with soda cans. The lake itself is ancient, carved by glaciers or some long-ago flood. Its waters deep and still, fringed by cedars that give it the name. On the opposite shore, across a misty expanse, hulks this old lake house, like a sentinel, its frame weathered to bone gray, porch wrapping around like arms ready to embrace or ensnare. I'd heard it was built in the 1920s by a logging family, abandoned when the industry busted. Never thought much of it, just a relic in the mist. I rolled in slow, tires crunching over loose stones, the lot empty as a grave. Parked facing the water, killed the engine, and stepped out into the chill. The air smelled of damp earth and cedar resin, sharp and clean, with fog curling up from the lake like breath from sleeping depths. No sounds, no birds stirring yet, no distant traffic, just the soft lap of water against the shore, rhythmic as a heartbeat. I walked a bit, boots sinking in the soft ground near the edge, stretching my back and rolling my shoulders. The house loomed across the way, shrouded in mist, its windows black voids reflecting nothing. Dawn's edge tinted the sky, faint gray, promising light soon. I was about to climb back in when movement caught my eye, a figure emerging from the fog on the near shore, maybe 30 yards off. Tall, lanky, dressed in outdated clothes. A flannel shirt tucked into high-waisted pants, boots caked in mud. Thumb out classic hitchhiker pose. My first thought was caution. Pick up strangers at your peril out here. But he looked harmless, weary, like he'd been walking all night. No backpack, no gear, just standing there, arm extended. Against better judgment, something tugged at me. Pity, maybe, or the loneliness of the road making me soft. I waved him over, shouting, "Where you headed?" He approached slow, steps silent on the gravel, fog parting around him like reluctant curtains. Up close, he was older than I thought. 50s, maybe face line deep as bark, eyes shadowed under a brimmed hat that looked like it belonged in an old photo. Smelled of damp earth, like fresh-turned soil after rain, with a faint undernote of lake water, stagnant and cool. "Take me home," he said, voice gravelly but soft, accent thick with the hills. West Virginia twang, maybe. "No, hello, no thanks, just that." I hesitated, door open, but nodded. "Up in. Which way?" He climbed up without a word, settling into the passenger seat, hands folded in his lap. I got back in, started the engine, the warmth from the heater chasing the chill. Glanced over. He stared straight ahead, unblinking. "Directions?" I prompted, pulling out onto the highway. "Left at the fork," he muttered, pointing vaguely. I drove, the fog thickening as we climbed out of the hollow, headlights piercing white walls that swallowed the road. Minutes ticked by in silence, the kind that presses heavy. I tried small talk, rough night walking, but he only grunted, eyes fixed on the passing trees. The smell grew stronger, cloying, like wet dirt seeping into the cab. He gave directions sporadically. Right here, straight through the bend. But something felt off. The route looped, circling back toward the lake instead of heading out. I knew these roads like my veins. We should have been climbing toward the interstate by now. "This ain't leading nowhere," I said, frustration edging my voice. "Where's home exactly?" He turned then, slow, eyes meeting mine, pupils dark as the lake depths, no reflection in them. "Home," He repeated a whisper now. I glanced back at the road, swerving to avoid a pothole, then over again. The seat was empty. No sign of him. No door opening, no click of the belt. Just gone. My heart slammed, hands gripping the wheel white-knuckled. On the dash, where his hand had rested briefly, a wet print, palm and fingers clear in condensation, dripping slow like it had just emerged from water. I slammed the brakes, truck skidding to a halt on the shoulder. Breath ragged, I wiped the print, cold to the touch, leaving a smear that evaporated quick. The fog had lifted some, dawn's light filtering gray through the trees. I was back near the rest stop, the lake glinting below. Panic clawed, but curiosity, or denial, pushed me out. The house across the water, its doors swung open now, a black invitation against the paling sky. I shouldn't have crossed, but I did, following a faint path around the shore, reeds whispering against my legs. The water lapped louder, insistent, like murmurs. Up close, the house exhaled neglect. Porch boards warped, paint flaked to reveal rot beneath. The open door creaked in the breeze, hinges whining like faint cries. I called out, "Anyone here?" Echoes swallow my words. Stepped inside, the air heavy, thick with dust and mildew, cooler than outside like a cave. Room sparse. A kitchen with a wood stove cold as stone, living area with a sagging armchair, bookshelves bowed under moldy volumes. On a table, journals, leather-bound, pages yellowed, stacked as if waiting. I flipped one open, flashlight from my pocket beam, dancing over faded ink. Entries from decades back. June 47. Picked up a wanderer on the lake road. Vanished mid-ride, left only mud. Another. Hitchers come with a mist, seeking passage they never find. Disappearances detailed. Truckers, travelers, locals thumbing rides. All circling back to the lake, vanishing into its depths. Names, dates, sketches of faces like the man's, outdated clothes and hollow eyes. Legends woven in. Forest folk gone feral after the Great Depression, drowning in the lake during floods, their unrest pulling the living in for company. The air grew heavier, pressing on my chest, whispers stirring. Faint at first, like wind through cracks, but forming words, "Stay home now." Shadows lengthened in the corners, though the light outside brightened. A chill ran up my spine, the journals trembling in my hands. Footsteps? Or just the house settling? I bolted, dropping the book, pounding across the porch, path blurring as I ran. Back at the truck, key in ignition. Engine turned over reluctant, sputtering before catching. I gunned it, tires spinning mud, shadows in the mirror pursuing, or maybe just trees whipping by. The lake receded, fog burning off in the rising sun. That was 7 years ago. I still drive the Appalachian routes. Gotta eat, but I don't pick up hitchers anymore, not even in broad day. And in the solitude of the cab, when dawn edges the sky and mist rises off some nameless creek, I feel it, a presence in the passenger seat, damp and waiting. A handprint fogs the dash sometimes, gone when I blink. The past hitches rides with the unwary, and maybe it's hitched with me for good, whispering from the edges where the road meets the unknown. The mountains keep what they take, and I wonder how long before they claim the rest. Story 6. I've been hauling loads through Kentucky's rolling hills for over a decade now, ever since I left the coal mines behind and traded one kind of darkness for another. Born in a small town near Hazard, where the mountains cradle you tight and the winters bite deep, I grew up knowing the land's moods. The way fog clings to the hollows like a shroud, or how the rivers swell after a storm, carrying away what isn't nailed down. Trucking felt like escape at first. Open roads, no roof caving in on you, just the steady rumble of the engine and the freedom to move. I pull everything from gravel to groceries, snaking through back roads where the GPS glitches and the radio picks up nothing but static laced with gospel preachers' warning of sins unspoken. It's a lonely gig, especially at night when the world narrows to your headlights and the shadows beyond. You get used to it, or think you do, until the isolation turns inward, making you question every rustle in the brush or flicker in the distance. Folks in the truck stops swap stories over biscuits and gravy. Feral families lurking in the woods, descendants of folks who fled society after the wars, or older tales of lost souls tied to the land. I always listened polite but kept driving. That changed one windless night at the isolated rest area near Raven Lake. What happened there seeped into me, a quiet dread that no amount of miles can outrun. It was late fall, the leaves stripped bare from the trees, leaving branches like skeletal fingers scratching at the sky. I'd loaded up in Lexington that afternoon, crates of farm equipment bound for Louisville, and the drive had dragged on, the hills folding in endless waves under a moonless night. My back throbbed from the seat, eyes strained from peering through the dark for deer or fallen rocks. I needed a break, somewhere off the beaten path to avoid the chatter of other rigs. The rest area by Raven Lake fit the bill, a forgotten pull-off on a county road, gravel lot overgrown with weeds, no lights or vending machines since the budget cuts hit. It's tucked in a valley where the lake spreads out cold and black, fed by springs from the old mining shafts nearby. The water's always still, like it's holding its breath, ringed by dense woods that muffle sound. Across the narrow end, on a spit of land jutting into the lake, sits this old lake house, boards warped by damp, roof mossy and sagging, porch wrapping around like a weary embrace. Built back in the 40s by some fishermen, they say, but empty for years. I'd stopped there a few times before, always in daylight, never thought twice about it. That night, pulling in around 1 a.m., the lot was empty, my tires the only sound crunching over the stones. I parked facing the water, killed the engine, and let the silence settle. No wind stirring, not even a whisper through the trees, just a faint tick of the metal cooling and the distant hoot of an owl somewhere in the hills. The air outside was crisp, carrying the scent of wet leaves and lake mud, that earthy tang that clings to your clothes. I stepped out to stretch, joints popping, and lit a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating the cab's interior. The lake house loomed across the way, a dark shape against darker water, its porch barely visible in the starlight. I leaned against the truck, inhaling deep, trying to shake the road haze from my mind. That's when I heard it, a creak, rhythmic, like what underweight, as if someone rocked slow in an invisible chair on that porch. It echoed faint across the water, steady, creak, pause, creak, no wind to blame, no branches rubbing. I froze, cigarette midway to my lips, ears straining. It continued, deliberate, like a heartbeat from the past. I told myself it was the house settling, old timbers contracting in the cold. Happens all the time in these hills. But the unease built, a slow coil in my gut, making the night feel heavier. I climbed back into the cab, locked the doors out of habit, and settled in the sleeper berth with a thermos of coffee I'd brewed earlier. The creaking persisted, filtering through the glass, echoing in the still air. I watched from the window, the house a silhouette, imagining the porch rocking empty. Minutes turned to an hour, the sound unwavering, pulling at my nerves like a loose thread. Why didn't it stop? I sipped the lukewarm brew, mind wandering to home. The empty trailer in Pikeville, the letters from my brother, sitting unopened on the counter. Loneliness creeps in on nights like this, amplified by the isolation. The creaking seemed louder now, vibrating faintly through the water, or maybe just in my head. I couldn't take it anymore. Grabbed my flashlight, stepped out again, the gravel crunching underfoot like bones. The air felt thicker, charged with that same stillness. I walked toward the shore, beams sweeping the ground, puddles from an earlier rain reflecting the stars, but no tracks, no signs of life. As I neared the water's edge, the creaking stopped, abrupt like a switch flipped. Silence rushed back, oppressive, broken only by my breathing. I shone the light across the lake, the beam diffusing in the mist starting to rise. The house stood unchanged, door shut tight. But then, a flicker inside, a warm glow, like a lantern igniting, casting elongated shadows through the windows. My heart skipped. Squatters? Kids messing around? But at this hour, in the dead of nowhere, the light danced briefly, then steadied, illuminating the interior faintly. I hesitated, boots rooted in the mud. Common sense screamed, turn back. But the silence pulled me, curiosity overriding fear. There's a path around the lake, overgrown but passable, skirting the woods. I followed it, branches snagging my jacket, the flashlight cutting a narrow tunnel through the dark. The mist thickened, curling around my legs like fingers, the water lapping softly to my left. Up close, the house exhaled age, paint chipped to reveal splintered wood, windows fogged with grime. The porch was empty, no chair, no rocker, just weathered planks creaking faintly under my weight as I stepped up. The door was unlocked, handle cold as ice. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning low. Inside, dust hung in the air, motes swirling in my beam. The rooms were sparse, a kitchen with a rusted sink, living area with a stone fireplace cold and ashy, furniture covered in sheets like ghosts. No signs of recent life, no footprints in the dust, no warmth. The lantern glow I'd seen? Gone. The house plunged back into shadow. I moved deeper, floorboards protesting, heart thumping steady. In the back room, a bedroom maybe, I found remnants. A dresser with drawers ajar, yellowed letters scattered, a faded photo on the wall. A woman in a simple dress, standing on the porch, eyes staring out with quiet sorrow. The air grew heavy, scented with decay and something floral, like old lavender sachet gone sour. Shadows played tricks in the corners, stretching long as if reaching. I backed out, unease prickling my scalp, and returned to the porch. The creaking didn't resume, but the silence felt watchful now, the lake a black void beyond. Back at the truck, I climbed in, hands shaking slightly as I locked up. Glanced in the side mirrors to back out. No need to stay longer. That's when I saw it, a silhouette on the porch. Motionless, outlined against the house, tall and slender, like a woman standing sentinel. My breath caught. Had it been there before? I hadn't seen anyone inside. I stared, the figure unmoving, but somehow closer. Or was that my imagination? I started the engine, but kept watching. Local lore flooded back. Stories I'd heard in a diner near Moorhead. A widow who lived in that house back in the 60s. Her husband drowned in a boating mishap one still night. Body dragged under by currents from the old mines. She waited eternally, rocking on the porch, calling out across the water. Folks said she died of grief, but her vigil continued, drawing the unwary with that rhythmic creak, seeking company in her endless wait. I dismissed it as tall tale, but now, with the figure there, it chilled me deeper than the night air. The creaking started again, but closer this time, not from across the lake, but echoing around the truck, vibrating through the chassis like it came from below. Creak, pause, creak. I revved the engine, but didn't pull out, transfixed, watching the mirror. The silhouette shifted, inching forward, or so it seemed, step by imperceptible step along the porch. Hours passed like that, the night endless. I huddled in the cab, heater blasting, but no warmth reaching the bone-deep cold. The creaking grew insistent, pulling at my thoughts, whispering fragments. Names, please, echoes of come back, or wait with me. Memories surfaced unbidden. My own losses, the wife who left after too many nights alone, the father swallowed by a mind collapse when I was a boy. Was this her way, the widow's, of sharing the grief? The figure drew nearer in the mirror, crossing the invisible divide, shadows lengthening toward the lot. Panic built slow, a tide rising, my breath shallow in the confined space. No phone signal, no passing lights on the road above, just me, the lake, and that relentless creek. Dawn came gradual, gray light seeping over the hills, dissolving the mist inch by inch. The creaking faded to nothing, the silhouette erasing like smoke in the breeze. The porch stood empty once more. I threw the truck into gear, peeled out without looking back, gravel spitting behind. Drove straight through to Louisville, didn't stop until the city noise drowned the quiet. That was 3 years ago. I still haul through Kentucky's hills. Life doesn't pause for ghosts, but I avoid Raven Lake, detour miles on windless nights. Yet in quiet stops, when the engine's off and the world holds still, I hear it, that rhythmic creak, faint but persistent, vibrating in my memory. And sometimes, in the mirrors, a shadow lingers just out of sight, waiting. The Appalachians cradle their sorrows close, and maybe they've cradled mine now, rocking eternal in the still night. Story 7. I've been running rigs through Virginia's Appalachian backcountry for nearly 15 years now, ever since the plant in Roanoke shut down and left me scrambling for work. Grew up in a hollow near Staunton, where the Blue Ridge Mountains fold in on themselves like old quilts, and the fog can swallow a man whole if he's not careful. Trucking was supposed to be temporary, a way to pay the bills after my wife left, taking our daughter with her to some suburb in Maryland where the air doesn't smell like pine and regret. But the road grew on me, or maybe it just numbed me. The endless switchbacks, the deer eyes glowing in the dark, the way the hills seem to breathe when you're alone at night. I haul construction supplies mostly from quarries in the valleys to sites up north, dodging rock slides and the occasional black bear lumbering across the lane. Isolation comes with the territory. You learn to embrace it, or it breaks you. I've heard the stories in roadside diners, feral people scraping by in the woods, descendants of folks who fled the law or the mines, or whispers of wanderers lost to the floods that carved these lands. Always nodded along, but kept my eyes on the horizon, until that foggy evening at the rest stop by Hollow Lake. While I encountered, there wasn't something you drive away from clean. It was mid-November, the air turning raw with the promise of snow, leaves matted underfoot like forgotten promises. I'd picked up a load of rebar in Lynchburg that morning, heavy enough to make the trailer groan on the inclines, and the drive west had been a slog. Rain spitting intermittent, turning the asphalt slick and the visibility to nothing. My shoulders knotted from gripping the wheel, mind foggy from the thermos of black coffee that had gone cold hours ago. Sunset came early in the mountains, bleeding red behind the ridges before plunging everything into gray. I needed a spot to park, let the rig cool, and grab a few hours shut-eye before pushing on a Winchester. The rest area at Hollow Lake was the closest, off a winding county road that locals avoid after dark, a gravel patch tucked against the water's edge. It's not marked well anymore. Vines choke the sign, and the lot's pitted with holes from years of neglect. The lake itself is a relic, hollowed out by old river diversions, deep in spots where the currents hide snags and silt. Woods crowd the shores, thick with oak and hickory, and on the bend, a crook where the water curves lazy, stands this old lake house. Ramshackle thing, boards silvered by weather, roof dipped in the middle like it's sighing. Built back in the 30s for some hunting club, they say, but empty now, windows like blind eyes staring out. I'd pulled in there once or twice before, always in broad day, never lingered. That night, rolling in around 7 p.m., the fog was already rising, thick as milk from the water, the lot deserted. I eased the truck to a stop near the edge, tires sinking slightly in the soft gravel, engine rumbling down to quiet. The silence hit like a weight. No wind rustling the leaves, no distant hum of traffic from the highway miles away. Just a faint drip of condensation from the trees, and the lake's surface hidden under a blanket of mist curling up like smoke from a smothered fire. I stepped out, boots crunching, zipped my jacket against the chill that seeped through like fingers probing for warmth. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, with that underlying murk from the water, stagnant, like secrets buried deep. I walked a bit, stretching my legs, flashlight from the cab, cutting a weak beam through the fog. The house loomed on the bend, shrouded, its outline blurred as if the mist was erasing it edge by edge. I shook off the unease. Truckers get jumpy after long hauls, and climbed back in, locking the doors out of habit. Brewed a fresh cup from my stash, the steam fogging the windshield as I settled in, radio tuned to static since the signal dropped in these valleys. That's when I first saw them. Vague at first, shapes in the mist, emerging from the water's edge toward my parked rig. 2, maybe 3, humanoid, drifting slow like they were wading through something thicker than air. My heart kicked up, coffee sloshing in the mug. Deer? No, too upright, too deliberate in their approach. I wiped the window, peering out. The fog played tricks, But they were there, figures indistinct, moving with a purpose that sent a prickle down my spine. No sounds, no footsteps, no voices, just silent forms circling the lot, drawing nearer. I locked eyes on one, or tried. Its face blurred, like an old photo faded by time, features smudged to nothing. Panic built slow, a cold knot in my chest. Homeless folks? Lost hikers? But in this remote spot, with no trails leading in, I hunkered down, lights off to avoid drawing attention, watching as they orbited the truck, insistent but unhurried. One pause near the trailer, silhouette elongated in the mist, as if listening. My breaths came shallow, cab feeling smaller, the isolation pressing in like the hills themselves. Minutes stretched to an hour, the figures persisting, circling without tiring. A knock came then, soft at first, on the passenger door, like knuckles rapping polite. I froze, every muscle taut. No one visible when I craned my neck, just the mist swirling. Another knock, urgent now, vibrating through the metal. "Who's there?" I muttered, voice barely above a whisper, but no answer. The figures had drawn closer, encircling tighter, their blurred faces turned toward the cab. I considered starting the engine, peeling out, but the fog was a wall now, visibility zero. Risk a ditch or the lake itself. The knocks continued, rhythmic, pulling at me. Memories surfaced unbidden. Tales from a bar in Harrisonburg about Hollow Lake, named for the way it echoes emptiness. Floods back in the 80s swallowed trails and homesteads, wanderers vanishing into the depths, hikers, hunters, folks just passing through, claimed by the currents. Echoes, they called them, lingering in the mist, seeking guides to lead them out. I'd laughed it off over beer, but here, trapped in that cab, it didn't seem so absurd. I couldn't resist anymore. The pull's too strong. Curiosity laced with dread. Grabbed my flashlight and a crowbar from under the seat, stepped out into the fog. The air enveloped me, cold and clammy, seeping through my clothes like wet hands. The figures had receded slightly, drifting back toward the bend, as if leading. I followed, heart pounding, the path along the shore slick underfoot, reeds whispering against my jeans. The lake house emerged from the mist, door ajar like an invitation. No lights inside, but the fog glowed faintly, illuminating the porch. I climbed the steps, boards creaking soft, and pushed in. The interior was musty, air thick with dust and abandonment. Flashlights swept the rooms. Kitchen bare save for a rusted stove, living area with a sagging couch, walls papered in peeling maps, yellow charts of old trails, marked with red lines submerging into the lake's outline. Notes scrawled in faded ink. Path to Mill Creek. Lost 82. Hikers missing. Last seen at Bend. The figures outside. They were echoes, wanderers claimed by floods, their forms blurred by time and water, forever seeking someone to guide them home. A chill ran deeper, the mist pressing against the windows like breath. Back outside, the figures had multiplied, or seemed to, drifting closer, silent pleas in their movements. I ran the path back, fog thickening to a shroud, cold seeping through my skin. Reached the truck, slammed the door, but the mist followed, enveloping the rig, tendrils sneaking through the seals, frosting the glass from inside. The knocks resumed, now from all sides, urgent fingers tapping. I huddled, crowbar gripped white-knuckled, the cab a cocoon in the whiteout. Hours blurred, the cold numbing my limbs, whispers filtering through, faint names, pleas for direction, tugging at my own losses. The family I let slip away, the roads that led nowhere but back to solitude. Were they calling to that emptiness in me, offering a twisted companionship in the depths? Dawn broke slow, pale light piercing the trees, dispersing the mist inch by inch. The figures faded with it, dissolving to nothing. The knock silenced. I turned the key. The engine caught, hesitant at first, then steady. Pulled out careful, fog lifting to reveal the empty lot, the lake house standing innocuous on the bend. Drove onto Winchester, sun chasing the chill, but not all of it. That was 4 years back. I still traverse Virginia's depths, bills demanded. but I skirt Hollow Lake on foggy eves, add miles to my log. Yet their presence clings, a quiet pull in the mist that rises on other nights, blurred faces in the rear view, whispering directions I fear I'll one day follow. The Appalachians hold their loss close, and maybe they've marked a path for me too, waiting in the water's bend. Story 8. I've been trucking through North Carolina's backways for what feels like an eternity, going on 16 years now, since the day I traded my old factory job in Raleigh for the open road and a paycheck that came with no strings but the ones tying me to the highway. Grew up in a dusty corner of the Piedmont, but the Appalachians always called to me, their ridges rising like the spine of some ancient beast, full of hidden hollows and forgotten streams. The job's simple. Haul textiles from mills in the foothills to warehouses down south, dodging the twists and turns where the pavement cracks under the weight of too many winters. It's a life of solitude, one that suits a man like me after losing my brother to a hiking accident years back, swallowed by a ravine during a storm, body never found. I don't talk much about it. The road doesn't ask questions. But out here, in the quiet stretches where the trees crowd close and the night falls heavy, you start to feel the land's memory pressing in. Whispers in the wind, shapes in the fog. I've heard the tales in dimly lit diners, truckers spinning yarns about feral folks lurking in the woods, survivors of old feuds or mining busts, living wild and watching from the shadows. Or worse, the unquiet echoes of those claimed by the floods and lakes that these hills. I always nodded, sipped my coffee, and drove on. Until that dead night at the rest area by Whisper Lake. What I heard there bubbles up in my mind still, a sound no engine roar can drown. It was a sweltering July evening, the kind where the heat lingers long after the sun dips behind the peaks, turning the air thick and sticky like molasses. I've been on the pedals since dawn, weaving through the Nantahala forest roads with a load of cotton bales that shifted uneasy on the inclines, my eyes gritty from the glare of low beams cutting through the dusk. Deer had been out in force, their silhouettes flashing in the underbrush, forcing me to brake hard more than once. Exhaustion clawed at me, the kind that makes your thoughts sluggish and the wheel feel foreign in your hands. I needed to pull over, let the rig breathe, and catch a nap before the morning rush. Whisper Lake Rest Stop was the next haven, an overlooked patch off of County Tulane, gravel lot scarred by rain ruts, no frills beyond a faded sign, and a chain-link fence half-eaten by rust. The lake itself is a quiet body, whispered about in local lore for its deceptive calm, fed by underground springs that keep it deep and cold year-round. Woods hemmed in tight, pines and oaks standing sentinel, and right over the water on rickety stilts perches this old lake house. Looks precarious, like a stiff breeze could topple it into the depths. Built back in the 50s for summer getaways, but weathered now, paint flaked to bare wood, windows smeared with grime. I'd stopped there a couple times before, always in the light, never paid it much mind. That night, easing in around midnight, the lot was empty, my headlights sweeping arcs over the still water before I cut the engine. The silence descended immediate and absolute. No crickets chirping in the heat, no distant rumble from the interstate miles away. Just the soft ping of the metal contracting as the truck cooled, and the faint lap of water against the shore, gentle as a sigh. I stepped out, boots crunching on gravel laced with pine needles, and stretched my arms overhead, joints popping in the humid air. The scent hit me, earth damp from an afternoon shower, mixed with the green tang of algae from the lake. Underlying it all, a faint mustiness, like old attics left to molder. The house on stilts loomed, maybe 50 yards out, its shadow stretching long over the water under the sliver of moon. I lit a cigarette, the flame flickering brief in the dark, and leaned against the cab, letting the nicotine chase the road fog from my brain. Thoughts drifted to home. The empty apartment in Durham, the unanswered messages from my niece, reminders of a life pieced together from fragments. The night felt watchful, the woods holding their breath. I shook it off, ground out the button, climbed back in, locking the doors against nothing in particular. Settled into the sleeper berth with a blanket pulled up, the cab's residual warmth lulling me towards sleep. That's when the laughter started. Faint at first, like a child's giggle carried on a breeze that wasn't there, bubbling up from somewhere below the surface. Unnatural in the dead quiet, it echoed soft across the water, mingling with faint splashes, like stones skipped or hands breaking the surface. My eyes snapped open, staring at the ceiling. Exhaustion playing tricks, I figured, happens after long hauls, your mind conjuring sounds from the engine's ghost hum. I rolled over, pulled the blanket tighter, but it came again, clearer this time. Laughter, light and playful, but edged with something off, like it echoed from a tunnel deep underground. No voices nearby, no cars pulling in. I sat up, peering through the windshield streaked with bug splats. The lake lay still, no ripples disturbing the black mirror, but the sound persisted, growing in layers. More voices joining, a family's mirth, perhaps, but distorted, warped by distance or water. I cracked the window, cool air seeping in, and listened. It seemed to come from the direction of the house, those stilts plunging into the depths. Unease stirred, slow and insidious, like the heat sapping your strength. I told myself it was wildlife, frogs or loons calling weird in the night, but it didn't fit. Human, too human. Minutes dragged, the laughter swelling and fading in waves, now mingled with splashes that sounded deliberate, like bodies diving or thrashing. My heart picked up rhythm, a steady thump against the quiet. I grabbed my flashlight from the dash, its beam cutting a shaky path out the window toward the house. The structure stood unchanged, dark and silent, but the sounds intensified, pulling my gaze to the water beneath. Ripples now, faint disturbances bubbling up, as if something stirred below. Curiosity warred with caution. Truckers don't scare easy, but out here, alone, common sense whispers stay put. The laughter shifted then, turning to sobs, soft at first, then wrenching, a child's cry mixed with an adult's despair. It tugged at me, stirring memories of my brother's accident, the search parties calling his name into the rain-soaked woods. Against better judgment, I stepped out again, flashlight in hand, the gravel shifting under my boots as I approached the shore. The air grew cooler near the water, mist starting to form in wisps over the surface. The house's door, unlocked, ajar even, as if waiting. A rickety walkway led out over the stilts, boards creaking underfoot like warnings. I shouldn't have crossed, but the sobs drew me, echoing louder now, vibrating through the wood. Pushed the door open, the hinges whining low, and stepped inside. The beams swept the room, dust thick on every surface, air stale with disuse and damp. Toys scattered across the floor, a faded red ball, wooden blocks tumbled like they'd been left mid-play, a doll with button eyes staring vacant from a corner. Remnants of a family vacation, frozen in time. The walls held yellowed photos, smiling faces, a man and woman with 2 kids, posing on the porch with fishing poles, the lake serene behind them. Local tales flooded back, ones I'd overheard in a cafe near Franklin. A storm in '78, fierce and sudden, whipping the lake into frenzy. The family caught out on the water, boat capsized, claimed by the depths. Bodies recovered days later, or so they said, but whispers persisted of laughter heard on still nights, echoes from the sunken. The sounds intensified outside, pulling me toward the edge of the porch, where the water lapped hungry below. Splashes closer now, shadows moving just under the surface, twisted forms, reaching. My skin prickled, the sobs turning back to laughter, mocking almost as if inviting me down. I backed away, heart slamming, and fled the walkway, boots pounding the boards. Back in the cab, doors locked, I huddled with the flashlight clutched tight. The water rippled with unseen movement, bubbles breaking the surface in patterns that mimicked play. The laughter swelled through the night, haunting mirth that dragged on endless, weaving into my thoughts. Hours blurred, the cab growing colder despite the heat, my breaths fogging the glass. Memories of my brother resurfaced sharp, his laugh, boyish and free, before the ravine took him. Was this the lake's way of reminding or calling? The sounds pulled at that grief, a disturbing reminder that the road's silence hides deeper voids. I watched the house, convinced shapes flitted in the windows, small hands pressing against the glass. First light crept over the ridges, gray and reluctant, fading the laughter to echoes, then nothing. The ripples stilled, the mist burning off in the sun. I started the engine. It caught easy like nothing had happened, and pulled out, tires spinning brief on the gravel. Drove straight through to my drop. Didn't stop until the mountains fell behind. That was 6 years ago. I still truck North Carolina's backways. Got no other trade, but I bypass Whisper Lake, add hours if the night feels too still. In the silence of the road, when the engine's hum lulls low, it echoes still. That bubbling laughter from the depths, a tug toward edges I can't see. The Appalachians keep their drown close, and maybe they've kept a piece of me too, giggling soft in the quiet places where the water waits. Story 9. I've been driving trucks across Georgia's slice of the Appalachians for about 12 years now, ever since the lumber yard in Dalton closed up and left me with nothing but a pickup and a stack of overdue bills. Born in a little town near the Chattahoochee National Forest, where the hills roll steep and the rivers run murky from old mine runoff, I know these roads like the scars on my hands, twisting paths that climb into fog-shrouded ridges, where cell signal dies and the trees lean in like they're listening. Trucking pays the rent on a cramped apartment in Gainesville, hauling everything from poultry feed to hardware supplies. Long hauls that keep me away from the empty rooms and the memories of a marriage that fizzled out quiet. No drama, just distance growing mile by mile. The solitude's a companion most days. The engines rumble, drowning out thoughts I'd rather not entertain. But out here, in the backcountry where the pavement thins and the woods thicken, that solitude can turn watchful. I've heard the stories in roadside cafes, feral people eking out lives in the underbrush, remnants of families who went off-grid after the mills shut down, or darker tales of things born from the land's wounds, guardians stirred by the poisons we dumped in the streams. I always chalked it up to boredom or moonshine talking, until that humid night at the rest stop near Fern Lake. From the moment I pulled in, the place felt off, like the air itself was holding a grudge. It was late August, the kind of sticky heat that clings to your skin no matter how high you crank the AC, cicadas usually screaming in the trees, but silent that evening, as if something had hushed them. I'd been pushing from Atlanta since noon, a load of fertilizer bags that smelled sharp and chemical even through the trailer seals, my eyes burning from the glare of sun on wet asphalt after afternoon thunderstorm. The roads had been slick, deer darting like ghosts, and fatigue settled heavy in my bones. I needed a break, somewhere quiet to park and sleep off the haze. Fern Lake Rest Area was the spot, tucked off a forgotten stretch of Highway 129, a gravel lot ringed by tall reeds swaying along the water's edge, no lights or facilities, just a weathered sign half-covered in kudzu. The lake's an old reservoir, murky from decades of silt and runoff, fringed thick with ferns and cattails that rustle even on still days. Nearby, swallowed by vines choking its frame like green veins, stands this dilapidated lake house. Windows like empty sockets, roof caving slow under the weight of neglect. Built in the 60s for some fishing retreat, abandoned when the pollution from upstream factories turned the water toxic, fish belly up, and warnings posted that no one heeds anymore. I'd stopped there once before in daylight, but never at night. Pulling in around 10 p.m., the lot empty, my headlights swept over the reeds, casting long shadows that danced unnatural. I killed the engine, the sudden quiet pressing in, broken only by the faint drip of water from the eaves and the soft lap against the shore. Stepped out to stretch, boots sinking into soft gravel mixed with mud from the recent rain, the humidity wrapping around me like a damp blanket. The air smelled of wet vegetation and something acrid, chemical, like the fertilizer I was hauling, or maybe the lake's old poison seeping up. No breeze stirring, yet the reeds rustled faint, a dry whisper that set my teeth on edge. I lit a smoke, leaning against the cab, trying to shake the prickling sense of being watched. That's when I saw it, a shadowy form among the reeds, tall and motionless, eyes glinting brief in the starlight, like an animal's reflection, but higher, human height. My cigarette paused midway, heart stuttering. Bear? No, too slender. Person squatting out here? Unlikely in this remote spit. I stared, straining, but the form blended seamless with the stalks. Only those eyes catching light now and then. Unease built slow, a crawl on my spine. I ground out the butt, climbed back in quick, locking the doors though it felt foolish in the open lot. Settled in the sleeper, blanket pulled up, I try to dismiss it. Exhaustion conjuring shapes happens after staring at white lines too long. But peering through the windshield, the watcher lingered, silhouette sharpening gradual as my eyes adjusted. It inched closer, or seemed to, reeds parting silent around it. No wind to blame. The rustling grew, surrounding the truck now. A dry susurrus like whispers in a language I couldn't parse. My pulse thrummed steady, cab feeling exposed with glass all around. I dimmed the interior light, hunkered low, watching. The form emerged clearer. Humanoid, lanky, clothed in rags or shadows, eyes fixed unblinking on the rig, breath hot in my throat. I considered flashing the highs, scaring it off, but something held me. Fear it'd charge, or worse, vanish only to reappear closer. Minutes stretched to an hour, the watcher drawing nearer, step by imperceptible step, reeds bending as if alive under its passage. Curiosity, mixed with dread, pulled me out eventually. Couldn't just sit trapped all night. Grabbed my tire iron flashlight, stepped down cautious, the gravel loud underfoot. The air thicker now, humidity pressing, reeds rustling louder, though still no wind. Beams sweeping. I approached the house, vines choking its frame, writhing faint in the light. Windows, dark sockets, staring blank. The watcher had receded into the stalks, but I felt its gaze boring in. The door hung ajar, hinges rusted, and I pushed inside, the musty stench hitting like a wall. Rot and damp, laced with that chemical tang. Flashlight danced over the rooms. Floors buckled from leaks. Furniture skeletal under dust sheets. Walls scarred deep with carvings. Not graffiti, but deliberate etchings. Symbols crude and repeating. Figures tall and thin guarding stick-like swimmers. Warnings scratched frantic. It watches from the water. Born of the poison, claims the careless, don't look back. Tales pieced together in my mind. Ones I'd overheard in a bar near Blairsville. Pollution from old plants upstream, killing the lake slow. Fish mutated then gone. People sick. A child drowned strange. Body bloated unnatural. Locals whispered of guardian spirit, rising from the tainted depths. A shadowy watcher in the reeds. Born to protect or avenge. Claiming lives that lingered too long. The rustling exploded outside. Reeds thrashing violent. And a presence loomed sudden. Breath hot on my neck, rank with lake mud and decay. I spun, beam wild, but nothing there, just shadows fleeing the light. Panic surge, tire iron raised, and I bolted, porch boards groaning under my weight, vines snagging like fingers. Back to the truck, fumbling the door, the watcher sharpening in the reeds now. Eyes glinting fierce from lunging closer. Slammed in, key turning sluggish. The engine cranked slow, reluctant, as if bogged down, reeds parting wide around the lot, as if alive, clearing a path or hurting. It caught finally, roaring to life, and I peeled out, tires spinning mud before gripping, headlights piercing the rustling wall that closed behind. Morning came gradual, sun burning off the humidity, banishing the shadows to ordinary stalks swaying innocent in the breeze. The house receded in the mirror, vine still, lake calm. I drove on shaken, didn't stop till civilization crowded in. That was 5 years ago. I still run Georgia's Appalachians. Work demands it, but I avoid reed-lined lakes, detour wide on humid nights. Yet the watcher's gaze follows, a prickle on my neck when the roads narrow and the water glints nearby. In quiet moments, reeds rustle in memory. Eyes glint in the dark, breath hot with unspoken warning. The land guards its wounds jealous, and maybe it's marked me now, waiting patient in the undergrowth for the day I linger too long. Story 10. I've been running solo loads through Pennsylvania's hills for nigh on 18 years now. Ever since the steel mill in Johnstown laid me off, and I figured the open road might treat me better than staying put in a dying town. Grew up in the Laurel Highlands, where the mountains rise sharp and unforgiving, rivers carving deep through the rock like old wounds that never quite heal. The job's straightforward. Haul scrap metal from scrap yards to foundries, or coal when the demand spikes. Winding through back roads where the GPS gives up and the trees close in overhead. It's a life that keeps you moving, away from the empty house I inherited from my folks. Dust gathering on the shelves, echoes of my dad's cough from the black lung lingering in the walls. After my past and my siblings scattered, the solitude of the cab became a kind of comfort. Just me and the diesel growl, no one asking where I've been or why I don't visit. But out here, in the quiet stretches where fog pools in the valleys and the night sounds fade to nothing, that solitude can shift into something watchful. I've heard the tales in truck stops along Route 30. Feral folks hiding in the woods, survivors of mine collapses living off the land, or sadder stories of lovers lost to the currents. Their voices carried on the water when the conditions are right. I always listen with half an ear, nursing a coffee, then hit the road again. Until that solo run to the rest area at Stone Lake. Something about that place called to me in a way I can't explain, and what I heard there still drift back on certain nights. It was early autumn, the leaves just starting to turn rusty at the edges, air crisp enough to bite, but carrying the damp promise of rain. I'd loaded up in Pittsburgh that morning, a heavy trailer of rusted beams bound for a smelter in Erie, the weight making the rig groan on the climbs. The drive north had been grueling. Deer crossing reckless in the twilight, fog patches swallowing the yellow lines, my eyes straining against the oncoming glare. Fatigue settled deep, the kind that makes your thoughts wander to places you'd rather avoid. I needed a spot to park, brew some coffee, and sleep off the miles. Stone Lake rest area drew me like a magnet. Off a narrow spur from Highway 219, a gravel lot tucked against the water, overgrown with weeds and bordered by dense hemlocks. No amenities left, just a faded picnic table chained to a post and a sign warning of no overnight parking that everyone ignores. The lake's old, fed by underground streams from abandoned mines, its surface often still as glass, reflecting the sky like a dark mirror. Extending out over the shallows, a rotting dock leads to this weathered lake house, boards silvered and sturdy despite the decay, perched on pilings that sink into the murk. Built decades ago, for summer folk, abandoned when the cold dried up and the water turned bitter. I passed it plenty, but never stopped long. That night, pulling in just after dusk, the lot empty, the dock called to me faint, the house a silhouette against the fading light. I eased to a stop near the water's edge, tires crunching soft over fallen branches, engine ticking down to silence. The quiet enveloped immediate. No owls calling, no rustle in the underbrush, just the gentle lap of the lake against the pilings. Stepped out, boots sinking slight in the damp gravel, and stretched my back, the cool air filling my lungs with the scent of pine and whetstone. The dock stretched out maybe 40 yards, planks weathered but solid underfoot as I walked a bit, drawn by the stillness. The house at the end loomed larger, windows dark, door hanging open a crack like it hadn't been shut in years. I shook off the pull, climbed back in the cab, and set up my routine. Thermos out, ground scooped, waiting for the water to heat. The cab warmed quick, a small haven against the growing chill. Thoughts drifted to the past. My ex, the arguments that ended quiet, her leaving without a fight. Just a note saying the road had taken too much. Loneliness like this lake, deep and unyielding. That's when the whispers started. Faint across the water, carried soft on the air. Names murmured, pleas half-formed, like voices from a radio tuned between stations. At first, I thought it was wind through the reeds, or my mind playing tricks after too many hours alone. But they persisted, drifting from the direction of the dock, overlapping gentle. Come closer. Wait for me. The current took him. My name wasn't there yet, but the intimacy unnerved me, as if they knew someone was listening. I cracked the window, ears straining. Nothing visible on the dock, the house still and dark. Closed it quick, heart picking up a notch. In the cab, the whispers amplified somehow, echoing faint off the glass, growing personal. Fragments of my route mentioned Pittsburgh to Erie, alone again. How? Imagination, surely, piecing together the quiet. But the house's lights blinked then, brief flickers inside, like candles guttering, drawing my gaze. One window glowed momentary, then another, as if signaling. Unease coiled slow, the coffee forgotten cooling in the mug. I couldn't stay put forever, the pull too strong, curiosity laced with that dread that builds in empty places. Grabbed my flashlight, stepped out again, the gravel louder in the hush. Walked the dock deliberate, boards creaking sturdy under my weight, the water black and close on either side. The whispers swelled with each step, clearer now. Lovers' voices, a man's deep timbre pleading, a woman's soft reply, parted by the lake's currents long ago. The house door yawned wider as I approached, hinges silent. Pushed inside, beams sweeping the dim rooms. Dust thick on the floor, furniture sparse and sheet draped, air heavy with mildew and old paper. On a table in the main room, letters, stacks of them, yellowed envelopes tied with faded ribbon, handwriting elegant but frantic. I read by the light. Tales of forbidden meetings, a couple from rival mining families, trysts on the dock under moonless skies. A storm one night. The man swept away trying to cross in a rowboat, her waiting eternal, grief pulling her in days later. Their voices lingering, whispers urging others to join, to bridge the parting with a leap into the depths. Jump, be together, no more alone. The whispers turned insistent, filling the room, urging me toward the edge, the water's kind. In the waiting, my own losses echoed in them. The family fractured, the road's endless pull mirroring their separation. Panic rose gradual, breath shallow in the confined space. I backed out, dock planks protesting my retreat, the lights blinking frantic behind me. Back in the cab, doors locked, the whispers seeped through somehow, personal pleas weaving into my thoughts. The night filled with dread, hours stretching as the voices cajoled soft, the dock creaking faint as if footsteps paced eternal. I resisted, huddled with hands over ears, but they burrowed deep, stirring sorrow I'd buried mile by mile. Dawn silenced them gradual, light creeping pale over the hills, the whispers fading to echoes, then nothing. The house lights dimmed, dock empty once more. I started the engine. It turned over reluctant, then steady, and pulled away, the lake receding calm in the mirror. Drove on to Erie, delivered the load mechanical, but the chill lingered. That was 8 years back. I still run Pennsylvania's hills. It's all I know, but I avoid docksides, steer clear of still waters after dark. They fade most days, those whispers, but return faint on certain nights. Names and pleas drifting across memory, urging toward edges I won't cross. The Appalachians hold their parted close, and maybe they've whispered a place for me too, waiting patient in the currents below. Story 11. I've been hauling overnight runs through West Virginia for near 20 years now, ever since the mine started closing and the only steady work left was behind the wheel of a big rig. Born in a hollow outside Beckley, where the cold dust settled on everything like a permanent gray snow, I grew up knowing the mountains' moods, the way they trap the cold in winter, or how the fog can roll in sudden and swallow whole valleys. Trucking was my out. Long hauls of timber, chemicals, whatever paid, crisscrossing the state on roads that twist like veins through the hills. It's a solitary life, one I've leaned into since my wife passed young from the cancer that took so many around here, leaving me with an empty trailer home and memories that echo louder in the quiet. The cab's my refuge most nights, the hum of the engine, the CB static, the thermos of coffee keeping me company. But out here, isolation has a way of turning inward, making you hear things in the wind or see shapes in the dark that aren't quite right. I've listened to the stories in truck stops along I-79, feral families scraping by in the woods, folks gone wild after the jobs dried up, or older tales of fishermen lost to sudden freezes, their bodies locked in the lakes like time capsules. I nodded along, but never put much stock in them. Until that summer night at the rest spot by Mirror Lake. The cold that settled there wasn't natural, and it clings to me still, a reminder that some things in these hills don't thaw. It was mid-July, the kind of oppressive heat that makes the air shimmer off the asphalt and sweat pool under your collar no matter how low you set the AC. I'd picked up a load of pipe fittings in Charleston that afternoon, bound for a site up near Morgantown, the trailer heavy enough to slow me on the grades. The day had dragged, thunderstorms popping up random, deer frozen in the headlights, my eyes gritty from the strain. Night fell thick as I crested another ridge, the humidity hanging heavy, promising no relief. I needed to pull over, grab some sleep before the final push. Mirror Lake Rest Area was the spot, tucked off a secondary road near Sutton, a gravel lot with faded stripes, ringed by dense woods sloping down to the water. No lights, no facilities, just a couple of overgrown picnic tables and the lake itself, calm and reflective like its name, fed by cold springs from deep in the mountains. Attached to the old lake house on the shore, a sagging two-story with peeling white paint and a boathouse jutting out over the water on creaky pilings. The house had been there forever, or so it seemed, once a retreat for city folks chasing base, now abandoned after the floods and the mine closures chased everyone away. I'd stopped there a handful of times, always quick, never at night. Pulling in around midnight, the lot empty, the heat still radiating from the engine as I killed it. Silence rushed and immediate, broken only by the faint tick of cooling metal and the soft lap of water against the pilings. Stepped out, boots sticking slight to the warm gravel, and wiped my forehead with a bandana already soaked. The air was thick, humid enough to chew, carrying the scent of lake algae and pine sap baked all day. The boathouse doors, double wide, painted barn red once but faded to rust, banged softly in a breeze I couldn't feel, a rhythmic thud echoing faint across the water. No wind stirring the trees, no leaves rustling, yet those doors moved, slow and deliberate, like someone inside testing the latch. Unease prickled light at first, the kind you dismiss as road weariness. I walked a bit toward the shore, stretching my legs, the house looming dark beside the boathouse, windows blank and uncurtained. The banging persisted, soft but insistent, drawing my eyes. Probably the water current rocking it, I told myself, happens with old structures on lakes. Climbed back in the cab, cranked the fan higher, and settled into the berth with a cold soda from the cooler, trying to cool down inside and out. The chill started subtle, a draft sneaking through the vents despite the summer swelter. I figured the AC overworking, but then frost began forming on the inside of the windows, delicate feathers spreading slow across the glass, impossible in that heat. My breath fogged faint, the cab's temperature plummeting like I'd driven into a cold front overnight. Shivered, pulled a jacket from the overhead, heart picking up as the frost thickened, obscuring the view. Outside, the banging continued, doors thudding softer now, synchronized almost with my pulse. The air in the cab grew biting, numbing my fingers around the soda can, the drink itself icing over. Panic built gradual, rational thoughts fracturing. This was a mechanical failure. The gauge read warm outside, yet inside felt like January and the hollow's memories stirred unbidden. Stories from a diner in Summersville about Mirror Lake, how it freezes sudden in storms, even in mild seasons, trapping fishermen when ice snaps over open water. Old-timers whispered of a bad winter in the 50s, a group out late, blizzard whipping up from nowhere, the lake locking them in. Bodies preserved below, faces pressed to the undersurface, screams echoing frozen forever. I couldn't sit trapped, the cold deepening, limbs growing heavy. Grabbed my flashlight and a crowbar for good measure, stepped out into the humid night that felt almost warm by comparison. The gravel crunched frozen underfoot, impossible, but there it was, crystals forming where I walked. The boathouse doors banged louder up close, swinging gentle on hinges that shouldn't move without wind. Pushed one open, the wood icy to the touch, burning cold. Inside, the beam swept a cavern of shadows, rusted tools hanging on walls. Doors cracked, chains coiled, augurs for ice fishing dulled by time. The air here was arctic, breath clouding thick, floor slick with frost despite the season. Echoes stirred. Faint at first, muffled screams layered under the ice. Men's voices pleading, banging frantic from below. The water beneath the open slip lapped black and still, but bubbles rose slow, as if something exhaled deep down. The chill deepened sudden, numbing my limbs, fingers stiffening around the light. Visions flashed, or hallucinations from the cold. Faces pale and pressed against the undersurface, eyes wide in eternal panic, mouths open in silent cries. Stumbled out, doors banging shut behind me like a farewell, the frost spreading across my jacket. Ran the shore back to the truck, breath ragged plumes. The cab a relative haven, though the windows were opaque ice now. Huddled in the berth, heater blasting futile, the cold seeping into my bones, numbing thought and movement. Hours dragged, the banging echoing distant, screams filtering faint through the vents, pulling at old grief. My wife's slow fade, the helplessness of watching life slip away cold. Was this the lake's echo, preserving loss in its depths, calling others to join the frozen vigil? The night, endless, limbs leaden, dawn the only hope. Light crept pale over the ridges, warmth returning gradual as the sun burned off the impossible frost. The banging ceased, the screams silenced to memory. The cab thawed, windows clearing to reveal the lake calm and ordinary. Started the engine. It caught reluctant, then strong, and pulled away, the boathouse receding innocent in the mirror. Delivered the load mechanical, but the cold lingered deep. That was 4 years ago. I still haul overnight in West Virginia. It's home, but I avoid Mirror Lake, push through the heat if needed. Yet on warm nights, when the humidity peaks and the air stands still, the chill returns faint in my bones, a numbing reminder of screams preserved below. The mountains hold their frozen close, and maybe they've chilled a place in me too, waiting for the storm that never quite arrives. Story 12. The last place you want to be when the sun dips behind the ridge is pulling a load out of eastern Tennessee, especially if that load is headed for the coast and you're running behind. I've been running the Appalachian routes for 15 years, and you learn quick that there are stretches of road, little pockets in the mountains, that just don't feel right. The air gets heavy, the radio starts to hiss static even if you're pulling a clear signal, and the shadows just don't look like regular shadows. This particular night, I was on a back road bypass near a town whose name I honestly can't recall now, skirting the edge of the Cherokee National Forest. The GPS kept trying to reroute me onto the main interstate, but I needed to save time and mileage, so I stayed the course. That's how I ended up by Gleam Lake, a name that should have tipped me off right then and there. I've been driving since 4 in the morning, pushing the rig hard, and I needed a mandatory 10-hour break. The map showed a small rest area off the main track, just a gravel pull-off with an old, dilapidated picnic pavilion. Not ideal, but it would do. As I slowed the 18-wheeler down and steered it onto the loose rock, the evening was giving way to true night. The sky was that deep, unsettling indigo you only see deep in the mountains, the color of a fresh bruise. I killed the engine, the sudden silence amplified by the chirping of crickets and the low, constant hum of the forest. I reached for my logbook, taking a deep breath of the cool, damp air, the kind of air that smells like pine needles and rot like life and death all mixed up. That's when I saw the light. It wasn't a campfire, and it definitely wasn't a street lamp because there weren't any for miles. It was a soft, pale, otherworldly glow coming from the direction of a lakeshore, maybe 100 yards or so from my position. Gleam Lake. The lake itself was mostly hidden by a dense line of black spruce and scrub oak, but the light was penetrating the trees, casting the leaves in a sickly, pale green hue. It pulsated, not like a strobe, but with a slow, internal rhythm, like a huge subterranean heart beating just below the waterline. I'd seen phosphorescence on coastal waters before, or the faint glow of marsh gas, but this felt different, more concentrated, more purposeful. It drew the eye and held it, a terrible, beautiful aberration in the mountain darkness. I turned off the cab's interior dome light, pulled the curtain shut behind the driver's seat, and just watched it from the safety of the truck. At first, it was just unnerving. I rationalized it immediately. Some kind of advanced, massive, bioluminescent algae bloom. Or maybe a strange reflection of the moon on the water interacting with some mineral deposit on the far shore. That's what a rational man does when confronted with something that violates the known rules of the world. He tries to force it back into the frame. But the longer I watched, the more the rational explanations frayed. The light wasn't static. It seemed to intensify, to focus like it was zeroing in on a spot. And that spot was a house. Nestled right on the lake's edge, partially obscured by the trees, was an old two-story house. It was clearly abandoned, the kind of place with dark, gaping windows that looked like empty eye sockets. The light was now centered right on this structure. It wasn't shining at the house. It looked like the house itself was absorbing and then re-emitting the light. The windows, normally black mirrors reflecting the night, were now glowing from the inside, a pulsing, vibrant green-white. The reflections on the calm lake surface were perfect and unnerving, like two identical versions of an alien dwelling. I reached for my coffee thermos, needing the distraction, but my hand was shaking too badly to pour. The light was doing something to the insects. They were coming from everywhere. The dense forest behind me, the roof of the trailer, the cab vents, a thick, buzzing cloud that didn't seem interested in the truck's residual heat or my small flashlight. They were all flying, frantic and single-minded, toward the glow. I could hear the sheer volume of their movement now, a dry, whirring, collective sound that grated on my nerves. It was like the whole ecosystem was being pulled by an invisible, magnetic force. And then I saw the others. First, it was just movement in the periphery, shadows shifting where they shouldn't. But as the light intensified, burning brighter and a little more blue now, I could make out shapes moving along the shore, emerging from the deep woods. They weren't deer or bears. They were tall, gaunt, and moved with a halting, unnatural gait, like puppets whose strings are being tugged sporadically. They were human, or had been once, but something was profoundly wrong. They were silhouetted perfectly against the luminous lake and house, and I could tell by the way they shuffled, heads down, that they were naked or wearing rags that blended into the darkness. Feral. They were moving towards the house, slowly, deliberately, drawn by the same terrible beacon as the millions of insects. A wave of pure, cold dread hit me. This wasn't a gas pocket or an algae bloom. This was wrong. This was ancient and terrible and belonged to the deep, hidden parts of the world that don't care about human logic or truck routes. I locked the doors, secured the windows, and instinctively put my CB radio on scan, needing any voice, any sound of civilization. All I got was that same heavy, tearing static, like the air itself was resisting the broadcast. I couldn't just leave. My logbook was open, my hours were shot, and the thought of firing up that diesel engine and pulling out, making all that noise, turning my position from hidden observer into the primary focus, was paralyzing. So I sat there, a prisoner in my own steel box, and watched the performance unfold. The figures reached the house. They didn't knock or try the door. They simply stood there, facing the glowing windows, their backs to the lake. They were completely motionless now, statues bathed in the strange light. It was silent except for the frantic hum of the insects, which were now colliding with the house walls in a soft, continuous rain. The light inside the house changed again. It didn't get brighter, but it shifted in tone, becoming almost a liquid gold, a color that felt rich and suffocating. And that's when the vision started. It wasn't just my imagination. It was like the light itself was injecting pictures directly into my mind. I saw faces, dozens of them, pale and elongated, pressed against the inside of the glowing window panes, though I knew the house was empty. They were distorted by the old glass, like portraits painted on rippling water. They were all looking out, looking at me, not with anger or malice, but with a terrible, watery sorrow. They were the faces of the drowned or the lost. They had that bloated, slack look, hair floating around their heads like dark seaweed. And they weren't all adults. I saw smaller, rounder faces the faces of children who had wandered too close to the twilight shore. I heard a sound then, too. It wasn't a cry or a moan. It was a noise like water rushing in reverse, a deep, resonant pull that seemed to originate from the center of the lake. It was a sound that vibrated not in my ears, but in my chest cavity, making my lungs tighten. The feral figures standing outside the house began to shake, their silhouettes trembling violently in the strange light. Then they began to walk again, but not toward the door. They turned, still in that slow, painful shuffle, and moved straight toward the lake. They walked right into the water, slowly, the cold surface reflecting the gold light until it reached their knees, their waists, their chests. The light seemed to accept them, the surface barely disturbed. They simply kept walking until the water covered their heads, one after the other, silently submerging into the glowing depths. The last thing I saw was the gold light briefly flaring where the last figure went under, and then the glow on the water's surface dimmed, just a fraction. The insects continued their frenzied attack on the house, their buzzing a manic, broken choir. I spent the rest of the night rigid in the driver's seat. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loud. Every time my eyelids drooped, the faces were there, pressed against the darkness. The light in the house held steady, that terrible liquid gold. It was a lighthouse for the lost, a beacon for the waterlogged dead, and a lure for the forest's feral survivors. I understood then what the locals whispered about, that the light was the illumination of souls leading the way to the deep. And I felt with absolute certainty that the light was trying to call me to show me a path I didn't want to take. I didn't open the curtains or start the engine until the first thin line of pink sunlight crested the mountain peaks. As the sun's rays struck the lake, it was like a divine switch had been thrown. The gold light vanished instantly, completely. The house was just an old, gray, ruined structure again, with dead, empty windows. The lake was just flat, dark water. The buzzing cloud of insects dissipated into the cool morning air. I started the rig, the engine noise a sudden, blessed return to the mundane world. I didn't even look in the mirrors as I pulled out onto the road, the tires crunching the gravel of the rest area. I drove for 6 hours straight, not stopping until I was well out of the mountains, until the air smelled like asphalt and exhaust again. I threw the logbook out at the next truck stop. I never told anyone at the company why I was late. But the fear never left. It wasn't the fear of what I saw, but the fear of what I felt. I felt the undeniable pull of that light, that terrible, beautiful invitation to sorrow and rest. Sometimes now, when I'm running a load through a particularly dark stretch of highway, just as the sun is setting, I glance in the rearview mirror. And for a second before I force myself to look away, I think I catch a faint, unnatural green-white glow in the glass, a reflection of a place I should never have stopped, a place that is waiting for twilight to come again, so it can light its terrible path home. And I know, with chilling certainty, that Gleam Lake still calls. It waits for the dark, and it waits for me. Story 13. The mountains of eastern Kentucky have a way of swallowing sound, especially when the fog rolls in. It doesn't just obscure sight. It dampens the air, steals the echoes, and leaves you wrapped in a silence so thick it feels like a physical weight pressing down on your eardrums. I was running a delivery into Pike County, taking the old state Route 119 to cut across the ridge. It was late October, maybe 2 in the morning, and I was dead tired, staring bleary-eyed into the beam of my headlights. That's when I saw the sign for the Fog Lake Scenic Overlook and Rest Area. Sounded peaceful enough, I thought, a good place to pull over and grab 4 hours of shut-eye. That name, though, Fog Lake, I should have paid closer attention to the warning wrapped up in those 2 simple words. The pull-off was nothing more than a strip of cracked asphalt next to a deep, black lake. There was one small, derelict structure, a tiny brick building that might have been a bathroom or a ranger station decades ago, now completely boarded up. It was colder than sin, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones and stays there. I killed the engine of the Freightliner, the sudden hush nearly painful after hours of road noise. The moon was a hazy, indistinct smear behind the low-lying clouds, and the fog was already starting to snake its way up from the water, curling around the pilings of a small, rotten wooden dock. I set the brake, checked my logbook, and was just about to crawl into the sleeper cab when I saw the canoe. It was a small, aluminum fishing canoe, the kind old men used to drift for bass. It was utterly black against the gray-white fog that was rapidly consuming the lake's surface. It was moving, too, drifting slowly towards the shore where I was parked. I watched it for a minute, assuming the current was just pulling it toward the dock. But it didn't drift to the dock. It drifted right past the pilings and bumped softly against the bank, maybe 20 feet from my truck's passenger side tires. It made a light, hollow thud that cut through the silence like a gunshot. I got out of the truck, curiosity overriding my common sense, which is always the first mistake in places like this. I walked toward the edge of the asphalt, the ground already slick with moisture. The canoe was sitting gently on the muddy bank. It was empty, completely empty. No fishing gear, no life vests, no cooler, and more importantly, no paddles. I stood there for a long time, the cold air stinging my face, trying to figure out how an empty canoe without paddles could have drifted with such purpose directly to this spot. Fog Lake wasn't exactly known for its strong currents. It was more of a deep, stagnant pond, nestled in a fold of the mountain. I decided it was probably unsecured, perhaps washed out of someone's backyard up the creek a few miles, and the gentle wind had nudged it here. I told myself I'd call the local authorities in the morning. I climbed back into the cab, feeling slightly foolish for being unnerved by a stray boat. I pulled the privacy curtain, settled into the bunk, and was just drifting off when the sound started. It was the sound of paddles dipping into water. Splish swoosh, splish swoosh. It was perfectly rhythmic, the sound an experienced canoer makes when they're rowing steadily, deliberately, against a mild resistance. It was coming from the lake, right outside my truck. My eyes snapped open. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering against my ribs. The canoe was sitting on the bank, maybe 15 feet away. I knew it was empty. I knew it had no paddles. Yet the sound was unmistakable, so close it felt like whoever was rowing was right up against my cab. I held my breath, listening, the silence between the strokes now the most terrifying part. Splish swoosh, splish swoosh. I fumbled for my heavy-duty mag light under the bunk. I ripped open the privacy curtain and aimed the beam out the windshield. The fog had thickened to an impenetrable wall of white. It was now so dense that the light couldn't pierce it more than a few feet, creating a blinding, self-reflecting halo. I couldn't see the lake, couldn't see the canoe, couldn't see the ground 10 feet away, but I could still hear the paddles. Now, the sound was different. It wasn't the measured, steady rhythm of someone going somewhere. It was the jerky, uneven, desperate sound of someone paddling furiously, panicked, right next to the bank, like they were trying to hold their position against an invisible pull. The sound stopped abruptly, replaced by a new sound, a gentle, wet scraping. It was the sound of the aluminum hull being pulled across the mud, right next to my door. I clicked the truck door locks again, even though they were already secured, a pointless, frantic gesture. My blood was ice water. I reached for my phone, but in places like this, surrounded by thick rock and deep valleys, the signal was always a single weak, useless bar. I was completely isolated. I stayed frozen, flashlight pressed against the glass, straining my ears past the ringing in my head. The scraping stopped, and then came the dripping. Slow, heavy drops of water hitting the asphalt just outside my driver's side door. Not rain, but the kind of slow, soaking drip that comes off clothes or hair. Drip, drop, drip, drop. I eased my eye up to the driver's side window. The fog was a little thinner right up against the glass, maybe an inch or two of visibility. I saw a streak of mud smear down the side of my pristine white door. Someone or something had touched my truck. Then I heard the wet, squelching sound of feet on the asphalt, walking away from the truck toward the derelict brick building I'd seen earlier. The building was maybe 40 yards away, mostly obscured by a massive, ancient oak tree that was practically black against the fog. I watched, terrified, as a faint, weak light flickered to life on the porch of that building. A single, bare bulb, buzzing weakly in the fog. I hadn't even registered that the building had power or a porch. In the sudden, weak glow, I could just make out a set of tracks leading directly to the porch steps. They weren't boot prints. They were bare footprints, large and heavy, and they were soaking wet. They glistened in the bare light. I didn't move for what felt like an hour, staring at those wet prints. They led up the steps and vanished into the black doorway. Who was in that cabin? And why were they covered in lake water in the middle of the night? I remember the stories you hear in the gas stations along the back roads, the ones the old-timers whisper, tales of the lost con-oars, bodies that never surfaced, and the strange, silent mists of Fog Lake that claim anything that drifts too far from the bank. They said that sometimes the drowned return, not as ghosts, but as things that just float and drift, waiting to be found and brought back in. As I watched, the porch light went out, plunging the scene back into a horrifying, featureless gloom. And then, the splish swoosh started again. Not near the bank this time, but out on the lake. And it wasn't one set of paddles. It was two, maybe three, their rhythms mixing and competing in the distance. The sounds circled the truck slowly, growing closer, like a dark perimeter being established. I could feel the truck shudder occasionally, a light, dull thump against the trailer's side, as if something was gliding by in the fog, close enough to brush the steel. The fog grew thicker still, so thick it felt like I was buried alive. I stayed huddled in the bunk, pulling the thin blanket over my head, though I knew it was useless against the cold, creeping terror outside. I kept repeating to myself, "It's just the fog. It's just the current." But I knew it wasn't. The water dripping outside, the deliberate footsteps, the rhythmic empty paddling. It was something that had come out of the water, and it was waiting for me to leave the metal safety of the truck. I waited for the dawn, like a prisoner waiting for the warden. It was the longest night of my life. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the gray light of morning began to filter through the dense white. It happened slowly, not the instantaneous snap I'd seen by Gleam Lake, but a gradual, agonizing retreat. As the sun's weak light finally hit the area, the fog burned off quickly. I looked out. The lake was flat and still, a deep, oily black in the early light. The derelict building looked exactly as it should, abandoned, dark, and utterly dead. No porch light, no wet footprints on the steps, no sign of life. The canoe, the empty aluminum canoe, was resting right up against the passenger door of my truck, exactly where it had scraped the mud the night before. But now I saw something I hadn't seen in the darkness. On the floor of the canoe, sitting neatly side by side, were two wooden paddles. They were old, dark with water and age, and they were completely dry. I got out of the truck, moving stiffly, my entire body aching with tension. I walked around the canoe, not daring to touch it. I looked at the muddy bank. The spot where the canoe had first bumped the shore was marked only by the shallow imprint of the hull. There were no wet footprints leading up to my truck or anywhere else. The only tracks were my own from the previous night, heading out and back to the cab. I checked the side of my truck. The mud streak I'd seen earlier was gone. The door was clean. Everything was exactly as it had been before the fog rolled in, except for the canoe and its two dry paddles sitting there, an undeniable, solid reality in the light of day. I couldn't bring myself to touch them. I backed the truck up slowly, pulled forward, and left the canoe right there on the shoulder. I never looked in my mirrors. I drove out of the mountains and never took that route again. Now, whenever I pull over a rest stop on a foggy night, I can't shake the memory. I listen closely, straining to hear over the hiss of the air brakes. Sometimes when the silence is complete, I think I hear it in the distance, a faint rhythmic sound on the air, splish swoosh. A reminder that some things don't need the dark to move, only the silence and the promise of a thick, concealing mist. The canoe is still out there. I know it is empty, drifting, waiting for the fog to thicken so it can be paddled again. Story 14. You learn quickly that every old road in the Appalachians has a story, usually a bad one, and the more isolated the place, the heavier the story weighs. This happened just outside of Roanoke, Virginia, deep enough in the Jefferson National Forest that your phone's signal goes to zero, and the road signs look like relics from another century. I was doing contract maintenance work for a power company, checking remote lines, and that meant driving my old Ford pickup into places the asphalt hadn't touched in 20 years. This particular day had been long, wet, and miserable, and I was looking for a spot to park the truck, eat a can of beans, and try to get a few hours of sleep before the morning. The map pointed me toward an old logging pull-off by a place marked simply as Veranda Lake. When I finally found it, pulling off the barely graveled track, the spot was everything I needed and nothing I wanted. It was remote, perfectly quiet, and the air was thick with the scent of wet pine and moss. The lake itself was small, black, and perfectly still, mirroring the bruised purple of the twilight sky. But there was a house. Right on the water's edge, maybe 40 yards from where I parked, was a large two-story house. It was clearly abandoned, suffering from decades of mountain weather. Rotted shingles, cracked windows, and paint peeling away like sunburnt skin. The defining feature was the wide, encompassing veranda that wrapped around the front of the structure, overlooking the water. It was this veranda that caught my eye, and immediately my gut clenched. Even in the fading light, the veranda looked wrong. It was too dark, too deep in shadow, and the shadows didn't seem to shift the way they should with the dying sun. It felt like the entire house was leaning forward, watching the lake, and by extension, watching me. I killed the engine, the sudden quiet making the blood rush in my ears, and I just sat there, my hand hovering over the key, unable to move. It took me a full minute to realize what was making the veranda feel so unsettling. It wasn't the rot or the shadows. It was the presence of eyes. I stared hard, squinting against the gloom. There were definite points of white, or something very pale, arranged haphazardly along the railing and up against the wall of the house, where the main windows would be. They weren't reflecting the light. They were emitting it, a weak, bone-white pallor that seemed utterly disconnected from any source. I told myself it was debris, old flower pots, perhaps, or scraps of cloth caught on the railing, but the arrangement was too deliberate, too organized to be trash. They were set at varying heights, looking out toward the water, and they were staring directly at my truck. I reached for the switch and flicked on my high beams. The bright, sudden light momentarily cut through the gloom. For a split second, I saw them clearly. Round, pale objects fixed onto the railing, roughly head-high and placed close together, almost touching. They weren't debris. They looked like porcelain or ceramic spheres, maybe the size of a fist. But the longer I looked, the more my certainty slipped away. There was no texture, no detail, just a solid, unnerving whiteness that held the beam of light and threw back no reflection. And there were so many of them. At least a dozen, maybe more, spread out along the entire length of the veranda. As soon as the high beams hit them, something shifted in the atmosphere. The truck's engine was off, but I noticed my headlights, the low beams, which I usually leave on for a moment after switching off the engine, had suddenly dimmed. Not flickered, but genuinely lost voltage, fading to a weak, sickly yellow. I tapped the battery indicator. Everything was fine. I tried the high beams again, and nothing happened. The light was simply gone, sucked away, leaving me exposed under the heavy twilight. I snatched my field binoculars from the dash, my hands slick with sweat, and focused them on the veranda. The lens brought the pale shapes into startling clarity. They were indeed round and white, but they were not porcelain. They were organic. They were sockets, hollow, bone-white, and perfectly empty. They were eyes without pupils, without color, gouged out and somehow affixed to the wooden railing, like a terrible, macabre decoration. They were placed in small clusters, giving the impression of multiple heads watching me. The chill that ran through me wasn't from the cold air. It was the realization that I was looking at dozens of empty, unblinking human eye sockets. As I stared, horrified, the pale spots began to multiply. It was subtle at first, just a new point of white appearing in a previously shadowed area. But soon, it was undeniable. New sockets were popping up along the veranda floor, under the eaves, and most disturbingly, pressing against the opaque glass of the veranda's window door. They weren't being placed there. They were simply appearing, like mushrooms pushing through soil. They looked moist and unnatural, glistening slightly in the deepening gloom. I knew the stories. Every county in these mountains has a legend about the old families, the feuds over land and water rights that turned bloody and stayed cursed. I remembered hearing something about this specific lake, Veranda Lake, and a family called the Hallows who lived here generations ago. The story went that a land dispute over the lake turned into a massacre, and the victors, to truly curse the land, gouged out the eyes of the defeated family and left them to watch the lake forever. I focused the binoculars on the interior of the house, trying to pierce the darkened windows. The glass was too dusty and old, but as the night deepened, the gloom inside seemed to lighten slightly, taking on a strange, internal reflectivity. I caught flashes of color, dark browns, muted reds. And then I saw the portraits, hanging on the walls of the main room. What must have been the living room were large, antique paintings. Family portraits. They lined the walls, one after the other. I could just make out the dark clothes and stern, old-fashioned faces, but every single one of them had been vandalized. The paint in the eye sockets of every figure, man, woman, child, had been methodically gouged out. They weren't just damaged. They were aggressively hollowed, leaving dark, swirling holes where the gazes should have been. And as I watched, focusing the binoculars on a particularly large portrait of an elderly man, I saw the impossible happen. One of the hollow sockets on the canvas seemed to glow, becoming a familiar, sickly white, just like the sockets on the veranda railing. The empty painting was looking at me. I threw the binoculars down. The truck's interior was suffocating. I started the engine, the sudden roar shattering the silence. I slammed the shifter into reverse, but my foot hesitated over the gas pedal. I couldn't just leave. I was drawn by a horrible, magnetic compulsion to know what was happening, to understand what I was seeing. I looked back at the veranda. The sockets had multiplied until the entire front of the house seemed to be observing me, a massive, silent jury of the dead. And now, they weren't just on the railing. They were pressed right up against the main picture window. It wasn't the empty sockets from the veranda anymore. These looked fresh, like actual eyes, wide and staring, with pupils that were impossibly large and black, absorbing all light. They looked like the eyes of someone drowning, someone who has just taken their last look at the world before the water closes over them. And they were tracking my movement. When I shifted in the seat, their collective focus moved with me. When I raised my arm, their gaze followed. They weren't just spectral. They felt aware, conscious, and trapped. I heard a small, sharp sound. Tap, tap. It came from the back of the cab. I whipped around. My sleeper cab has a small, circular observation window in the back panel. Pressed against that small circle, illuminated by the faint red glow of my taillights, was one single, perfect, empty white socket. It was stuck to the glass, moist and glistening, and it was watching me. I didn't think. I reacted. I floored the truck, spinning the tires in the gravel. The old Ford roared, and I wrenched the wheel hard, pulling out onto the track and driving blind back the way I came, not caring about the trees or the ditches. I drove for 20 minutes at breakneck speed before I dared to stop and look in my mirror. The road behind me was empty, dark, and thankfully silent. I pulled over, hands shaking violently, and tried to collect myself. I reached up and cautiously touched the back window. The socket was gone. Just a faint, watery residue, quickly evaporating in the night air. I drove the rest of the night, taking my break hours later than legally allowed, but I didn't care. I got out of the mountains and into the lowlands, and I thought I was safe, but I wasn't. Now, months later, the memory doesn't fade. I see the hollow eyes not just in my dreams, but in the reflection of my own face. Sometimes, when I look quickly into the side mirror of my truck, or into the darkened glass of a store window as I walk by, for a split second, my own eyes look hollowed out, the color sucked away, replaced by that bone-white pallor. It's a fleeting moment, gone before I can fully focus, but it's enough. It's enough to tell me that something from Veranda Lake, something that watches and waits, latched onto me that night. They're still watching, not from the veranda, but from within my own reflection, waiting for me to fully join the assembly of the eternally gazing. I know that if I ever go back to that dark lake, I won't find the house empty. I'll find a new, fresh pair of empty sockets waiting to be affixed to the railing, and they will be mine. Story 15. The western spine of North Carolina is littered with the ghosts of towns swallowed by progress. They dam up a river for power, flood the valley, and a whole community, farms, homes, even churches, just vanishes beneath the cold, black water. I learned this lesson the hard way, pulling a timber load through the Nantahala area, running a route that took me straight through what they call the Valley of Drowning. This particular night, a heavy, oppressive stillness had settled over everything, the kind of silence that doesn't feel peaceful, but expectant, like the entire mountain range is holding its breath. I was deep in the national forest, running low on fuel, and needing a mandatory rest break. The map, a folded paper relic I kept in a glove box, showed a small, overgrown pull-off by a reservoir known locally as Bell Lake. I steered my heavy-duty flatbed onto the gravel shoulder, the tires crunching loudly in the dead air. Bell Lake wasn't natural. It was the result of a mid-century hydroelectric project. From my vantage point, it looked less like a lake and more like a vast, deep, black pit, the shoreline choked with skeletal, drowned timber. The water was unnaturally close to the road, and the bank dropped sharply away into an inky abyss. I killed the engine, and the silence immediately returned, thicker and colder than before. I was utterly alone. I was reaching for my thermos when the sound started. It was a bell, not a distant church chime or a wind chime caught in a breeze. This was a deep, resonant bronze-on-bronze sound, a heavy, singular toll that vibrated through the air and, strangely, through the chassis of my truck. It wasn't loud, but it had a massive presence, a low, powerful frequency that you felt in your chest cavity more than you heard with your ears. Boom! I froze. There were no towns nearby, certainly no church steeples tall enough to carry that sound across these dense, rugged valleys. I scanned the darkness, searching for any flicker of light or sign of human activity. Nothing. Just the massive, black silhouette of the ridge and the flat, cold water of the lake. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some old buoy bell, though the lake looked far too placid for navigation markers, and this wasn't the ocean. Maybe a logging operation had dropped a section of pipe. But the sound wasn't metallic like pipe. It was musical, melancholy, and clearly the deep foundational sound of a very old, very large bell. Boom! The second toll came, identical to the first, perfectly spaced, maybe 10 seconds later. As it faded, I noticed something else. The small, isolated structure across the lake. It was maybe 50 yards away, standing right on the edge of the water, a small, clapboard house clearly abandoned, dark, and listing slightly toward the water. It was the only building visible for miles. As the second toll faded, the house seemed to shimmer. It wasn't the whole house, but the window panes, what was left of them, seemed to vibrate with a lingering sound, catching the faint starlight and throwing back a momentary glint. I reached for my CB radio, needing to hear any voice, any static that wasn't the terrible, profound silence. Nothing but dead air. The mountains here simply cut you off. I grabbed my powerful field flashlight and aimed it across the water. The beam cut a thin line through the darkness, illuminating the front of the little house. It was worse than I thought. The porch had half collapsed, the roof was sagging, and the front door was hanging open, swaying slightly in a non-existent breeze. I dropped the beam down to the lake itself. The water was utterly still, like black glass. But about 20 feet out from the shore, close to the house, the water was disturbed. Not by wind, but by slow, rhythmic swells that pushed outwards from a central point, like a stone had been dropped over and over again. Boom! The third toll came, and this time, it was impossible to deny its origin. It was coming from beneath the water. The sound seemed to rise up, muffled and distorted by the dense liquid, yet retaining that deep, haunting resonance. As the sound wave hit the surface, it created those slow, agonizing ripples, pushing water toward the bank. I remember the local legends now, the ones the old hands tell when you're passing through these valleys. Bell Lake wasn't just a reservoir. It covered a whole valley town, including the small community church. They said the church had a huge iron bell, a gift from some wealthy mining family, and that when the town was flooded, the church was left intact, deep below the new water line. The locals swore that when the conditions were right, cold, still, and utterly silent, you could hear the bell tolling from the depths, ringing its submerged liturgy. The tolls began to pick up pace. They weren't coming at 10-second intervals anymore. They were coming faster, unevenly, sometimes 2 or 3 in quick succession, sometimes a long, agonizing pause, but always with the same low, vibrating power. Bong, 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 bong. The house across the water was now clearly vibrating with each strike. I could see the remaining fragments of window glass rattling, catching the faint light in rapid flashes. It looked less like an abandoned building and more like something that was actively suffering, shivering violently in response to the subaqueous assault. I grabbed my camera, a high-resolution one I use for documenting line work, and zoomed in tight on the house. The front door was gaping open. The tolls were now coming so fast they were overlapping, creating a chaotic, deafening chord of deep, agonizing sound. The air inside my cab was humming. I focused the camera lens on the house's interior, trying to see past the gloom. The flash on the camera was set to maximum power. I took a quick burst of photos, hoping to catch whatever was inside. The flash was a momentary, blinding white light, followed immediately by total darkness. I lowered the camera and started scrolling through the images on the small screen. The first photo was too dark. The second was better. It showed the main room of the house. The walls were bare, the floorboards rotted through, but right in the center of the room, on a rickety table, was a collection of objects. They were dark, aged, and irregularly shaped. The third photo was the clearest, taken right as the flash was brightest. The objects weren't trash. They were fragments of a very large bell. Chunks of aged bronze, cracked and broken, heaped together on the table. And next to them, standing straight up out of the debris, was the massive, dark wooden clapper, the tongue of the bell. It was completely stationary, yet the sound was booming outside. Bong, bong, bong. The sound was now so loud, so pervasive, that my teeth were aching. It felt like the pressure of the water itself was trying to invert my skull. I covered my ears, but the sound was internal, resonating up through the floorboards of the truck and into my body. I looked up from the camera. The ripples on the lake were violent now, churning the surface despite the lack of wind. And the house was shuddering so hard that I could see the timber framing shifting. The front door wasn't just swaying. It was swinging violently back and forth on a single hinge, keeping pace with the frantic tolling. And then I saw the motion. In the dark doorway of the house, silhouetted by whatever terrible, dark light was in the room, something moved. It was a figure, tall and indistinct, covered in what looked like dark, heavy rags or perhaps wet, ancient clothes. It was standing just inside the frame, swaying with the violent movement of the house like a loose pendulum. I couldn't make out any features, but the sheer presence of it was terrifying. It wasn't human. It was too elongated, too slow-moving, and it seemed to absorb all the light around it, becoming a hole in the visibility. The figure didn't step out. It didn't advance. It simply leaned forward, slowly, deliberately, until it was resting its weight against the doorframe, still swaying. And as it leaned, I realized what the tolls were doing. The bell was tolling, ringing, and whatever was in that house was listening, waiting for the sound to reach a breaking point. The tolling intensified one last time, reaching a fever pitch, a rapid, chaotic, deafening peal that felt like the mountain itself was tearing apart. The sound was so loud that the metal of my truck whined in protest. I squeezed my eyes shut, a desperate reflex, and I saw not blackness, but a sudden flash of light that felt like cold, rushing water. Then, the silence returned. Instantly. Completely. It was so sudden and total that it left a massive, painful void in the air. The house across the lake was utterly still. The door stopped mid-swing. The water was black and flat again. The figure in the doorway was gone. I sat there, breathing hard, for nearly an hour, not daring to move. The cold mountain air seeped back into the cab. I checked the camera again. The pictures of the broken bell fragments were still there, undeniable proof of what I had seen. I didn't sleep. I started the truck at first light, careful not to look back at the shoreline. I drove away and never took that route again. But the silence didn't last. The memory of that night is now forever bound to a phantom sound. Even now, years later, when I'm driving on a lonely highway or when I wake up in the absolute dead of night, I hear it. It's not external. It's inside my head, a deep, persistent ache in my eardrum. It's a very low, slow, single tone, rising from the core of my consciousness. Boom. Just one. Always one. The submerged bell of Bell Lake is still tolling, deep beneath the black water, marking the slow, agonizing time of the drowned. And I know it's not ringing for them anymore. It's ringing for me, a solitary, inescapable chime that lets me know the valley hasn't forgotten the night I stopped to listen. Story 16. The old logging roads in northern Georgia, especially those skirting the edges of the Chattahoochee National Forest, are notorious for two things: getting lost and things that wander. I've been driving a heavy transport for a forestry company for 7 years, and I thought I knew every rut and ridge in that part of the state. But sometimes, when you're pushing a tight deadline and the rain turns the dirt roads into slick, red mud, you find yourself taking shortcuts you shouldn't. That's how I ended up by what the locals just called Path Lake, a small, isolated body of water that rarely saw human traffic. It was well past midnight when my rig finally chugged up a steep incline and I spotted the glint of water through the trees. The rain had stopped an hour ago, but the air was still heavy and cold, clinging to the skin like a wet shroud. My headlights cut through the gloom, revealing a narrow gravel pull-off, barely big enough for my truck and trailer. The map showed a small, abandoned hunting cabin somewhere near the lake, marked with a faded rest area symbol, though it looked anything but restful. I killed the engine, the sudden silence deafening after hours of diesel rumble and the monotonous slap of wipers. I reached for my logbook, feeling the familiar ache of exhaustion in my shoulders, and that's when I saw the light. It was a lantern, not an electric one, but the old-fashioned kind, a glass globe with a flickering flame inside, casting a cold, yellowish glow. It was moving, slowly, along a faint deer trail that hugged the shoreline of the lake, leading toward what I assumed was the old hunting cabin. The cabin itself was mostly hidden by a thick curtain of pines, but the trail was clear enough, a narrow ribbon of disturbed earth winding through the undergrowth. The light was small, distant, and utterly out of place. No one hiked these trails at night, especially not with an old oil lantern, and certainly not this deep in the wilderness. I grabbed my binoculars, a cheap pair I kept in the glove box for spotting down lines or wildlife. Through the hazy lens, the lantern's light seemed to magnify, but still, I couldn't make out a figure carrying it. It just floated there, maybe 3 feet off the ground, bobbing slightly as it moved. The light itself was strange. It didn't seem to throw shadows in the way a normal flame would. Instead, it just illuminated itself in a small, sterile circle around it, leaving the surrounding darkness even blacker, more absolute. It was a cold light, the color of old bone, and it felt empty, devoid of warmth or life. My gut told me to start the truck and leave, but something held me. Morbid curiosity, perhaps, or the deep-seated human need to understand something fundamentally out of place. The lantern continued its slow, deliberate journey along the path, getting closer to the cabin. As it drew nearer, the trees thinned slightly, and I could just make out the dark, decaying shape of the cabin. It was small, no more than 2 rooms, with a collapsed porch and windows that looked like empty eyes in the gloom. The lantern reached the cabin, pausing right in front of the rotting porch. It hovered there for a moment, absolutely still, its cold light bathing the decaying wood in an eerie glow. Then, it seemed to drift upward, directly toward one of the windows. It stopped, pressing its pale light against the grimy glass. And for a split second, the interior of the cabin lit up. What I saw inside made the hair stand up on my arms. It wasn't the dusty, empty interior I expected. The room was filled with people, dozens of them. They were standing perfectly still, crammed together, their faces pale and gaunt, their clothes looking like tattered remnants from a bygone era. They were all looking forward, their eyes wide and vacant, fixed on something I couldn't see. And every single one of them had a thin, almost invisible film of water clinging to their skin, making them glisten in the lantern light. They looked like they had just walked out of the lake, silent and stunned, and had nowhere else to go. Their expressions were not of fear or anger, but of endless, mournful confusion, like wanderers forever lost, waiting for a direction that would never come. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the light inside the cabin vanished. The lantern pulled away from the window, and the interior returned to absolute darkness. My breath hitched in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again, willing it to be a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But the image was burned into my mind, the cabin full of the drowned, eternally trapped. The lantern began to move again. This time, it drifted away from the cabin, leaving the lost souls in their dark, silent prison. It continued along the path, but instead of heading back the way it came, it started moving in a wide, slow arc around the perimeter of the pull-off, slowly, deliberately circling my truck. The cold light was now directly visible from my cab, a malevolent beacon against the utter blackness of the night. I felt a profound, chilling sense of being chosen. The lantern wasn't just wandering. It was searching, and it found something it was interested in. Me. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. I fumbled for the keys, wanting nothing more than to start the engine and get out of there, but my fingers were clumsy and cold. I remembered stories I'd heard about the lost lights of the mountains. Will-o'-the-wisps, spirit lanterns, guides for the damned. They said if you followed one, you'd never find your way back to the living world. And this lantern, it felt like it wasn't guiding, it was luring. The lantern moved closer, its cold glow now illuminating the side of my trailer. I could hear nothing, no footsteps, no rustling leaves, no hum of the motor. Just the profound, oppressive silence of the forest and the slow, inexorable drift of that pale, hovering light. It passed by my driver's side window, maybe 10 feet away, and for the first time, I felt a physical coldness emanating from it, a tangible drop in temperature that pressed against the glass. I could feel its gaze, a terrible, empty stare that seemed to pierce through the metal of my truck and straight into my very soul. It was waiting for me to open the door, to step out, to follow its beckoning glow. My eyes were glued to the lantern as it completed its slow circle and came to rest again, this time directly in front of my truck, hovering right beyond the reach of my extinguished headlights. It bobbed gently, patiently, like a silent fisherman's lure. I could see the faint, flickering flame inside the glass, but it gave off no heat, only that terrible, bone-white light. I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I looked at that light long enough, it would pull me out, it would lead me into the woods, and I would join the silent wanderers in the cabin, forever lost, forever waiting. The rest of the night was an agonizing vigil. I clamped my hands over my mouth to prevent any sound from escaping, not even a ragged breath. I felt like I was holding my own life inside, trying to keep it from being siphoned away by that patient, hovering light. Every minute felt like an hour. Every shadow seemed to twist into the shape of a waiting figure. I kept my eyes fixed on the lantern, too terrified to look away, too terrified to move. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the faintest hint of gray began to appear on the eastern horizon. It was a slow, agonizing process, the darkness reluctantly giving way to the cold, pre-dawn light. As the light grew, that subtle, almost imperceptible shift that signals the sun's imminent arrival, the lantern began to fade. It didn't flicker out, it just diminished slowly, steadily, losing its power. The bone-white glow softened, turning translucent, until it was just a faint, ethereal shimmer. As the first, weak rays of the sun finally pierced the canopy of trees and touched the pull-off, the lantern simply vanished. It didn't disappear with a pop or a flash. One moment it was there, a fading ghost of a light, and the next it was gone, leaving nothing but the damp air and the familiar, mundane shapes of the forest. The cabin, now fully visible in the gray light, looked utterly desolate, just an empty, decaying shell. The path was just a faint trail. Nothing. I fired up the truck, the engine roaring to life like a desperate prayer. I didn't even bother with my logbook. I just put the rig in gear and pulled out, never looking in the rearview mirror, never glancing back at the lake or the cabin. I drove for hours, not stopping until I was well out of the mountains, until the sun was high and warm in the sky, and the world felt solid and real again. But the encounter changed me. Now, every time night falls, especially when a fog rolls in or the moon is hidden, I see it. Not in the real world, but in the periphery of my vision, in the corner of a darkened room, or just beyond the reach of my headlights on a lonely road. That cold, bone-white glow, it's always there just at the edge of sight, bobbing gently, patiently. It wanders through my nights now, not searching, but reminding me of the lost, the drowned, and the quiet invitation it offers. I know it's still out there, on that path-by-path lake, and I know it's waiting for the day I'm tired enough, lost enough, to finally follow its cold light into the dark and join the silent wanderers. Story 17. The farther north you drive into the Appalachian range, particularly in the deep woods of Pennsylvania, the older and stranger the isolation feels. It's the kind of quiet that sinks into the bone, where the sheer size of the forest makes you realize how utterly insignificant you are. I was running a delivery of specialized mining equipment, taking a shortcut through what used to be old coal country, a stretch of road that was barely paved and rarely traveled. My destination was still hours away, and the exhaustion was hitting me hard. I pulled off onto an unmarked, muddy track when I saw a dilapidated sign leaning against an oak tree, faded letters spelling out Reflection Lake. Rest stop. It was barely dawn, that sickly gray hour before the sun breaches the horizon, and I desperately needed a break. The lake itself was small, maybe 100 yards across, shrouded in a thin, persistent mist. The name was apt. The water was dead still, like a sheet of dark glass, and the surrounding trees were mirrored in it with unnerving perfection. Right on the far bank, maybe 50 yards from where I parked my heavy flatbed, was a house. It was a solid, two-story structure built of fieldstone, but it was clearly abandoned. The windows were dark, and the porch was sagging. Its reflection in the motionless water was so sharp, so complete, that it was impossible to tell where the Rayal house ended and the reflection began. I killed the engine, the sudden hush amplified by the damp air. I reached for my thermos, needing the caffeine, but as I looked out across the lake, something felt profoundly wrong with the mirrored image. The reflection of the house wasn't an exact match. It was subtly distorted. The window and the house's reflection seemed taller, stretched out, and the whole mirrored image had a blurred, unsettling quality, like an oil painting left out in the rain. I squinted, trying to reconcile the real house with the image beneath the surface. Logically, the reflection should be perfect, but the water seemed to be holding an entirely different, slightly monstrous version of the house. I told myself it was just the mist and the poor light playing tricks on my tired eyes. Then I saw the movement in the reflection. I was looking directly at the reflection of the house's front window when I saw a shape move across the glass in the water. It was tall and spindly, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait, a dark silhouette against the mirrored sky. It was too tall to be human, and its limbs seemed elongated, twisting at impossible angles. Crucially, I looked up instantly at the real window on the real house. It was utterly still and dark. Nothing moved there. The figure was only in the reflection. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I grabbed my flashlight, aimed it across the water, and flicked it on. The beam sliced through the mist and struck the real window. Nothing. The glass was old and opaque, reflecting only the harsh white light. I dropped the beam down to the water's surface, and the reflected figure vanished instantly, replaced by the perfect, blinding light of the beam. I retracted the light, plunging the scene back into the gray gloom. The reflection stabilized, and there it was again, the distorted, lanky silhouette moving slowly across the submerged window. I watched, paralyzed, as more figures appeared in the reflected panes, gaunt, blurry shapes moving with a silent, terrible purpose within the reflected house. They were trapped beneath the surface, and the only proof of their existence was the lake's perfect, dark mirror. I slammed my door lock down, a purely defensive action that offered no real protection. I turned away from the lake, needing to focus on something concrete, something real. I took a deep breath, fighting the sudden nausea, and glanced into the side mirror of my truck, which was angled slightly toward the passenger window. In the small, convex mirror, I saw my own face. But it wasn't my face. The reflection was hideously distorted. My eyes were too large, bulbous, and black, staring with an expression of stark terror that was worse than the one I actually felt. My mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin, gaping black hole. The skin was pale, waxy, and somehow rippling, like it was underwater. It was a face of pure, silent agony, and it was watching me from the mirror. I jerked my head back, slamming against the headrest, my hands clutching the steering wheel. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image. When I dared to open them again and looked in the mirror, it was just my own tired, normal face, pale and wide-eyed, but blessedly whole. But the fear had settled in, cold and permanent. I knew this wasn't just a house or a lake. This was a place where reflections weren't passive images. They were active, corrupted entities, mirrors for things that were trapped or submerged. I remembered the old stories about floods in the Appalachians, sudden, violent inundations that could wipe out entire settlements, leaving the dead trapped in the deep muck. Reflection Lake, I realized with a sickening jolt, likely covered an old valley town. And the reflections were all that remained of the lost souls. I kept my eyes off the lake and off my mirrors, staring straight through the windshield into the misty forest. I tried to focus on the cold reality of my logbook and my route, but the stillness was broken by sound. It wasn't loud, just a faint, sickening slap of water against wood coming from the far bank. I risked a glance at the lake. The water surface was agitated now, not by wind, but by slow, circular ripples spreading outward from the reflection of the house. And in the center of the largest window's reflection, the distorted figures had gathered. They were no longer just moving across the glass. They were pressing against it, pushing outward. The reflected figures, the things from the submerged house, were reaching. I watched, mesmerized by the sheer horror of it. In a mirrored image of the house, the shapes stretched their impossibly long, pale hands toward the surface of the water. As they did, the water itself warped, bubbling, and distorting. It looked like they were trying to punch through the surface tension, desperate to break free from the dark, cold mirror that held them captive. One reflection, the largest and most distorted, a shape like a column of churning darkness, pushed its reflection of a hand right up against the surface of the water near the house. And as it touched, the real water rippled violently, and a faint, shimmering, translucent reflection of a hand appeared to hover just above the water line, reaching out, not toward the house, but toward my truck. My cab window reflected my own wide, terrified face, and in the surface of my window, superimposed over my real reflection, a second reflection appeared, pale, elongated, and dripping wet, reaching out from the glass toward my shoulder. I screamed, a strangled, animal sound that was swallowed instantly by the heavy air. I started the truck, the key turning violently in the ignition, and the diesel engine roared to life, shattering the stillness. As the powerful headlights flooded the scene, the lake's surface instantly smoothed out. The shimmering reflection of the hand vanished. The distorted figures in the submerged house retreated, becoming just vague, dark shapes in the depths. The house itself remained still and dark. The real world asserted itself, momentarily pushing the horrors back into their mirrored prison. I threw the truck into gear and slammed the accelerator, spitting gravel and mud as I tore back up the track. I drove for 2 hours without stopping, not even daring to look into my side mirrors. When the sun finally rose, casting long, warm shafts of light through the trees, I pulled over on the main highway, shaking violently. I got out of the truck, needing to feel solid ground under my feet. I walked around the cab, forcing myself to look at the glass and metal. Everything was normal, just a dirty truck and a man who hadn't slept. But the knowledge is a poison that stays with you. I know what lives in Reflection Lake, and I know that not everything stays in the water. I see it now every day. Whenever I catch my reflection in polished chrome, a shop window, or even a glass of water, I see the slight ripple, the subtle twisting of the image. My reflection looks just a little too long, my eyes just a little too wide, carrying a hint of that underwater terror. I avoid mirrors now, and I never, ever look at my reflection in still water, because I know that something is trapped in the mirrors of this world, something that has reached out and touched me. And I'm terrified that one day, when I look into my own eyes, I won't just see myself, but a distorted, dripping figure reaching out from the cold, dark glass, finally breaking free. Story 18. The mountains of West Virginia are a maze of forgotten hollows and choked-out roads, and if you stray too far from the main highways, the landscape starts to feel less like civilization and more like something ancient, something that actively fights human presence. I was hauling a load of sensitive equipment for a research facility, taking a ridiculous back mountain route to avoid a major traffic snarl. The sun had set hours ago, leaving the woods in a heavy, impenetrable darkness, and the air was thick with a humid, vegetal smell of dense summer growth. I was deep in Monongahela National Forest, my logbook hours shot, when I saw a barely legible sign pointing down a dirt track, Vine Lake Pull-Off. It sounded quiet, and at 3 a.m., quiet was exactly what I needed. I wrestled the 18-wheeler off the main road and onto the rough track. The headlights cut through the trees, revealing a small, gravel clearing right on the edge of a stagnant, dark lake. The silence that fell when I killed the engine was absolute, broken only by the chirping of unseen insects. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating, scented with the musk of deep, wet earth and something else, something acrid, like old, sun-baked leaves and decay. On the far side of the clearing, maybe 30 feet from my front bumper, stood an old house. It was a ruin, a two-story farmhouse that looked like it had been standing there since before the Civil War. But what struck me immediately wasn't the decay. It was the sheer, unbelievable volume of vegetation consuming it. The entire structure was encased in vines. They were thick, dark green, and incredibly dense, a suffocating mantle that wrapped around the chimney, covered the windows, and dragged the gutters down. It wasn't just ivy. It was a tangled, aggressive mix of thick woody ropes and fast-growing runners, all intertwined into a single, massive entity of creeping plant life. The house looked less like a building and more like a colossal green monster squatting by the water. I settled into the cab, pulled the curtains, and reached for my phone, instinctively checking the signal. Nothing is expected. But as I tried to distract myself, my gaze kept being drawn back to the house. I could see it faintly through the small gap in my curtains, a dark, motionless shape against the barely visible sky. But it wasn't motionless. The vines were moving. It was subtle, not the violent waving of branches in a wind, but a slow, persistent, deliberate movement, like something adjusting its grip. The small, thin tendrils, the freshest runners, were inching their way across the stone chimney and up the roofline, searching for new territory. I watched one runner, a pale green filament about 2 feet long, slowly extend itself, pause, and then hook itself onto a loose shingle, pulling the main vine body along with it. It was too fast for normal, time-lapse plant growth. It was a living, sentient crawl. And then I saw the shadows. The moonlight, filtering weakly through the thick canopy, cast deep, heavy shadows from the main masses of vines. And these shadows, separated from the moonlight by the motion of the plants, seemed to detach themselves and writhe independently on the ground below the house, twisting and flowing with an unsettling fluidity, like dark, spilled oil. I turned on my small, bedside reading lamp, needing any source of familiar light to cut through the oppressive atmosphere. As the lamp clicked on inside the cab, the movement of the vines seemed to accelerate. The thick, main ropes that anchored the house began to groan, a low, squeaking sound like dry wood fibers being pulled taut. And I noticed something terrifyingly new. There was a dark, narrow line of fresh vines, small runners with tiny, grasping leaflets, growing not on the house, but on the ground. And they were creeping across the gravel clearing. They were coming toward my truck. I watched, mouth dry, as the dark green filaments inched over the loose stone, a silent, slow tide of organic matter. They moved with an unmistakable direction, heading straight for the massive, stationary bulk of the 18-wheeler. It was an invasion, a vegetal attack orchestrated by something ancient and hungry. I remembered the old legends from this part of the mountains, tales that predated the logging companies. Stories of places where the forest was cursed, where the growth wasn't natural, where people had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only strange, tight patterns of invasive creepers taking root in the foundation of their homes. They said the vines didn't just consume the houses, they consumed the life within them. The leading tendrils of the vines reached the nearest set of trailer tires. I heard a faint, dry scratching sound as the small hooks and leaflets found purchase on the rubber. The movement wasn't stopping. It was searching, climbing, testing the immense barrier of the steel and rubber. I threw off the blanket, grabbed my heavy-duty work gloves, and switched on my most powerful hand lantern, an industrial LED that cut a blinding circle through the dark. I yanked the curtain open and aimed the light directly at the house. The intense, sudden light seemed to momentarily shock the greenery. The frenzied movement paused, but the sheer volume of vines became clearer. The ground around the house was a chaos of twisting, writhing plant life, and I noticed small, pale patches caught within the tight embrace of the thick woody ropes. They weren't wood, and they weren't stone. They were bone, ribs, vertebrae, and the curved dome of a skull, all trapped, compressed, and woven into the very structure of the vine-encased house. The vines had been growing through and around bodies. I turned the light back to the truck. A dozen or more small runners had already climbed the tire wall and were spreading across the black surface of the trailer's undercarriage. As the light hit them, they seemed to recoil, but they didn't detach. They held fast, their tiny, microscopic hooks embedded in the rubber. Then, the true horror was revealed in the house. The vines covering one of the upper windows, a large patch of leaves the size of a man, began to separate. Not torn by the wind, but deliberately pulled apart from the center, creating a small, oval window of exposed, broken glass. And through the hole, I saw the interior. It was dimly lit by some unseen, internal glow, a sick, yellow-green light. The room was not empty. In the center, there was a dark shape. As my light hit it, the image was momentarily clearer. It was a human skeleton, standing upright, held perfectly vertical by an unbelievable mass of thick, woody vines that had grown through the eye sockets, the rib cage, and out the hip bones. The vines were its body, its support, its eternal cage. There were more shapes in the periphery, other skeletons half-hidden, half-consumed, their bone structure providing a permanent trellis for the invasive growth. They were victims of the lake, of the disaster, of the forest itself, all ensnared and preserved in a monstrous, living tapestry. And then I heard it, a faint, repetitive tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the side of my truck, right next to the driver's door. I slowly lowered the lantern. Right against my window glass, a thick, dark vine, thicker than my thumb, woody and scarred, had climbed the length of the cab and was now pressed against the window. And the tip of a smaller runner, a sharp, probing tendril, was hitting the glass rhythmically. It wasn't random movement. It was seeking purchase, tapping the glass, checking the barrier. The entire vine mass on the side of the cab shifted, and I felt a faint, grinding pressure against the metal. It was trying to anchor itself, to grow onto the truck itself. I could see the dense, black shadow of the vine on the window glass, and within that shadow, I caught a glimpse of something pale and white wrapped tightly in the knots of the wood. Another bone fragment pressed right against my window. The air in the cab was suddenly charged with a terrible energy. I didn't reach for the keys. I reached for my hunting knife, a heavy 9-inch blade, a futile weapon against a sentient forest. I knew that if I started the truck, the noise and vibration would only provoke it. I had to wait for the sun. I sat there, the knife clutched in my sweating hand, watching the relentless, slow-motion siege. The tapping continued on the glass, a constant, irritating, maddening rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. I could feel the truck shudder occasionally as the thicker vines on the tires tested their grip. I kept the powerful lantern aimed at the house, a desperate, futile attempt to push back the encroaching darkness and the relentless growth. It was a standoff between man and ancient vegetation, a creature that had all the time in the world and only needed a single crack in the window or a moment of stillness to claim its next territory. The tapping stopped abruptly. I blinked, straining my ears in the silence. The vines on my window were motionless. I looked out at the house. The light inside had faded. The sun was finally rising. As the first, pure golden rays of morning light spilled over the high mountain ridges and struck the clearing, the effect was immediate and profound. The vines seemed to shrink, to relax their grip. The vivid, threatening green dulled to a weary brown. The small runners clinging to my truck's tires suddenly fell away, turning brittle and dry, crumbling to dust on the gravel. The thick vine on my window curled downward, losing its rigid tension, leaving behind only a faint, dry smudge on the glass. The air lost its heavy, suffocating scent. I started the engine and drove away without even checking the load. I drove until the roads were paved and the houses were painted brightly, until the forest was just a distant green memory in the rearview mirror. But the vines are still with me. Now, whenever I sleep, especially on a long haul, I dream not of people or places, but of slow, grinding pressure and the smell of wet earth. I dream of being encased, completely still, in a framework of dark, woody ropes. And I wake up with a faint, persistent ache of pressure on my sternum. Sometimes, when I'm resting my hand on the passenger seat while driving, I see the light, dry indentations of small, sharp hooks pressed into the leather. And in the absolute silence of the cab, I swear I can hear it, faint but clear, the sound of a tiny, patient filament tapping softly against the glass on my closed window. Tap, tap, tap. The vines are dormant, but they're not dead, and they're always waiting for the next long night and the next isolated stop. Story 19. There are parts of the Cumberland Plateau in Tennessee where the rock is mostly porous limestone, riddled with hidden sinkholes and subterranean rivers. The land itself feels hollow, full of unseen passages and dark voids. I was running across State Hall, trying to beat the winter storm rolling in from the west, and ended up taking a county road that wound through a cluster of deeply isolated valleys. The road was barely maintained, the asphalt crumbling back into the earth, and when I saw the sign for the Oar Lake recreation area, I was desperate enough to pull in. The sun had completely disappeared, leaving behind that sharp, cold mountain dark that seems to press down on the roof of your truck. Oar Lake was an unsettling name for a body of water. When I finally pulled the rig into a small, muddy clearing, I understood why. The lake wasn't wide. It was a deep, circular bowl of black water, the banks dropping away sharply, like a massive, flooded sinkhole. It felt less like a lake and more like the opening to something bottomless. Right next to the clearing, maybe 50 feet from my passenger door, stood a small 2-story house. It was old, wooden, and leaning badly, clearly abandoned, but unlike most ruins, it had no windows. They were all boarded up, the wood weathered and gray, giving the house a blind, sullen appearance. I killed the engine, and the silence was absolute. Not a cricket, not a breath of wind, just the heavy pressure of the dark. I secured the truck, pulled the curtains, and was just settling into the bunk when I heard the sound. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first, easily mistaken for the groan of the truck cooling down. It was a watery, broken sound, like air bubbling up through mud, followed by a thin, reedy noise. A cry. I sat up, rigid, straining my ears. The sound was definitely coming from the direction of the house. It was the sound of a small child weeping, but muffled, distorted, like it was coming from somewhere deep underground or under a thick blanket of water. Whimper, gurgle, hiccup. It was heartbreakingly real, that sound of small, desperate sorrow. I immediately dismissed any rational explanation. No person, much less a child, would be out here in the dead of night, in an abandoned house, weeping like that. I reached for my heavy mag light and my phone, knowing the phone was useless for calling out, but maybe useful for light or recording. The cries intensified slightly, rising in volume, and as they did, I could hear their specific origin. They were coming from the bottom part of the house, the foundation, what I assumed was a dirt floor basement or crawl space. I crept out of the bunk and cautiously looked out the windshield, aiming my flashlight at the house's foundation. The whole lower level was surrounded by loose, crumbling stone, and right near the corner I saw it, a small, circular opening, maybe 2 feet wide like an old cistern or a ventilation shaft, covered only by a rotten piece of plywood that had slipped halfway off. That's where the sound was coming from. "Help, please. Mama." The voice was tiny, choked with tears and that horrifying watery distortion. My mind screamed at me to get out of the truck, to run over there, to pull that child out of whatever hole they'd fallen into. But the isolation, the strangeness of the lake, and the profound darkness held me captive. I forced myself to think. This was deep country. The locals didn't use the name Well Lake for no reason. The limestone here was fragile, and if this place was old, it was entirely possible that the house was built over a natural fissure or an old hand-dug cistern that led straight down to the deep waters of the lake. A vertical tunnel of dark water, a perfect natural well. I raised my light again. As the beam illuminated the opening, the sound changed. The crying stopped instantly, replaced by a sudden, sharp intake of breath, a wet gasp. Then a voice spoke, still faint, still dripping with that terrible aquatic echo, but distinct. "Daniel? Is that you, Daniel?" My name was Daniel. I hadn't told anyone I was stopping here. I hadn't seen a single soul on the road for 30 miles. I hadn't said my name aloud. Yet the voice, the small, desperate, weeping voice coming from the hole in the foundation, spoke my name. My blood ran cold. The genuine terror that follows true, unexplainable horror hit me. This wasn't a lost child. This was something else. This was a lure, a trap using the absolute worst sound a man can hear in the dark. I pressed myself back against the headrest, trying to become invisible in the cab. I didn't dare move, didn't dare answer. The voice from the well began again, rising in urgency, its tone shifting from pleading to a strange, insistent demand. "Daniel, why did you leave? It's cold down here, Daniel. Come down. It's just like the water." The sound seemed to be amplifying itself now, vibrating up through the floor of the cab. I could feel the low frequency rattling the soles of my boots. I could hear the strange, liquid quality of the sound changing, becoming heavier, deeper, less like a child and more like a collection of overlapping, indistinct whispers, all carrying that dreadful, watery echo. I glanced out at the lake. The black water, which had been perfectly still, now had a faint, sluggish current moving along the bank near the house. It was stirring, slowly turning, like a deep pool being agitated from below. I remembered the old Appalachian legend about the hushers, creatures or spirits tied to deep waters in limestone country, places where people went down and never came back up. They said the hushers were master mimics, able to steal the last words or names of their victims, using them as bait to pull others into the deep. And here, in the cold dark, something was speaking my name, using the sound of a drowning child to call me to the edge of the well. I looked at the house again. The small, exposed opening to the basement well was like a black, perfect eye in the pale foundation stone. And the sound coming from it was now a hypnotic, constant drone of names. Daniel, Daniel, Danny, all choked and wet, all calling to me. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. The calls were insistent, and I felt a heavy, almost magnetic pull toward the door handle. A profound sense of irrational obligation washed over me. I felt like I had to go. I had to see what was at the bottom of that well. I had to answer the voice. I fought the urge, closing my eyes tightly. I focused on the cold metal of the door, the sharp smell of diesel, anything real. I knew if I opened the door, even a step out, I would be walking straight to that black hole in the ground. The sound inside the truck was now overwhelming, a cacophony of wet whispers all screaming my name. It sounded like dozens of voices, all ages, all genders, all drowning, all calling for Daniel. The floor of the cab was vibrating so heavily that the loose change in my cup holder was rattling. Then, the sound changed one last time. It didn't stop, but the voices coalesced into a single, low, bone-deep rumble, like a gigantic stone being dropped into the deepest part of the lake. It was the sound of a vast weight descending, accompanied by a final, horrifying sound, the sound of a desperate, final gasp, cut short by the rush of water. GLLLL lurk. Then, sudden, profound, absolute silence. The vibration in the cab stopped. The water in the lake was still again. It was over. I didn't move for hours. I stayed coiled in the seat, listening to the heavy silence of the mountains, terrified that any sound I made would restart the calling. I waited for the sun to rise, praying for the light to sanitize the air, to push the horror back down into the deep, dark well. When the gray light finally began to fill the clearing, I slowly opened the curtains. The house looked like a common ruin again. The pit in the foundation was just a dark hole. The lake was just a deep, still pool. I started the engine, backed out quickly, and drove away. I never looked back, but the silence that followed me was worse than the sound. Now, whenever I'm near still water, a well, a pond, even a bathtub, I avoid looking at the surface. Because I know the calling is still there, not in the air, but trapped in the damp, quiet spaces of my own mind. And sometimes, when I'm leaning over something dark and deep, I hear it, a faint, cold whisper that sounds like it's coming from under the ground. Under the water, a single watery question, forever waiting for my answer. Daniel, come down. And I know that the hushers of Well Lake took more than a name that night. They took a piece of my peace, and they'll never stop calling it back. Story 20. The back roads of Kentucky, especially those cutting through the Daniel Boone National Forest, are not places you want to break down after sundown. They are winding, choked with scrub growth, and so remote that you can go an entire night without seeing another headlight. I was driving an old, heavy-duty service truck for a utility company, heading deep into a maintenance zone, and I'd missed my turn hours ago. By the time I found a spot large enough to safely pull over for the night, the darkness was complete, cold, and heavy. The sign, faded and leaning precariously, simply read, "Oar Lake Scenic Stop." The stop was just a muddy patch of gravel carved out of the dense pines. The lake itself was immediately unsettling. It was long, narrow, and perfectly straight, a deep gash of black water that stretched out of sight into the shadows. It looked less like a natural body of water and more like a flooded, ancient roadbed. Right on the far bank, maybe 40 yards across, stood a house. It was a log cabin, solid and square, but utterly derelict. The roof was moss-covered, and the single window facing the lake was dark and gaping like a staring eye. I shut off the engine, and the resulting silence was so profound it hurt my ears. I reached for my gear bag, intending to settle in, but my gaze was already fixed on the lake. The water was flat, utterly motionless, reflecting the sparse pinpricks of light that managed to pierce the thick cloud cover. Everything was still. Then the water broke, not with a splash, but with a slow, deliberate disturbance. Two parallel tracks of smooth, concentric ripples began spreading outward from a point about halfway between my shore and the cabin. It was the pattern of something pushing through the water, something long and thin, cutting the surface cleanly. It was the exact, unmistakable pattern of oars dipping and pulling. But there was no boat. I leaned forward, pressing my face against the cold glass of the windshield. My headlights were off, relying only on the feeble starlight and the eerie glow of the moon behind the clouds. I stared at the spot where the ripples were originating. There was nothing there, just black water, a flat, uniform surface. Yet, the ripples continued, perfectly parallel, perfectly rhythmic, marking the steady, even pace of an experienced rower. Swoosh, drip, swoosh, drip. The sound was faint, muffled by the distance and the water, but terrifyingly clear. The sound of wood dragging through water, followed by the soft sound of water running off a paddle. It was the sound of someone rowing a boat that I couldn't see toward a shore where no one was waiting. I grabbed my high-powered spotlight from the dashboard, fumbling with the heavy coil of cord. I stabilized the beam and aimed it precisely at the source of the sound. The powerful light hit the surface of the water, and the effect was immediate. The rhythmic ripples vanished. The sound of rowing stopped. The water was again flat and black, holding nothing but the reflection of the surrounding trees. I held the beam there for a full minute. Nothing. I decided it must have been some kind of strange subsurface current, or maybe a large fish near the surface causing a weird reflection. I killed the spotlight. The moment the darkness returned, the ripples began again. Immediately, and closer. Swoosh, drip, swoosh, drip. Now, the rhythmic disturbance was only about 20 yards from my shore, moving steadily toward the center of the lake. I looked across at the log cabin. The single, dark window facing the lake seemed to absorb the gloom, but as the invisible boat continued its approach, I noticed a change in the cabin itself. The window wasn't just dark, it was watchful. The black void seemed to be concentrated, focused, drawing my attention. And as the unseen oars continued their patient work, I caught a flicker of movement within the cabin's dark frame. It wasn't the movement of a figure, but the subtle, almost imperceptible shift of the darkness itself, a thickening in the blackness that seemed to be watching the rowing action on the lake. I reached for my binoculars, my hands trembling as I adjusted the focus on the cabin window. The lens brought the wood and glass into sharp, grainy detail. The window was framed by thick, untreated logs, and when the rowing paused briefly, I could make out carvings on the rough wood of the window frame. They were old, crude, deeply gouged lines, not decorative but informative. I zoomed in tighter, catching the details in the moonlight. They looked like names and dates, followed by a crude symbol, a stylized drawing of a boat or a set of oars. I remembered the warnings I'd heard about this area. That Oar Lake was notorious for unexpected storms and flash floods that could sweep away entire families trying to cross by water. The locals whispered that the lake was fed by a vicious, hidden current that surfaced without warning, pulling boats and their occupants down to the bottom. As I stared at the carved names on the log house, the rowing resumed, faster this time and much closer. I could hear the sound clearly now, not just the swoosh of the paddle in the water, but the muffled thunk of the unseen oars hitting the unseen oarlocks. Then, the truck started to shake. It wasn't a violent rocking, but a heavy, deliberate tremor, like a low-frequency wave was passing underneath the vehicle. The suspension creaked under the weight of the massive flatbed. I looked out the side window at the lake. The water surface was flat, yet I could feel the sensation of waves washing against the shore, the kind of heavy, low-rolling wake generated by a very large, fast-moving craft. The whole ground was vibrating with the force of the invisible wake. The rowing was now right on top of me. The sounds of swoosh and thunk were immediate, right outside my door. I knew the invisible boat had reached the shore directly below my cab. I could feel the tremors passing up through the tires and into the floorboards. I slowly eased my flashlight off the seat and gripped it tight. I leaned down and looked out the lowest corner of the passenger window. I could see the narrow strip of wet mud just beyond the gravel pull-off. Nothing was there, but the water, right at the edge, was being pushed up and then immediately sucked back down, a rhythmic, powerful motion that proved something was sitting right there, heavy and low in the water. Then came a new sound, the worst sound yet. It was the scraping, the low, heavy sound of a wooden hull dragging over the muddy bank, coming closer to the gravel. It sounded like the boat was pulling itself half out of the water, right next to the cab. The whole truck shuddered one last time, a resonant thump against the underside of the fuel tank. And then the sound of the oars, not rowing, but being laid down. Clack, clack. Two distinct sounds of wood hitting wood right outside the door. Then silence. Utter, complete, heavy silence. But the silence wasn't empty. It was filled with presence. I knew that whatever was in the invisible boat had finished its journey. It was sitting right there, feet from my window, waiting. I held my breath, listening past the frantic pounding of my own heart. I didn't dare move the light, didn't dare make a sound. The logs on the cabin across the lake seemed to watch, waiting for the inevitable. I thought of the names carved on the wood, the victims of the currents. Had they been lured by the silence, or by the promise of rescue? I stayed rigid in the seat, locked in a silent, terrifying standoff with an empty boat and its unseen rower. I kept my eyes on the edge of the lake, waiting for a ripple, a shadow, a sound, anything to betray the presence I knew was there. I imagined the rower, wet and cold, stepping out of the invisible boat and onto the mud, standing right beside my door. The standoff lasted for hours. The darkness felt like a physical being pressing in on the metal walls of the truck. I only allowed myself to breathe when the sheer necessity forced the air into my lungs. Finally, the first hint of morning began to filter through the trees. Not light, but a lessening of the dark. The gray hour. As the faint visibility returned, the heavy sense of presence began to recede, like a tide pulling back from the shore. The deep silence of the mountains returned, but this time it felt less menacing and more neutral. I risked a look down at the muddy bank. There were no fresh tracks, no mark of a hull. The mud was undisturbed, except for my own tire prints. Everything looked utterly normal. I didn't waste a second. I started the truck, the loud, blessed roar of the diesel engine a promise of salvation. I shifted into drive and pulled out of the clearing, not looking toward the lake or the cabin. I never forgot that night, and I never will. I still run the back roads, but I don't stop by the water anymore. Now, whenever I'm driving, especially late at night when the road is dark and the air is heavy with fog, I hear it. It's faint, sometimes just a vibration in the soles of my feet, but it's there, a slow, measured sound of wood moving through liquid. Swoosh, drip, and I know that the currents of Oar Lake haven't stopped running. The invisible boat is still out there, rowing, always rowing, waiting for the right moment of stillness and silence to come ashore again. And every time I hear it, I accelerate, desperate to outrun the relentless, silent rhythm of the phantom oars. Let's move to the next story. The mountains of Western Virginia can be beautiful, but when the clouds roll in low and the fog settles over the peaks, they become a place of profound, chilling isolation. I was driving a low-bed trailer, hauling heavy machinery on a narrow, twisting back road near the border of the George Washington National Forest. It was a late-night run, trying to get ahead of a major winter weather advisory. The air was thick, cold, and wet, and I needed to stop before the fog got too dense to see the road markers. I saw a faded, homemade sign tacked to a dead oak, Attic Lake pull off. I took it as a sign of desperate luck and turned the rig onto the rough gravel. The lake was invisible in the thick, swirling mist that rose off the water, but I could smell the cold, damp earth and the heavy scent of pine needles and stagnant water. I killed the engine, and the resulting silence was immediate and heavy. I was completely alone. I pulled the privacy curtains and was settling into the bunk when I saw the light coming from the direction of the lake shore. It wasn't the powerful, purposeful beam of a flashlight or a porch lamp. It was a weak, unsteady, internal light coming from high up. My gaze fixed on the light source. An old house, maybe 80 yards away, partially obscured by the mist and the dark trunks of the trees. It was a traditional two-story frame house, the kind you see tucked away in every hollow, but the light was centered entirely in the small, half-moon attic windows right under the eaves. The light was a faint, sickly yellow-orange, the color of old oil lamps burning low. It didn't illuminate the outside of the house. It just sat there in the attic, a pocket of pale, flickering luminescence suspended in the general gloom. And it wasn't steady. It pulsed, slowly dimming and then brightening again, like a tired heart struggling to beat. As I watched, trying to rationalize it, a single forgotten electrical circuit, maybe I saw the figures. Silhouettes. They were very faint, indistinct shapes moving slowly behind the lit attic windows. They looked tall and thin, weaving back and forth, sometimes merging together, sometimes separating. When the light dimmed, the figures became mere suggestions, fading to blackness. When the light brightened, they reappeared, briefly visible as blurred, elongated human forms trapped behind the glass. They didn't move like people searching for something. They moved with a slow, aimless drift, like smoke or like figures struggling against a heavy current. I grabbed my heavy coat, threw open the cab door, and stepped out into the cold, damp air. My feet crunched on the gravel, a sharp, loud intrusion in the absolute silence. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the attic windows. The light was hypnotic, casting an eerie, cold glow that seemed to hold the fog at bay immediately around the house. I pulled out my binoculars and focused on the attic. Through the magnification, the figures were clearer and infinitely more disturbing. They weren't just silhouettes. They were faces, pale, blurred faces pressed right up against the inner surface of the dusty glass. They had deep-set shadows around their eyes and mouths that were stretched wide in silent, agonizing expressions. And they weren't moving aimlessly. They were looking out, their collective gaze fixed directly on the clearing where my truck was parked. As I stood there, rooted to the spot, feeling the intense, silent scrutiny of the figures in the attic, the light intensified again, burning a little brighter and shifting from yellow to a cold, unnatural blue-white. With the burst of light, the figures became momentarily crisp. I saw them clearly. Their clothing was dark, heavy, and stained, looking like archaic work clothes. They were covered in soot and grime, their faces pale and slick. They looked like men who had been trapped underground for a very long time. And that's when the memory of the local legend hit me. This area was riddled with abandoned, deep-shaft coal mines from the turn of the century. An attic lake wasn't natural. It was an old mine pit that had flooded when one of the underground feeder rivers shifted, collapsing the tunnels and burying everything and everyone inside. They called it Attic Lake because the original mine superintendent's house was left standing right at the edge, untouched, while the mine below flooded. They said the miners were trapped, entombed under the rising water, and they had nowhere else to go but up. I lowered the binoculars, sweat cold on my neck despite the freezing air. The light, the cold, flickering glow was the trapped men. They were carrying their miners' lanterns, and their only remaining view of the world was through the highest point of the house left above the water table. The light began to move, very slowly. One of the yellow-blue glows detached itself from the window and began drifting across the attic floor, a slow, silent path towards the opposite side of the house. The other figures remained pressed against the glass, their silent, empty stares still fixed on my truck. I realized with a sickening certainty that the light was looking for another way out or another way in. I scrambled back into the cab, slamming the door shut and locking it. I yanked the curtains closed, trying to seal myself into the steel box. But the light didn't need to pierce the glass to reach me. As soon as the truck was plunged into the internal darkness of the cab, I saw it. A faint, pulsing yellow glow beginning to seep into the space, emanating not from the windows, but from the metal itself. It was invading the cab, leaching into the air the cold, stale light of a centuries-old lantern. The atmosphere inside became heavy and difficult to breathe, thick with the smell of wet limestone and stale air, the smell of a mine shaft. The light grew stronger, and the shape of a figure began to coalesce right behind the passenger seat, suspended in the air. It was a dim, shimmering outline, tall and distorted, exactly like the ones I'd seen in the attic. It was bending over, looking down at the empty seat, and in its faint, yellow-blue glow, I saw the impossible, a dark, sooty, wide-brimmed hat, and a lantern hanging from its translucent hand. Then, the air in the cab filled with a terrible sound, a low, grinding rasp like rocks sliding against rock or a man choking on dust. It was the sound of a voice, trying to speak after decades of silence and water. "Help out, water!" Rising, the voice was thick, guttural, and full of despair, an acoustic horror that resonated in my chest. and as the voice spoke, the figure behind the seat slowly extended its free arm, its hand a blurred, elongated suggestion of bone, reaching toward me. It wasn't a desperate plea for help. It was a beckoning, an invitation to join them in the suffocating dark where the water was always rising. The light inside the cab intensified until the yellow-blue glow was blinding, washing out all shadows. I could feel the coldness radiating from the figure, the terrible, damp chill of a deep-water tomb. The figure's hand was almost touching the back of my neck, and the rasping sound was a deafening roar in my ears. The light was demanding my surrender, my entry into their eternal mine shaft. I screamed a useless choke sound and instinctively slammed my hand onto the switch for the dome light, the brightest, most modern electric light in the cab. The instant the harsh, white, incandescent dome light flooded the interior, the entire terrifying apparition vanished. The yellow-blue glow was gone. The smell of wet mine dust disappeared. The only sound was the frantic, ragged pounding of my own heart and the blessed, familiar hum of the fluorescent tube. I sat there, gasping for air, the dome light blazing for what felt like hours. I didn't dare turn it off. I didn't move the truck. I stared out the windshield into the thick, gray mist, waiting for the only thing that could truly banish the deep dark. When the sun finally began to burn off the fog, revealing the clear, cold light of morning, the terror slowly retreated. I risked a look back at the house. The attic windows were dark, ordinary, and covered in grime. Just an abandoned house on a still lake. I started the engine and drove away without a backward glance. I threw the dome light on high beam and left it on for the rest of the day, paying no mind to the drain on the battery. But the light never truly left me. Now, whenever I turn out the lights in my own home, or if I'm driving through a tunnel or a mountain pass where the darkness is total, I see it. A faint, cold, yellow-blue luminescence in the periphery of my vision. It doesn't scream or reach anymore. It just pulses a slow, tired rhythm, the eternal, lonely light of a trapped miner's lantern. And I know, with chilling certainty, that the figures in the attic of Attic Lake are still waiting, watching the road, their faint, eternal glows persisting in the hope that one day, another weary traveler will pull over and the water will rise just enough to claim them, too. Let's move to the next story. There are places in the low foothills of North Carolina where the soil composition shifts from hard clay to fine, ancient seabed sand almost without warning. These areas are prone to pockets of groundwater saturation, creating treacherous ground that the locals, in their quiet way, know to avoid. I was driving a heavy equipment transport across the state, taking a necessary bypass through a stretch of the Uhori National Forest. It was late spring, the humidity was high, and I needed to stop. The map showed a small, faded marker for a pull-off called Sand Lake. The name should have been my first warning. I steered the big rig onto the pull-off. It wasn't asphalt, just a packed earth and sand clearing, right next to a small, murky lake. The atmosphere was stiflingly quiet, the air thick with the smell of wet sand and decaying pine needles. The lake was shallow and wide, the color of weak tea, and the shoreline was a stretch of pale, fine-grained sand that looked unnaturally smooth. On the far side, maybe 60 yards away, stood a single, weathered house. It was a one-story, low-slung structure built right at the sand line, looking utterly defeated by the environment. I killed the engine, and the silence descended immediately, broken only by the faint, rhythmic chirp of a single cricket somewhere in the brush. I went through my routine, secured the brakes, pulled the curtains, and was just about to crawl into the sleeper cab when I felt it. It wasn't a sudden jolt or a sharp drop. It was a slow, subtle, sickening shift. The heavy truck gave a low, resonant groan, and I felt the entire mass of the vehicle settle, just an inch or two, followed by a faint, wet-sucking sound from somewhere beneath the floorboards. I sat bolt upright, my exhaustion forgotten. I was parked on sand, near water. My immediate, terrifying thought was quicksand. I knew the danger of stopping a several-ton vehicle on unstable ground. I needed to move, immediately, but the sound of the engine starting and the wheels turning might only agitate the ground further. I decided to wait a minute, watch the tires, and see if the settling stopped. I looked out the driver's side window, aiming my flashlight at the massive rear duals. The tires were sunk maybe 3 inches deep into the packed sand, but they weren't sinking further. Everything looked stable if wet, but the sand itself looked strange. Around the perimeter of the tires, the fine, pale grains were agitated, vibrating slightly, and slowly creeping up the sides of the rubber. It looked less like settling and more like the sand was actively flowing up to meet the object pressing into it. Then I shifted my weight in the seat, and the slow, wet suck sound returned, louder this time, right under the cab floor. And with it came a faint, unnerving vibration, a low, guttural thrum that seemed to rise from deep within the earth. I pulled out my binoculars and focused on the house across the lake. The log house was built right on the sand, and as I watched, the entire structure seemed to be struggling. The porch roof sagged severely, and one corner of the house looked noticeably lower than the rest. The logs of the walls had dark, wet patches running up from the foundation, and there was no doubt about it. The house was sinking slowly and relentlessly into the sand below. Through the empty, dark windows, I could see the interior. The floorboards were visibly warped, bowing in the middle of the room like a sinking boat. And I caught glimpses of what looked like internal collapse. Furniture tumbled over and objects strewn haphazardly. The house was not just abandoned. It was actively being consumed by the ground it was built on. As I stared, horrified, the interior of the house seemed to reflect the movement beneath the earth. The sag of the floor deepened, and I could hear, faintly carried across the still, wet air, the creak and moan of the old timber, a sound of profound distress. Then, a small, dark shadow appeared on the interior floor near the far wall. It was a circular patch of shadow, deepening rapidly. It was a hole opening in the floorboards, and around that hole, the sand was flowing. Not just pouring, but churning slightly, a miniature vortex of fine, pale grains, sucking itself down into the dark abyss beneath the floor. I remembered the local legends about the sands of the lost in these foothills, tales of a family who built their home too close to the water, only to be swallowed whole by a sudden collapse of the foundation into a vast, hidden quicksand pit. They said the house was an anchor dragging them all down, and that the ground never quite settled again. The vibration beneath my truck intensified, turning into a low, continuous rumble that resonated through the metal. It felt like a massive, subterranean machine had just been switched on. Then, the sand around my tires began to churn. It wasn't a subtle flow anymore. It was rapid and aggressive. Pockets of water and air erupted around the rubber, and the fine sand grains were visibly flowing, liquefying into a dangerous, unstable mass. My tires were sinking faster now, an inch every few minutes, the wet slurp and suck becoming louder and more insistent. The truck groaned again, protesting the immense, uneven pressure on its suspension. I looked at the dashboard. The cabin-level indicator was definitely listing. The front end, carrying the heaviest part of the engine block, was pulling down into the sand, creating a visible slope in the cab floor. I felt a sudden, profound lurch, and a terrible wave of irrational fear washed over me. The fear of being pulled down, slowly, agonizingly, into the cold, dark grip of the earth. I knew I couldn't wait any longer. I had to move. I reached for the ignition, my hands shaking so violently I almost missed the keyhole. As I hesitated, preparing to fire up the massive engine, I looked down at the sand surrounding my front tire. The flow was so rapid that the wet sand was now up past the axle hub, and I saw something pale and dark rising in the churning vortex of the liquefied sand, right next to the wheel rim. It was a fragment of wood, old, gray, and splintered, but it wasn't natural debris. It was a piece of manufactured wood, like a section of a chair leg or a piece of a tool handle, coated in the fine, pale grains. And clinging to the wood, half buried, was a small, curved bone, the size and shape of a human finger bone. The vibration beneath the cab peaked, and the fine sand right under my feet began to feel spongy, yielding. The illusion of solid ground was dissolving. The sound of the ground flowing was now a loud, wet glug 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 coming from the abyss beneath the house across the lake, and now from beneath my own truck. I didn't think about the risk to the ground. I thought only of escape. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life, a beautiful, terrifying sound of resistance. I slammed the transmission into the lowest forward gear and hit the gas pedal, praying the tires would find some purchase before they were completely swamped. The truck lurched violently. The tires spun, throwing up great geysers of wet, pale sand that splattered against the windshield and the side of the cab. The whole vehicle twisted and fought, the massive weight dragging it downward, but the sheer power of the engine slowly began to overcome the sucking grip of the earth. It took maybe 30 seconds that felt like an hour of agonizing struggle. Finally, with a profound, wet rip, the tires found purchase on a firmer layer beneath the sand, and the truck clawed its way forward, groaning and pulling itself out of the sinking pit. I drove straight through the clearing, over the lip of the track, and onto the firmer, original dirt road. I didn't stop until I was miles away, the sun finally a cold, orange smear above the horizon. When I finally pulled over to check the tires, they were coated in a thick, wet layer of fine, pale sand, packed so tightly it looked like cement. But they were on solid ground. I got out and spent an hour scraping the muck off the undercarriage, needing to feel the real, firm texture of the dirt road under my boots. I never went back to Sand Lake, and I never will. But the memory of that slow, sickening pull remains. Now, whenever I stop the truck, even on solid concrete, I feel a phantom vibration, a low, continuous thrumming beneath the floorboards. And when I step on a ground that looks too flat, too perfect, I'm overcome by a visceral fear, the certain knowledge that the earth is not solid, but liquid, and that somewhere just below the surface, the fine, pale grains are stirring, flowing, waiting for enough weight to initiate the slow, final suck. The house is long gone now. I'm sure of it, swallowed whole, but the quicksand beneath Sand Lake is forever restless, and I can still feel its terrible, slow, downward pull in the darkest corners of my mind. Let's move to the next story. The valleys of North Georgia, when the wind funnels through the gaps in the ridges, create a peculiar, almost acoustic effect. The sound doesn't just travel, it seems to collect and distill, carrying every noise for miles with uncanny clarity. It was late autumn, the air sharp and dry, and I was running a long haul through the Chattahoochee National Forest. I was absolutely drained, fighting the urge to close my eyes when I saw the pull-off sign, Breeze Lake Scenic Stop. I knew I had to take the break. I guided the truck onto the gravel shoulder, the tires crunching loudly, and killed the engine. The silence that followed was immediate, but it wasn't empty. It was filled with the low, constant presence of the wind, a dry, cool current of air that moved ceaselessly through the pine needles. The lake was small, tucked into a deep hollow, and across the water, maybe 70 yards away, stood a single, weathered cabin. It was small, built of dark, rough-hewn timber, and looked like it had been there since the early days of logging. I pulled the curtain shut behind the driver's seat, settling into the bunk, trying to focus on the comforting presence of my logbook. That's when I heard it. It wasn't the wind whistling or the creak of the old cabin. It was sound that the wind was carrying, a low, rapid, unintelligible sound, like conversation held just below the threshold of understanding. It was a murmur, a sustained, hurried, constant hush-hush-hush that seemed to emanate directly from the center of the cabin. I sat up listening intently. It was too regular, too constant to be an animal or the house settling. It sounded exactly like several people speaking at once. Their voices blended together into a stream of anxious, urgent noise. I tried to focus, to pick out a word, a syllable, anything recognizable, but the sound was an acoustic blur, a torrent of low-frequency chatter. I opened the curtain a crack and looked at the cabin. The wind was hitting it directly, whipping around the corners of the timber structure. As the air current intensified, the murmur coming from the cabin amplified, growing louder, more frantic. It was like the structure itself was acting as a massive, wooden sound box, catching every whisper and magnifying it. I pulled out my work radio, switching it to the highest amplification, and aimed the microphone out the window toward the cabin. I played the recording back instantly, hoping the filter would separate the sound. All I got was the same rushed, overlapping hush hush hush, but the fidelity was chillingly clearer. It was definitely human language, but too many voices, too fast, too low. They sounded angry, frightened, and profoundly ashamed. They sounded like secrets being spilled all at once. I grabbed my high-power flashlight and aimed it across the water at the cabin's front. The beam cut through the dry air and settled on the walls. The exterior was rough, dark timber, but on the facing wall, protected from the worst of the weather, I saw it. Carved into the wood, deeply and crudely, were words. Hundreds of them, covering the logs like scars. I zoomed in with my camera, taking several high-flash pictures. Reviewing the images on the tiny screen, I saw that they weren't graffiti. They were confessions. Scrawled, etched, and sometimes gouged into the wood were sentences detailing betrayals, thefts, jealousies, and murders. They were the private shames and dark truths of the people who had lived and died in these valleys. I took his claim. I led her to the drop. I lied about the fire. Every sentence was raw, immediate, and utterly damning. The cabin wasn't just amplifying the sound. It was displaying the contents of the murmurs. As the wind picked up again, hitting the cabin with a sharper, colder force, the murmuring inside my cab intensified. It wasn't just coming from the lake anymore. It felt like the very air inside the truck was vibrating with the noise. And as the murmur grew louder, the meaning, the horrific meaning, started to break through the acoustic haze. The voices were no longer indistinct. They were whispering directly into the cab, cold and invasive. And they were speaking secrets about me. Faint, high-pitched whispers began to weave through the general roar of conversation. They recounted things only I knew, small failings and acts of selfishness long buried in my own memory. He stole the overtime sheet. He left her waiting. He never paid the fine. They were small, mundane betrayals, but hearing them spoken aloud, pulled from the absolute privacy of my mind by the cold wind and amplified by the strange cabin, was a profound violation. I pressed my hands over my ears, desperate to shut out the invasion, but the sound was internal, echoing in the hollows of my skull. It felt like the whispers were trying to burrow their way in, seeking the core of my guilt. The feeling in the cab grew oppressive. The air felt heavy, like the humidity before a storm, yet the breeze outside was dry and cutting. I looked out the windshield at the house, the carved walls glistening in the weak, diffused light of the moon. The house was now fully enveloped in the whispering wind, which seemed to buffet it aggressively. Then, the murmuring voices coalesced again, and they began to focus on a single, shared, terrifying event. The sound was no longer just shame, it was panic. The voices were screaming, but still in a low, rushed, whispering tone, a panicked deluge of sound, like someone trying to shout underwater. I caught the phrase, repeated over and over, "The current. He's gone. Tell no one." The realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. The cabin wasn't built on just any lake. It was built near a place where someone had been drowned, their disappearance covered up, and the people responsible had etched their crimes into the walls out of some profound, inescapable guilt. The whispers were the final, panicked exchanges of the betrayers and the echoing sorrow of the betrayed, forever trapped in the currents of the air and the water. The murmurs reached a chaotic, deafening crescendo, a whirlwind of shame, panic, and confession. My head felt like it was going to split open from the pressure of the invading sound. I slammed my fist against the dashboard, needing any distraction from the acoustic assault. As suddenly as it started, the sound cut out. The overwhelming rush of whispers vanished completely. The wind still blew, rustling the pines, but the sound was clean, just air moving through leaves. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was sharp and metallic. I opened my eyes, gasping for breath, and looked out. The cabin across the lake was perfectly still, dark, and silent. The moon had finally emerged, throwing a cold, clear light onto the rough-hewn walls. I zoomed in with the camera, checking the carvings. They were still there, the confessions etched deep into the timber, clear and undeniable under the white light. I didn't try to sleep. I waited for the dawn, sitting bolt upright, gripping the steering wheel. When the first cold rays of the morning sun hit the hollow, the persistent breeze picked up, but it was just a regular, cold morning wind, smelling of pine and frost. The cabin stood silent, its secrets locked back into the wood. I started the truck and left the clearing, not looking in the rearview mirror until the winding road had climbed high onto the next ridge. I've driven many miles since that night, but I can never truly escape the memory of Breeze Lake. The wind has become my enemy. Whenever I'm outside on a breezy day, or whenever the air conditioning is humming just right in a quiet room, I hear it. It's always there, just below the threshold of comprehension. A faint, low, constant hush, hush, hush. It doesn't usually resolve into words, but I know what it is. It's the murmur of every secret, every betrayal, carried on the wind from that dark cabin. And sometimes, when the conditions are just right, cold and still, I catch a word, my own name, whispered quickly and urgently, a reminder that the lake still holds the shame, and the wind still carries the sound of the guilty. And the thought that my own small secrets are now part of that eternal, agonizing chorus is a horror I will carry forever. Let's move to the next story. The Pennsylvania wilderness, especially the parts carved out by the old mining operations, holds a specific kind of cold, damp horror. The ground is unstable, the water is dark, and the silence feels less like peace and more like a void. I was running a delivery into a remote logging camp in the Allegheny National Forest, pushing the limits of my driving hours. The route took me onto a crumbling county road, and when the fatigue became too dangerous, I pulled over at a spot marked only by a half-rotted sign. Grasp Lake Scenic Turnout. I hated the name immediately. It felt predatory. The lake itself was a small, murky body of water, nestled deep in a fold of the mountains. The surface was glassy and black, utterly reflecting the oppressive darkness of the night sky. On the opposite bank, maybe 50 yards away, stood a rough-hewn two-story cabin. It was dark, silent, and looked like it hadn't been occupied in decades, surrounded by a thick, dark growth of scrub oak. I killed the engine of the truck, and the silence descended, a deep, heavy quiet broken only by the chirping of crickets, which seemed to underscore the isolation rather than break it. I secured the rig, pulled the curtains, and was just about to settle down when I heard the sound. It wasn't loud. It was wet and sharp, a singular slap coming from the center of the lake. I ignored it, rationalizing it as a large fish breaking the surface, but a moment later, it happened again. Slap! I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I peered through the curtain gap toward the lake. The water was again perfectly still, but then it happened right where the cabin's reflection should have been, on the dark, glassy surface of the water. A hand broke the surface. It was pale, almost bone-white against the black water, and it emerged slowly, deliberately, not with the violence of splash, but with the measured, agonizing slowness of something pushing up through dense mud. It rose to the wrist, fingers slightly curled, and hung there for a moment, absolutely motionless, suspended just above the waterline. The water dripped off the pale flesh with a faint, continuous drip, drip, drip that carried across the profound silence. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a fish, and it wasn't a log. It was unmistakably a human hand. As I watched, paralyzed, a second hand emerge alongside the first. Equally pale, equally slow, they were right next to each other, like a pair of desperate entities pushing out of a watery grave. The fingertips, long and slender, were twitching faintly, testing the cold night air. The hands were located right in the area where the reflection of the cabin's front porch would have been, a terrifying parody of someone leaning against a railing. I snatched my high-powered LED flashlight and aimed the beam across the lake. The harsh, white light hit the water, and the hands vanished immediately, leaving no ripple, no trace. The surface was pristine and black again. I held the light there for a long time, my own hand trembling until the beam grew weak. I retracted the light, and the moment the darkness returned, the hands reappeared right back in the same spot, glistening faintly in the gloom. They began to move, slowly, agonizingly, pulling themselves higher. They rose past the wrist, past the forearm, until I could see the elbows and then the dark, soaking shoulder of an unseen figure. The figure remained submerged, hidden by the murky water, but the arms were fully exposed, reaching upward toward the empty sky. Then, the truck began to vibrate. It was a subtle, low-frequency tremor that started in the floorboards and traveled up the seat. It wasn't the wind or the engine cooling. It felt like a heavy, continuous tugging from below. And then I heard the sound, a faint, wet, scraping noise coming from the water. It was the sound of fingernails dragging over stone, or perhaps rough wood, a faint, insistent scritch, scritch, scritch that seemed to keep pace with the tremor in the truck. I fumbled for my binoculars and focused them across the lake on the rough, weathered logs of the cabin. The cabin was built on a low stone foundation, and near the water's edge, there were several thick, dark vertical grooves cut into the logs. I zoomed in on one particularly deep gouge. It was not the work of tools or erosion. The lines were parallel, shallow at the top and deep at the bottom, exactly the mark that desperate, scraping fingers would leave trying to find purchase on rough wood. I remembered the legends from this isolated part of the Appalachians, tales of the deep water tables connected to the old mines, and the catastrophic flash floods that could turn stable ground into a death trap. They called this area the grasping pits. They said the water would open up, pulling men and equipment into the voids, and that the final terror wasn't the drowning, but the agonizing climb they made against the powerful undertow, leaving their final mark on anything they could touch. As I watched, mesmerized by the dark, silent horror of the lake, the movement intensified. The submerged figure began to exert force. The two pale arms arched and stretched, and the water surface around them churned slightly with the effort. And as the unseen thing beneath the surface pulled, the vibration in my truck peaked, a heavy thrum that felt like the vehicle was being firmly gripped from below. I looked down at the ground near my tires. The mud was visibly agitated, shaking with a low-frequency tremor, and faint indentations were forming in the damp earth, like pressure points being applied from below. I had the terrifying realization that the grasps in the water were being mirrored in the earth beneath me. I turned the binoculars back to the cabin. The porch, built on thick cedar posts, was swaying slightly. Then, through the window opening, I saw the interior. Lying on a collapsed, dusty table was a stack of dark, bound books, diaries. As the light from my rig faintly illuminated the room, the top diary seemed to open slightly, a few pages fluttering. And on those pages, scrawled in faint, dark ink, were desperate, hurried words. It pulled, "The current has hands I can't hold. Help them. The water has teeth." It was the final, agonized testament of the victims, left behind in the house while they were pulled to their doom. The hand in the water moved again. One of the pale arms reached out of the water, not upward but forward, aiming straight at the far bank. It touched the foundation of the cabin. The scraping sound, scritch, 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 returned, louder this time, accompanied by a heavy, grinding moan of wood under duress. The hand was holding fast. Then the second hand moved. It reached out, parallel to the first, aiming for the foundation. But it missed the cabin. Instead, it reached straight toward the clearing, toward my truck. The arms stretched impossibly, becoming long and thin, and the water around it shimmered with the effort, the pale fingertips reaching across the open space. The truck floor vibrated violently. The air inside the cab felt suddenly thick and cold, scented with the damp, mineral smell of deep, stagnant water. I could hear a faint, sickening slap of wet skin against metal, right beneath my door. The arm was long enough. It was grasping the frame of my truck. I slammed my fist down on the horn, a long, blaring, panicked sound that shattered the deep silence. The sudden, violent noise was a shock to the stillness. The tremor in the truck ceased immediately. The scraping sound stopped. I looked out. The pale arms recoiled instantly, dropping back into the black water. They vanished without a splash, without a ripple, leaving the surface pristine and quiet once more. The sound of the horn, echoing off the ridges, died into the woods. I didn't turn off the truck. I sat there, the engine rumbling comfortingly, until the first cold shafts of sunlight began to pierce the darkness. As the sun hit the lake, the water's surface looked innocent, dark, and still. The cabin looked merely derelict. I drove out of there quickly, never slowing down. I didn't stop to examine the mud for tracks. I didn't need to. I knew what I felt. Now, years later, I avoid all bodies of water that look too still, too dark, and too deep. But the memory isn't in the external world. It's in me. I often wake up in the dead of night, drenched in cold sweat, convinced that I hear that faint, desperate scritch, scritch, scritch on metal. And whenever I sit still for too long, I can feel a phantom pressure on the soles of my feet, a low, irresistible, heavy thrum that pulls downward. The submerged hands of Grass Lake are still reaching, still pulling, and I know that the cold, damp grip they took on my truck that night is a terror that will forever linger, waiting for me to become too tired, too still, to resist the slow, terrible pull to the deep. Let's move to the next story. There's a patch of road in the central highlands of West Virginia, near the old logging trails that run along the Cheat River Gorge, where the mountains close in so tight you lose track of which way is north. It's a dense, ancient country, the kind of place where the silence feels deep and watchful. I was running a service route, checking remote repeater sites, and had pushed my old pickup truck far past the limits of common sense. When I saw the rusted sign pointing down a barely visible track labeled Firefly Lake Pull Off, I took it. It was deep, humid August, and the idea of a lake sounded like cool relief. I steered the truck down the embankment and onto a small, choked clearing. The lake was small, black, and perfectly still, shrouded in a mist so thick it tasted metallic on the tongue. There was a single structure on the far shore, maybe 60 yards away, an old, decaying cabin built of grayed timber, looking utterly defeated by the surrounding forest. I killed the engine, and the usual dense mountain silence followed, but this silence felt wrong. It was a silence that hummed, a low, continuous electric tension in the air. I checked my logbook, and as I looked up, I saw the lights. There were fireflies, millions of them, but they were wrong. They weren't moving aimlessly. They were collected, concentrated into a massive, organized cloud. They pulsed with a cold, sickly yellow light, not the warm green gold of the summer night, and they were all focused on the cabin across the water. The whole structure was engulfed in a swirling, slow-motion blizzard of light. The fireflies packed so tightly against the wooden glass that the cabin looked like it was internally illuminated by a single, colossal, flickering candle. The sheer volume was unnerving. The pulsing light was so dense, it actually cast a faint, cold glow across the water and onto the gravel clearing where I was parked. I had never seen anything like it. It wasn't the natural dance of insects. It was a phenomenon, a swarm that seemed to be actively trying to consume the house. I pulled out my binoculars and focused on the cabin. As the magnification brought the swarm closer, the horror became tangible. The fireflies weren't just covering the cabin. They were inside it. Through the gaps in the boards and the cracked glass of the single window, I could see dense, swirling masses of the pulsing light moving within the dark confines of the structure, trapped inside and struggling to get out. The air around the cabin was alive with a faint, high-pitched infinity, the combined, desperate buzzing of an impossible number of insects trapped behind glass and wood. I looked at the window, which was caked in the glowing mass. As the cloud of insects shifted, I could briefly make out the faint, dark shapes of what looked like human silhouettes standing inside the room, their forms blurred by the intense, cold light. But they weren't standing still. They were pressed against the window pane, their shapes distorted, and they seemed to be clawing at the glass, desperate to escape the swarm. I had heard the stories. Every local knows Firefly Lake. They say it was the site of an old hunting lodge that became notorious for illegal backwoods parties, drinking, brawling, and reckless behavior. The story goes that one night, a massive fire, unexplained and sudden, swept through the lodge, killing a dozen young campers and burning the place to the ground. When the community tried to rebuild, the ground fought them, and they realized the area was cursed. They said the souls of the damned, those who died reckless and unprepared, were trapped, not as ghosts, but as the only life that could thrive here. Fireflies, forever drawn back to the scene of their final burning failure. As the memory of the legend washed over me, the swarm around the cabin seemed to react. The movement stopped being random. The colossal cloud of pulsing light began to detach itself from the cabin walls, slowly peeling away like a layer of glowing skin. The ZDT sound intensified into a high-pitched, electric whine, and the entire mass began to drift across the surface of the lake, silent on the water, moving directly toward my truck. I scrambled into the sleeper, pulling the curtain shut and throwing my heavy blanket over my head, a pathetic, useless attempt at defense. But the light didn't need eyes to find me. The moment I was shrouded in the cab's interior darkness, I saw it. Faint, cold flickers of yellow-blue light began to appear inside the truck. They weren't fireflies. They were the glow of the swarm, permeating the thin metal and glass, bleeding into the air around me. And with the light came the sound. The high-pitched electric ZDT was no longer outside. It was inside the cab, filling the small space, vibrating against my eardrums. It felt like my head was trapped inside a hive. Then, the swarm was upon the truck. The light outside became blinding, washing out the interior of the cab with a pulsing, sickly yellow-white glow that felt incredibly cold. The metal of the truck began to vibrate violently, not with engine noise, but with the collective, continuous force of millions of tiny bodies impacting the frame. The entire rig was humming, shaking under the pressure of the living electric mass. The light inside the cab grew so bright that I could see small, individual pulses of the glow surrounding me, right inside the air I was breathing. They were like floating specks of phosphorescent dust clinging to the fabric of my blanket, my clothes, my skin. And then the sound changed. The high-pitched, buzzing morphed, subtly, into something closer to human sound. It was a cacophony of overlapping, desperate noises, faint cries, shouts, and quick, panicked words, all laced with that electric, vibrating quality. It was the combined, final, agonizing moments of the campers, their voices compressed into the terrifying, relentless noise of the swarm. I felt something land on my hand. I jerked my arm, throwing the blanket back, and saw it. A single firefly, huge and glowing with an impossible cold intensity, was clinging to my skin. Its light was pulsing slowly, agonizingly, and as it did, I felt a sharp, cold sting like an electric shock right at the point of contact. And in the tiny, cold light of the insect, I saw not the normal segmented body, but a blurred, miniature shape, the distorted image of a tiny human face, wide-eyed and terrified. I swiped my hand violently, crushing the insect against the plastic of the dashboard. The sound stopped, a sharp, high-pitched hiss, and the light winked out, leaving a faint smear of cold, phosphorescent dust on the plastic. But the general swarm outside was still there, the truck shuddering violently under the unrelenting, buzzing pressure. The cold, sick light was penetrating every seam and crack. I knew that the swarm wasn't just attracted to light. It was the light, and it was trying to transfer itself, to incorporate my living heat and light into its mass of the eternally damned. I fumbled for my ignition key. The thought of starting the engine felt suicidal. The vibration might only shatter the glass and let the entire mass rush in. But staying still was a guarantee of a cold, electric death. I had to risk it. I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a deep, powerful sound that completely overwhelmed the high-pitched NET of the swarm. The sudden, violent vibration of the engine and the chassis seemed to shock the fireflies. The massive cloud of light outside the cab recoiled, flickering wildly. I slammed the transmission into gear, released the brakes, and hit the gas, the tires spinning wildly in the sand and gravel. I drove the truck through the center of the receding swarm. The windshield became instantly smeared with the sickly, glowing residue of crushed insect bodies, but the momentum was enough. I powered the rig back up the embankment and onto the main road, driving blindly into the darkness. I didn't stop until the sky was beginning to turn a sickly gray-purple, signaling the approach of dawn. I pulled over on a high ridge, far from the hollow. As the first faint light of the sun reached the area, the swarm scattered. The light simply stopped, the cold, yellow-blue glow extinguishing completely. The humming stopped. My truck was covered in a thin, cold dust, but the siege was over. I scraped the residue off the windshield, a dry, crystalline powder that smelled faintly of ozone and old, burnt timber. I drove the rest of the day, exhausted and emotionally drained but safe. But the light from Firefly Lake is never far from me. Now, whenever I see a group of fireflies in the summer, I feel a rush of cold dread, and I can't shake the image of those tiny, desperate faces in the pulsing light. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed, in the quiet darkness of my room, I feel the faint, cold pressure of something landing on my skin. I never open my eyes to look, but I feel the immediate, sharp, tiny sting of electricity, followed by a momentary, faint, cold flicker of yellow-blue light right behind my eyelids. The souls of the damn campers are still out there, not trapped in the cabin anymore, but perpetually wandering, forever seeking a new light to consume, and I know I carry the cold, persistent flicker of their awful glow with me every night. Let's move to the next story. The foothills of eastern Tennessee are full of deep cuts and unexpected ravines, and to span those gaps, the old loggers and railroad men built countless rough, wooden bridges. They are often forgotten now, left to rot in the damp gloom, and they always carry a particular air of forlorn dread. I was running a long-haul delivery for a mining operation, having taken a detour through the backcountry to save time. It was late, pitch black, and a thick, clammy fog had rolled in, reducing visibility to almost nothing. When I saw the sign for Footbridge Lake, I knew it was time to stop. The name sounded harmless enough, but I was already well beyond the point of easy retreat. I pulled my truck off the narrow asphalt and onto a graveled apron right next to the water. The fog was heavy, making the lake's surface invisible, a white, churning void that smelled of mud and cold decay. Right across the apron, through the swirling mist, I could faintly make out the outline of a structure. It was an old house, 2 stories, built of dark, rough lumber and leaning hard to the left, looking like a tired old man struggling to stay upright. What was truly unnerving, though, were the bridges. Several narrow, wooden footbridges extended from the house, reaching out over the lake and disappearing into the dense fog. They weren't sturdy structures. They were simple planks laid across rotting supports, rails missing, clearly intended for pedestrian traffic only. They radiated outward from the house like the spokes of a broken wheel, and the ends of the bridges dissolved completely into the white void, leading absolutely nowhere. I cut the engine, and the silence was total, thick with the sound-dampening qualities of the fog. I didn't like the spot. The place felt like it was waiting for something. I secured the truck and settled into the bunk, pulling the curtains shut. I was just drifting towards sleep when I heard the sound. It was a footstep, a distinct, sharp thump of a heavy boot landing on weathered wood. It was close, too close, and it was outside, near the front of my truck. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm was slow, deliberate, and entirely unnatural. It wasn't the sound of an animal or a branch falling. It was the purposeful, heavy tread of a person walking on the planks. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew the bridges led from the house, across the water, and into the fog. Was one of them long enough to reach the edge of the apron where I was parked? I crept up to the driver's seat and peeled back the curtain just enough to peer through the windshield. The fog was still swirling, but I could make out the nearest bridge. It extended maybe 30 feet out over the black water before disappearing. It was motionless and empty, yet the sound was moving. Thump, thump. The footsteps were moving closer to the truck, the sound resonating off the wet metal. I realized the sound wasn't coming from the apron. It was coming from the bridges, or rather, the sound was projecting itself from the bridges and echoing, amplified inside my cab. The truck, somehow, was acting as a bizarre, resonant cavity for the unseen footsteps. I grabbed my high-powered field lantern and shone the beam through the windshield. The light cut a tunnel through the fog, hitting the nearest bridge. It was still empty, but the beam revealed a crucial detail about the architecture. The bridges were built with no visible support in the middle, spanning the water on simple, cantilevered logs that were impossibly long. They were unstable and they were soaking wet. As the light hit the bridge, I saw the disturbance. On the planks, where the light hit, the wood was briefly depressed, just a millimeter or two, followed immediately by the faint, wet indentation of a footprint. It wasn't my imagination. Something heavy and wet was walking on that bridge, but it was completely invisible. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were now moving in a slow, continuous circle around the circumference of the lake, starting and ending at the house, crossing the invisible planking one after another. I remembered the horror stories tied to these remote bridges, tales of lost hikers, woodsmen who crossed over in the fog and were never seen again. They said the bridges were built over deep currents and sinkholes, and that the missing were forever doomed to cross the rotting planks, trying to find their way back to a shore that was constantly shifting. The footsteps were now coming from the far side of the lake, moving along the unseen bridge that connected to the house. The rhythmic thump was joined by a second sound, a soft, wet creak of stressed wood, like the bridge was on the verge of snapping under the weight. I focused my binoculars on the house. The front porch was sagging, the roof was rotten, and the whole place looked ready to collapse. But as the footsteps continued their approach, a faint, internal glow appeared in the window, a sickly, yellow-gray light, like moonlight filtering through mud. And in that light, I saw movement. Figures. Faint, shifting silhouettes moving inside the crumbling house, their shapes distorted and blurred, pressed against the dusty window pane. They were looking out, their collective gaze fixed on the bridges, watching the invisible transit. They were the ones who built the bridges, the ones waiting for the lost to arrive. The footsteps were now right outside the house, the sound sharp and immediate. I could hear the wet, heavy thump landing right on the front porch. The whole structure of the cabin seemed to shake with the impact. Then the rhythmic walking stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating. I waited, rigid with fear, for a door to creak open, for a visible figure to emerge. But nothing happened. Only the low, constant hum of the fog and the relentless, empty cold. Then the walking started again. But this time, it wasn't one set of footsteps. It was two overlapping, chaotic, and hurried, coming back across the bridge that led toward the center of the lake. Thump creak, thump thump, creak thump. The steps were faster now, more frantic, and the weight on the invisible wood was heavier, causing the faint, sickening sound of wood splinters tearing and snapping. And as the frantic footsteps came closer, crossing the water toward the apron where I was parked, a new sound emerged, a thin, faint, watery cry woven into the sound of the walking. It was a moan of profound, wet exhaustion, like someone struggling desperately against a powerful undertow. The invisible figure, or figures, had found the lost hiker, and they were dragging them back into the void. The footsteps reached the point closest to my truck, right on the planking that stretched over the deepest part of the lake. The sound inside my cab was deafening, a chaotic, panicked hammering that felt like the unseen entity was running right across my roof. The truck itself began to vibrate and shake with the intensity of a noise, the air filling with the damp, earthy smell of wet, rotten wood. I couldn't take the pressure. The feeling of the chaos and the desperate struggle was too close, too physical. I had to break the connection, break the planks, break the damn sound. I grabbed the ignition key, turned it, and slammed my hand on the high beams and the fog lamps, flooding the entire clearing with a blinding, violent white light. The powerful beams tore into the fog, momentarily illuminating the nearest bridge in stark detail. The light hit the structure. The sound, the frantic thump-thump creak, cut out instantly, replaced by a terrible, ripping sound. In the blinding white glare, the wooden planks of the nearest bridge began to tear themselves apart. Not from physical weight, but from the sudden, powerful intrusion of the light. The wood splintered and twisted, logs snapping off their moorings, and the whole structure collapsed into the dark water with a heavy, wet crash. I kept the lights blazing, my foot hovering over the gas. The water settled, and the silence returned, now broken only by the cold dripping of water from the remaining, shattered supports. I looked across at the house. The glow in the window was gone. The dark silhouettes had retreated into the blackness. I didn't wait for the fog to lift. I started the engine, backed the truck up in a spray of gravel, and drove away, leaving the collapsed bridge and the silent house behind me. I never returned to Footbridge Lake, but the sound followed me out of the mountains. Now, whenever I stop my truck, especially on a long night on a secluded road, I hear it. Not the heavy boot tread, but the echo, a faint, rhythmic thump that seems to project itself from the asphalt into the cab. It's the sound of the invisible, broken planks, still being crossed by the tormented souls of the lost. And I know that the destruction of the wood didn't stop them. It only made their crossing more ethereal, more agonizing. The footsteps of the lost are still marching, crossing the collapsed bridges in the perpetual void, and the sound will forever echo in the silence I create when I stop the engine. Let's move to the next story. There's a reason they call the deep, isolated pockets of eastern Kentucky the Hollows. The mountains here don't just surround you. They close in physically and psychologically, blocking out the light and trapping the damp, heavy air. I was hauling a specialized maintenance load through one of the most obscure corners of the Daniel Boone National Forest, pushing through a miserable, foggy night. The fatigue was setting in, and when I saw a dilapidated pull-off sign pointing toward Pier Lake, I took the chance. I needed 2 hours of sleep, even if the spot felt wrong. The lake was invisible under a blanket of dense, clammy fog that had rolled in low and thick. I could only smell the cold, metallic scent of stagnant water and the heavy, earthy musk of ancient forest. I edged the truck onto a small, muddy apron right at the assumed shoreline and cut the engine. The resulting silence was a profound, suffocating presence that seemed to amplify every tiny sound, including the frantic pounding of my own heart. The first thing I noticed was the light, or lack thereof. The night was overcast, but somewhere high above, a nearly full moon was struggling to pierce the cloud cover. The light it managed to cast was weak, watery, and utterly diffused by the fog, giving the entire landscape a surreal, monochrome appearance. Out over the water, suspended in the mist, I could make out the dark, warped silhouette of a pier. It was a substantial structure, wide and long, built of heavy, rotting timbers, but it was tilting noticeably toward the water, its spine broken by decay. And at the very end of the long, broken pier, impossibly close to the water, sat a small house. It was a single-room cabin built right on the pilings, and it was leaning along with the pier, pitched forward at an alarming, drunken angle. It looked less like shelter and more like a diving board built for a final, catastrophic plunge. I was settling into my bunk when I realized the moonlight wasn't just struggling through the fog. It was interacting with it. In the weak, veiled glow, the fog around the pier and the cabin was not uniform. It was gathered, hanging in thick, distinct vertical columns that seemed to drape over the pilings and the structure itself. They looked like folds of heavy, wet cloth, like enormous, pale veils hanging over the entire scene. I grabbed my binoculars and focused on the pier. The moonlight was strongest right there, and it briefly illuminated the wooden structure. The veils weren't just fog. They were distinct figures. Tall, columnar shapes, slightly wider at the top, their edges defined by the faint moonlight that couldn't quite penetrate their density. They were draped over the railing of the pier, clustered around the base of the cabin, and hanging motionless between the pilings. They were pale, damp, and utterly silent. They were the color of cold river mud, and they were watching the lake. I lowered the binoculars, my skin prickling with cold dread. I remembered the legends associated with these old Kentucky reservoirs, places built on flooded valleys and hollows. The locals spoke of the pier ghosts, people lost to sudden, violent accidents on the unstable structures, fishermen, loggers, or sometimes those seeking a quick end. They said the water claimed them, but the mountain air refused their souls, trapping them in the low-lying fog, forever tethered to the last solid ground they touched. The veils began to move. It was a slow, agonizing drift, not driven by wind, but by some internal impulse. The pale, column-like figures began to shuffle along the rotten planks of the pier, their movements soundless and smooth, never breaking their perfect, vertical column shape. They moved from the water's edge, past the base of the tilting cabin, and began assembling on the landward end of the pier, drawing closer to the apron where my truck sat. My focus returned to the tilting cabin itself. As the veils moved past it, the light from the veiled moon seemed to briefly slice through the interior of the shack. The single window was empty and dark, but the veils illuminated the rotting wood. And I saw it. The entire internal log structure of the house was riddled with old, rusted metal spikes and jagged, broken wood fragments sticking out like teeth. They weren't structural components. They looked like hooks or remnants of some kind of painful internal collapse. I realized the veils were draped over a place associated not just with death, but with a gruesome, tearing accident. The pier hadn't just collapsed. It had impaled its victims. The silence outside was broken by a sound that made me instantly rigid. It was a soft, wet slap-slap noise coming from a pier. It was the sound of wet cloth or heavy, damp flesh hitting wood, keeping pace with the slow, shuffling movement of the veils. They were leaving the pier and stepping onto the muddy apron. I pulled the curtain tighter, pressing myself into the darkness of the sleeper cab. The truck began to vibrate, a faint, rhythmic thrumming that felt like the heavy, wet impact of the figure's weight on the ground. The air inside the cab suddenly became heavy and cold, thick with the smell of wet decay and river muck. I peered out the tiny gap in the curtains. The pale, column-like figures were directly in the clearing now, maybe 20 feet from my hood. The veiled moonlight hit them, and I saw that the lower edges of the veils were trailing dark, muddy water, leaving slick, black streaks on the gravel as they moved. They were surrounding the truck, slowly closing the circle. Then, one of the veils broke away from the others and began to approach the driver's side door. It moved with that same agonizing slowness, its column-like shape wavering slightly as it drew closer. It didn't have arms or a head, just a mass of the damp, pale shroud, but I could feel its immense, cold focus. The figure reached the side of the truck. The vibration in the cab intensified dramatically, and I heard a muffled, heavy thump against the metal of the door, as if the veil had simply pressed its entire mass against the vehicle. The faint, wet, earthy smell of the muck intensified, filling my cab. Then, the veiling began. The air right around the truck, between the side mirror and the door, began to coalesce. The fog, or whatever it was, thickened and darkened, forming a dense, opaque layer that draped itself over the driver's side window. It wasn't fog. It was the veil itself, cold, wet, and heavy, pressed against the glass. I could hear a faint, wet smear of the condensation, right where a face would be. I sat there, locked in the darkness, feeling the oppressive weight and coldness of the veil on the door. It wasn't an attack. It was an enveloping, a cold, silent attempt to absorb me into its world of damp, perpetual twilight. The heavy vibration continued, and through the thickness of the metal, I heard a terrible sound, a low, constant, sucking noise like something pulling itself out of deep mud or being pulled down into it. I knew that if I stayed, the cold and the silence would consume me. I had to break the spell. I slammed my hand onto the horn and held it down, a continuous, blaring assault of noise that ripped through the heavy silence and the cold fog. The moment the loud, electric sound assaulted the air, the heavy thump against the door vanished. The veil on the window instantly dissolved, dissipating into the thin, ordinary fog. The vibration in the truck ceased. I saw the pale columns of the figures outside flicker and waver, their organized movement breaking down into a chaos of swirling, directionless mist. I threw the truck into gear and roared out of the clearing, the tires spitting gravel and mud. I didn't stop until I saw the first genuine signs of light on the eastern horizon. As the full, clear light of dawn finally broke, chasing the last pockets of fog into the valleys, I pulled over and killed the engine. I was exhausted, shivering, and covered in cold sweat. I checked the driver's side door. There was no damage, but the entire panel was coated in a thin, cold, oily residue, a slick, dark grime that smelled faintly of river water and rust. I got out and wiped the residue off the door, forcing myself to feel the solid metal. But the veil never fully lifted. Even now, years later, I avoid the early morning fog and the deep shadows, because whenever the light is low, whenever the air is damp and cold, I see it, a faint, shimmering, vertical line in the periphery of my vision, the pale, columnar shape of the veil. It is always there, not threatening, but waiting, a cold, heavy shadow draped over the edges of my sight. And I know the pier ghosts of Kentucky are still wandering, searching for the deep, silent darkness, and always ready to pull a heavy, cold veil over anyone foolish enough to stop and listen to their terrible, soundless shuffle. Let's move to the next story. The mountain backroads of Virginia, particularly where the forest canopy is dense and the air hangs still, can swallow sound and light whole. I was driving a delivery truck through a remote section of the Blue Ridge, running a shipment of specialized tools to a maintenance facility deep in the national forest. The fatigue was brutal, and the clock was ticking down on my mandatory rest period. When I saw a barely marked gravel track leading to an unmarked pull-off, I took the chance. The only clue I had was a faded, half-hidden sign reading, Leaf Lake Access, Keep Out. The keep out should have been enough, but exhaustion dulls all sense of self-preservation. I steered the heavy truck off the asphalt and onto the narrow, overgrown track. It was late autumn, and the trees were shedding their final, brittle leaves in a dry, endless rain. The clearing was small, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of dense, dark pines, and the ground was covered in a deep, thick carpet of brown and yellow leaves, dry, curled, and ankle-deep. The lake itself was a black sliver of water, almost entirely obscured by the undergrowth, and across the narrow strip of water stood a small, two-room cabin. Like everything else, it was half consumed by the season, its rotten porch and sagging roof layered thick with the damp, decaying foliage. I killed the engine, and the silence that followed was suffocating, made heavier by the immense blanket of dead leaves that seemed to absorb all ambient noise. I was just settling into the sleeper cab when the sound began. It was a rustling, not the natural sound of wind moving branches, because the air was utterly still. This was a scraping, dragging, slow-motion sound like 1,000 dry things being disturbed simultaneously. It was coming from the area surrounding the cabin, the sound of the deep leaf pile across the lake slowly, deliberately shifting. RSSSHH. RSSSHH. It was too deliberate to be accidental. It was the sound of something heavy and wide moving underneath the brittle surface of the leaves, pushing the dry foliage aside with immense, silent effort. I peered through the curtain, straining my eyes in the dark. The cabin was a dark silhouette, but the sea of leaves surrounding it was visibly disturbed, constantly rippling in a slow, circular motion like a vast, organic whirlpool. Then, woven into the rustling, I heard the whispers. Faint, high-pitched, and continuous, a frantic, overlapping stream of noise that seemed to be traveling through the leaves rather than over them. It was too fast, too thin, too buried to make out any words, but the acoustic quality was terrifyingly clear. It was human voices compressed and distorted, locked within the sound of the dry leaves scraping together. I grabbed my powerful industrial flashlight and aimed the beam across the lake at the cabin. The light hit the front of the structure, revealing the horror in sharp detail. The logs of the cabin were covered halfway up the windows in leaves, packed tightly and wet with morning dew. The rustling was intense right there, the leaves on the porch moving and shaking, even though the air was dead still. And the whispers were loudest, a constant, panicked chatter emanating directly from the mound of foliage. I knew the legends of these hollow places where desperate people hid secrets, or bodies, or both. They said the earth here, particularly the deep, rich loam beneath the endless leaf fall, never truly let go of what it consumed. I had a sickening realization. The leaves weren't just covering the ground. They were covering graves, and the voices I heard were the silent, desperate, muffled pleas of the things buried beneath the foliage, their final moments forever trapped in the dry rustle of the surrounding growth. I dropped the flashlight beam down to the ground around my own truck. The gravel apron was covered in the same deep layer of dry, brown leaves. And as I watched, horrified, the leaf pile around my front tires began to move. It wasn't a sudden, violent motion, but the same slow, sustained, organized RSSHH I had heard from across the water. The leaves around the tires began to scrape upward, pushing against the rubber, forming small, dense drifts. The movement was directed. It was coming from the forest line and concentrating itself around the truck's massive wheels. And as the leaves piled against the truck, the whispers followed. The sound inside my cab intensified, the faint, high-pitched voices now filling the confined space, seeming to emanate from the floorboards. They were no longer across the water. They were here, inside the vehicle, speaking their confused, panicked secrets. I slammed my hands over my ears, desperate to block out the invading sound, but the whispers seemed to bypass my eardrums, pressing indirectly on my consciousness. They were not talking to me. They were talking around me, an endless, trapped chorus of anxiety and despair. I threw off my blanket and grabbed my keys. I had to move the truck. I had to get off this cursed ground. As I fumbled with the ignition, I risked a look out the passenger window. The leaf pile was now up to the bottom of the door, and the dry, brittle foliage was visibly shuddering, shaking with the intensity of the internal whispers. Then, one of the leaf piles right next to the door shifted violently, and a small, dark object rolled out onto the exposed gravel, a chunk of rough, dark wood, scarred and rotting, with a fragment of tarnished metal attached. It was a piece of a small shovel or a spade, the kind of tool used to dig a hurried, shallow grave. The whispers in the cab peaked, turning into a frantic, chaotic sound of overlapping screams, all muffled and trapped within the dry, scraping noise. I looked at the floor of the truck. The leaf debris that had blown in with my boots was vibrating rapidly, dancing on the floor mat, synchronized with the terrible sound. The rustling was not just external. It had followed me in, and the leaf litter inside the cab was now an extension of the tormented chorus outside. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life, the sound of the diesel a deafening, comforting, mechanical barrier against the organic horror. I shifted into gear and hit the gas, the tires spinning violently in the deep leaves. The truck shuddered, fighting the resistance of the heavy, deep foliage. As the tires tore through the massive leaf piles, I heard a terrible, high-pitched screech of wood and metal beneath the truck, a sound of something tearing and breaking. The truck lunged forward, throwing up a colossal cloud of leaves and mud that enveloped the entire cab. I drove out of the clearing, not slowing down until the first light of dawn began to creep over the distant ridgeline. When the cold, gray light finally broke through the canopy, I pulled over on solid asphalt and killed the engine. I stepped out onto the road, gasping the clean, cold air. My truck was covered in a thick, dry layer of leaves and mud. I grabbed a brush and began sweeping the debris off the hood. As I brushed the leaf away from the front grille, I saw it. Tangled in the metal webbing, held fast by the impact, was a small piece of dark, tattered cloth, brittle and dry, with a single small brass button sewn into it. It looked like the remnant of a work shirt from a century ago. I tossed the cloth into the ditch and drove on. The sun rose, and the world became rational again. But the silence is forever broken. Now, whenever the leaves fall and the wind is still, I hear it. Not the natural rustle of the trees, but the faint, scraping sound coming from the ground beneath my feet, always moving slowly, always organized. And when I'm alone in the dead quiet, I still hear the whispers, faint, fast, and desperate, the confused, trapped voices of the buried, their secrets forever hiding in the sound of the dry, dead leaves. And I know that the chorus of Leaf Lake will never truly clear, and I am forever burdened by the knowledge of the silence they purchased with their forgotten graves. Let's move to the next story. The mountains of North Carolina can feel impossibly solid, built of granite and ancient bedrock, but the locals know that underneath the surface, the ground is laced with powerful, unpredictable water systems. I was running a long haul through the state, pushing cargo from Asheville toward the coast, and I'd veered off the interstate onto a winding, seldom-used mountain highway to save time. It was the middle of the night, the air thick and still, and the fog had begun to gather in the low pockets. When I spotted the weather-beaten sign for Current Lake, Pull Off, I decided the name sounded better than risking a fog-induced wreck. I guided the heavy rig down a gravel slope and onto a small, open clearing right at the water's edge. The lake itself was dark, flat, and immense, stretching out into the gloom. The air was unnaturally heavy, pressing down on the truck. On the far bank, maybe 70 yards across, stood an old, dark cabin built of thick hand-cut logs. It was closer to the water than any sane structure should be, sitting right at the lip of the lake, silent and sullen in the darkness. I cut the engine, and the resulting silence was immediate and profound. I secured the brakes, pulled the curtains, and was just leaning back when I felt it. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible shift, a low, continuous vibration that ran through the metal frame of the truck. It felt less like a mechanical fault and more like a heavy, external force was being applied, slowly and persistently. I looked at the dark surface of the lake, expecting to see a wake or a breeze, but the water was perfectly still, a sheet of polished black glass. The vibration continued, not shaking the truck but tugging at it. I could feel a low, resonant pull, a smooth, lateral force that was trying to draw the massive vehicle toward the lake. The feeling was deeply unsettling, a sense that the very ground I was resting on was moving, being inexorably dragged toward the dark water. I gripped the steering wheel, trying to rationalize it, settling ground, maybe the air suspension leveling out, but the pull was too steady, too smooth. I looked across at the cabin, focusing on the dark silhouette, and as I watched, the cabin moved. It didn't collapse or shift violently. The entire heavy structure swayed, slowly, deliberately, toward the lake, and then settled back with a groan of stressed timber, only to immediately begin swaying forward again. The movement was rhythmic, synchronized with the low vibration I felt in the cab. The cabin wasn't just old. It was built on something that was fighting against a constant, unseen pull. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and aimed the beam across the water. The light cut through the gloom and settled on the cabin's foundation. The logs were set directly into the muddy bank, and the area around the base of the cabin was wet and slick. As the cabin swayed, the mud surrounding the logs churned slightly, like heavy, wet slurry being continuously pulled away from the structure. I thought of the local legends of these deep mountain lakes, often built on old riverbeds where subterranean currents could surface unexpectedly, creating powerful, hidden undertows. This wasn't just a lake, it was a vast, cold mouth, and it was actively feeding. I focused the beam on the logs themselves, where the intense light highlighted rough, dark inscriptions carved into the lower timbers, right where the water line would often reach. They weren't words or pictures. They were deep, crude horizontal gouges, lines cut with immense effort. They were marker lines, tallied scores, measuring something. And running across, all the tally marks were long, vertical gashes, deep and raw, like claw marks made by something desperate and immense. I realized what the lines represented. The cabin was a record. It was recording the height of the water, the time of the pull, and the desperate, final struggles of whatever the current was claiming. The tally marks were the number of victims taken by the water, and the deep vertical cuts were the desperate hands that tried to hold fast to the solid logs before being dragged under. The vibration in my truck intensified. The low, Guttural thrumming was now constant, and I could feel the cab listing perceptibly toward the lake. The parking brake was screaming a faint, high-pitched protest against the force being applied. I risked a glance out the side window of my massive front tire. The gravel and mud around the rubber were actively flowing, running slowly toward the water's edge in a continuous, viscous stream. The current was not in the lake. It was in the land, pulling everything into the cold, black water. And then I heard the sound that cut through the mechanical vibration. A faint, terrible gurgle and a low, continuous groan coming from the lake, a deep, resonant sound like massive, unseen pipes being emptied. It was the sound of the undertow itself, the sound of the current pulling down. I pressed myself against the back of the seat, watching the cabin. As the groaning intensified, the cabin swayed violently, listing further forward, the logs screaming a mechanical protest. The light from my flashlight, trained on the base of the cabin, now revealed a dark, circular whirlpool forming right at the waterline, close to the front porch. A slow, determined vortex sucking the water and mud downward. The pull on my truck strengthened into a definite tug. My body was forced slightly to the left, towards the water. I could hear the grinding of the gravel beneath my tires as the weight shifted, the heavy duals slowly beginning to slide on the yielding earth. I could feel the current, the subtle, unstoppable force of the water, reaching out of the lake and grasping the very frame of my truck, determined to drag it into the depths. I knew that if I waited for the ground to fully liquefy, I would be stuck. I had to break the hold immediately. I grabbed the keys, turned the ignition, and the massive engine roared to life, shattering the stillness. I threw the transmission into the lowest forward gear and hammered the accelerator. The tires spun furiously, throwing up mud and gravel, fighting the lateral pull. The truck fought back, but the ground was yielding. The left side of the cab lurched downward as the unseen current fought the torque of the engine. For a terrifying minute, I felt the truck sliding sideways, closer and closer to the water, the sound of the tires grinding against the pull of the current, a deafening, desperate screech. Finally, with a tremendous, shuddering heave, the engine's power overcame the pull. The truck tore itself free from the suction of the mud and lunged forward, up the slight incline, away from the water. I drove straight up the gravel track and didn't stop until I hit the solid pavement of the highway miles away. I drove until the first light of dawn broke, casting long, pale shadows across the road. I pulled over and killed the engine. The silence was normal, cold, and clean. I got out and checked the truck. There was no visible damage, but the entire left side from the tires to the running board was covered in a slick, dark layer of deep lake mud, packed tight, smelling strongly of minerals and decay. I never returned to Current Lake, but the subtle pull never left me. Now, whenever I stop my truck, even on dry, solid asphalt, I wait. I wait for the familiar, faint, low vibration to begin, that subtle, smooth tug that is trying to draw me sideways. I know the current isn't just in the lake. It's in the memory, in the deep ground of the mountain, forever restless, forever waiting for weight. And I'm always listening for the sound of the water, the deep, terrible groan of the undertow, knowing that the subtle currents of Current Lake are always searching, always pulling, and that I'll never truly be off the hook. Let's move to the last story. The high peaks of North Georgia, especially toward the Cayuga Wilderness, have a climate all their own. The air is often heavy, damp, and prone to sudden, thick pockets of fog that can swallow the road whole. I was running a delivery of construction materials on a rough, secondary highway, pushing hard to make a delivery window. The exhaustion was a dull ache behind my eyes, and when the weather shifted, turning the road into a blind, white tunnel, I knew I had to stop. I saw a nearly invisible turnoff marked, simply Mist Lake. It wasn't scenic, but it was off the main road. I guided the truck slowly down a steep, narrow track and pulled into a small, uneven clearing right at the water's edge. The lake was completely invisible, masked by a profound, clammy blanket of fog that smelled metallic and cold, like wet iron. I killed the engine, and the silence was total, the fog absorbing every single sound, making the space feel unnaturally pressurized and hollow. I secured the truck, pulled the curtains, and was just trying to settle in when I became aware of the change in temperature. The air inside the cab, which had been warm and stale, began to drop rapidly. It wasn't the natural exterior cold. It was a sudden, intense chill localized entirely within the truck. I could see my own breath clouding in front of my face. And then I saw the house. It wasn't across the lake. It was right there, right at the edge of the clearing where I hadn't noticed it before. It was an old, two-story farmhouse, dark and leaning, but it wasn't solid. The edges of the structure seemed to bleed into the fog, dissolving and reforming with the movement of the mist, like a badly rendered image. The fog was consuming the house, or perhaps the house was generating the fog. As I watched, the entire outline of the structure began to ripple. The lines of the roof and walls seemed to melt, elongating and twisting, and then the whole house seemed to shimmer and simply dissolve into the dense, white curtain of mist. It was gone, consumed by the cloud, leaving only a slightly denser patch of white where it had stood. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I knew this wasn't just weather. This was a place where the veil between the real and the unreal was thin, and the atmosphere itself was active, conscious. I recalled the desperate truckers' whispers I'd heard years ago on the CB radio, warnings about forgotten mountain roads and pull-offs where rigs and their drivers simply vanished without a trace, sometimes leaving behind only a brief, chilling final transmission of static and a man's last word. The chilling atmosphere in the cab intensified. I looked around, and I realized the fog wasn't just outside. It was inside the truck. Small, cold streamers of the white mist were seeping in through the dashboard vents, creeping across the floor mats, and rising from bunk. The cab was being invaded, slowly and silently, by the cold, metallic mist from the lake. And as the mist filled the confined space, it began to coalesce. The small, curling streamers began to take shape. They weren't just random plumes of vapor. They were forming vague, vertical outlines, tall and indistinct, the height and mass of a human body, but entirely composed of the swirling, cold vapor. They were everywhere, by the passenger seat, leaning over the dash, and most terrifyingly, standing silent and still right at the foot of my bunk. They were the color of cold river clay, and they moved with a slow, agonizing drift like figures trying to swim through oil. The air in the cab filled with a low, continuous sound, a sibilant noise that was half whisper, half static. It was the sound of confused, directionless murmuring, muffled and weighted by the damp air. Where? Turn lost? Where's the highway? The voices were faint, desperate, and male, sounding exhausted and profoundly confused. They weren't speaking to me, but around me, repeating the final, panicked thoughts of men lost in the deep fog of the mountains. I realized with a profound sense of horror that the cold, invading mist was composed of the lingering essence of the forgotten truckers, the souls who never made it out of these hollows, forever lost and wandering in the eternal fog of Mist Lake. The figure at the foot of my bunk began to drift closer. It was taller and denser than the others, its vaporous outline momentarily forming the distinct shape of a heavy coat and a baseball cap pulled low. It was shrouded in the thickest part of the cold mist. As the figure approached, the murmuring became focused. It was no longer a general chorus of confusion. It was a desperate, urgent conversation, the voices overlapping in a frantic, hurried plea. Don't stop. Keep moving. You can't stay here. The highway is gone. Then, the murmurs suddenly stopped, replaced by a single, distinct voice, deep, weary, and saturated with the cold, damp silence of the grave. It spoke not in a panic, but with a terrible, final authority. You're here now. Rest. It's warm in the mist. We're the road now. The vaporous figure at the foot of the bunk stretched out a hand. A cold, pale, indistinct plume of vapor that drifted slowly toward my face. The cold emanating from a figure was unbearable, a profound chill that pierced my heavy coat and settled into my bones. I felt a terrifying, irrational exhaustion wash over me. a sudden, powerful urge to close my eyes and simply surrender to the heavy, cold comfort of the invading mist. The process was not violent. It was an envelopment. The cold, thick mist was actively trying to consume me, to pull my consciousness into its unending, static drift. I fought the urge to close my eyes, forcing them wide open. I could feel the cold moisture gathering on my eyelashes, and the scent of wet metal was choking me. I reached blindly for the only thing that felt real, the ignition key. I turned the key violently, grinding the starter. The massive diesel engine caught, with a deafening, sudden roar that tore through the fragile, cold silence of the cab. The sound was the shockwave. The instant the engine ignited, the enveloping mist recoiled. The vaporous figures inside the cab flickered violently, their outlines shattering into chaotic plumes of swirling white fog. The intense cold receded instantly, replaced by the familiar warmth of the running engine. I slammed the truck into gear and drove out of the clearing, tires spitting gravel and mud. I hit the high beams and the fog lights, flooding the area with intense, artificial light. The harsh white glare was a physical barrier against the supernatural gloom. As the light hit the remaining mist in the clearing, the dense clouds seemed to shimmer and quickly dissipate, thinning out, scattering the lingering forms back into the deep forest. I drove for 2 hours, long after the fog had cleared and the first pink streaks of dawn appeared on the horizon. When I finally stopped, pulled over on a safe, brightly lit interstate rest area, I collapsed in the seat, shaking. I never forgot the cold of that invading mist. Now, whenever I drive through fog, I feel a prickling dread, and I instinctively crank up the heat and turn on every light in the cab, fighting the cold that the sun can't truly banish. And sometimes, when I wipe the condensation off my windshield on a cold morning, I see it, a faint, lingering trace of the metallic-smelling mist, a swirl of vapor that holds a fleeting, cold shape. And in the subsequent silence, I sometimes catch the final, weary murmur of a voice, utterly lost and resigned, carried on the air currents of my ventilation system. Rest here. The truckers of Mist Lake are still out there, and I know that the cold, enveloping silence of the fog is forever waiting for me to pull off the road one last time.